Chapter 1, Looking for a Job and a Rich Wife at the Same Time. With graduation quickly approaching, Su Yang has been especially busy lately. From Monday to Friday, he has been frantically sending out resumes and rushing from interview to interview. On Saturdays and Sundays, he brings the marriage advertisement board he prepared in advance to the dating corner of the park to promote himself. Su Yang, male, 22 years old, 181 centimeters tall, 75 kilograms. He can do 500 push-ups and 600 sit-ups in one go. He is looking for a wife, preferably over the age of 18, with no upper age limit. A local from Zhangcheng is preferred. If the woman is outstanding, I can move in with her. I can also provide temporary boyfriend services, with a daily salary of no less than 500 yuan. The price for an overnight stay is negotiable. In addition, I can do homework for junior and senior high school students, and provide supplementary lessons in mathematics, physics and chemistry for a negotiable price. Su Yan comes from a remote small mountain village. He earned all the money he needed for the 4 years of university by finding ways to make money himself. Homework help, tutoring, temporary boyfriend, dormitory shopping service. In order to make money, he is willing to do anything as long as it is not illegal. During the 4 years of university, in addition to earning money to pay for his own schooling, he also had to send money to his parents. After all, it is not easy to make money in the mountains, and his mother's health is not very good and she often has to take medicine. Now that he is about to graduate, he must find a similar job as soon as possible. Even if it means finding a rich woman? Taking the indirect route is not impossible. With the strength in his waist from spinning the hula hoop on the horizontal bar, he can definitely meet the various requirements of a rich woman. Today is Saturday. Su Yang took his marriage advertisement board and arrived at the matchmaking corner of the park early in the morning. There were many old men and women taking a stroll in the morning, so he came early anyway to increase his chances. "Young man, what do you do for a living and how much do you earn per month?" Just as he settled into position, an old lady came up and looked closely at the marriage advertisement Su Yang was holding. Auntie, I work in software development. I graduated this year and am now looking for a job. I'd say I could earn 6,000 to 10,000 yuan a month. Although he wanted to save the country through indirect means, his character was still very good. He wouldn't lie about not having a job. However, if he finds a job, with his abilities, this salary is still possible. "Oh, you don't have a job yet, so that's no salary at all. Where did the 6,000 to 10,000 come from?" "I'm looking for one, I'll find one soon." Su Yang was about to explain, but the old lady had already waved her hand and left. He was never given the chance to explain. This young man is still thinking about marrying into the family. "I think you're looking for a rich woman, right?" "Hey, young people nowadays." "Sir, I'm young and handsome, so there's nothing wrong with me looking for a rich woman, is there?" "Young man, do you have a car, a house, and savings?" "What do your parents do?" "Young man, do you earn 20,000 yuan a month?" "My daughter is 28 years old and wants to find someone with a successful career." "You're just a recent graduate, no way, I can't let my daughter support you." Su Yang stood patiently, and from time to time people came over to chat with him. However, after learning about his situation, they all shook their heads and left. As a poor child from a small mountain valley, with parents who had no money and no power, and now without a job, naturally no one would look at him. Even during his 4 years at university, not a single girl was really willing to go out with him for a long time. Ultimately, it was mainly because his family situation was really shabby. Give a girl a gift? Sorry, no money. Take a girl out for a fancy meal? Sorry, no money. How can a girl talk to him like this? However, Su Yang was not discouraged. He had seen this situation many times before and would not be beaten by it. Time passed slowly. And it was almost 11 o'clock in the morning. The matchmaking corner was basically empty. Su Yang sat in the shade of a tree and let out a small sigh. It seemed that today was a waste. Not even one person had left him their contact information. "Forget it, I'll leave. I'll come back first thing in the morning." "Young man, are you here to find a wife?" "Yes, hello, auntie." Su Yang had just stood up and dusted himself off, preparing to leave, when an old lady came up to him. Pointing at the marriage advertisement board beside him, she asked with a smile, "What are your requirements for a wife?" The old lady looked at the content on the board while secretly nodding her head. "Actually, I don't have many requirements. I graduated this year and haven't found a job yet." As long as you like me, that's fine. If I were to say something, I would hope that the woman comes from a good family. Since you want to save the country through the curve, naturally you hope that the woman is rich. As for appearance and age, it's not too late to talk about it when you meet. Well, young man, I see that on the sign you say you can be a temporary boyfriend, right? Yes, auntie, I can be a temporary boyfriend, no less than 500 yuan a day. Business is coming to the door? Su Yang couldn't help but look up and take a closer look at the old woman after hearing what she said. The old woman looked to be in her 60s and had a kind face. Could it be that the old woman wanted me to be her temporary boyfriend? If she is willing to pay, as long as it is not less than 500 yuan a day, why not be her temporary boyfriend? Well, the old woman couldn't help but nod after hearing this. A hint of surprise could be seen in her eyes. Unexpectedly, what the young man's sign said was true. He wasn't just trying to attract attention. Young man, if you were to marry someone temporarily, would that be okay? Temporarily marry? Su Yang couldn't help but be taken aback when he heard the old woman's words. Holy cow! He had never thought of this kind of business before. Yes, young man, if you're interested, can we go somewhere and talk about it? Sure, auntie, no problem. Su Yang naturally wouldn't refuse business that came his way. And this kind of business, he has never been in contact with before, so he is also very eager to find out more. Okay, come on young man, there is a bench up ahead, let's sit there and chat, shall we? Okay, auntie. Su Yang nodded and quickly folded up his marriage advertisement board. Since he came to this park's dating corner, although this is not the first business, this temporary marriage business is definitely the first time he has encountered it. Auntie, are you looking for a temporary marriage partner for your daughter? Or are you planning to find one yourself? Su Yang followed the old lady's side and took another good look. This old lady really has a good temper. She walks steadily, and her health should be very good as well. And her skin is quite fair. Judging from her appearance, she must have been a beautiful woman when she was young. Chapter 2, Marry my sister and I'll give you 500,000 yuan. I have an older sister who is seriously ill. The doctor has issued a death notice, saying that she has at most 1 month to live. Oh. Hearing the old lady's words, Su Yang instantly understood. It seems that it is not the old lady who is looking for a temporary marriage partner, but rather someone to help her older sister. Young man, I wonder if you would be willing to have a simple marriage ceremony with my older sister. I can do that. However, there will be an additional fee. A temporary boyfriend's services cost no less than 500 yuan a day. This temporary husband's services should cost more than that. And the other person is already terminally ill, and his death is not far off. In this situation, the price should be even higher. It can't be less than 1,000 yuan a day. As long as you agree, the money is no problem. How about this? After you have performed the marriage ceremony, I will give you 500,000 yuan in one go. What? 500,000? Yes, 500,000 in one lump sum, right after the wedding ceremony. The old lady nodded, her serious expression not at all like a joke. So I just have a wedding ceremony with your sister, right? Nothing else? If it's that easy to earn 500,000, it's like money falling from the sky. It's just a wedding ceremony, it's nothing. It can't be that easy. If you want to have a wedding ceremony, you have to get a marriage certificate with her first. But getting a certificate is relatively simple, you just need to bring your ID card and household register. What? You still need a certificate? Su Yang couldn't help but be stunned when he heard what the old lady said. Things really aren't that simple. This means that in order to earn this 500,000 yuan, you have to marry her younger sister first. But her sister-in-law only has a month to live, which means the marriage certificate will only be valid for a month at most. 500,000 in just 1 month. That's 500,000 yuan. Yes, since you have to go through the marriage ceremony, you definitely need a marriage certificate. But my sister-in-law only has a month to live, which won't have a big impact on your future marriage. What do you think, young man? After listening to the old lady's words, Su Yang couldn't help but ponder. 500,000 is indeed a lot. After all, there is only 1 month left, so the marriage certificate is useless. If he marries someone else in the future, it will just be an extra death certificate for his spouse. Of course, this will have some impact on remarriage in the future. But didn't someone else pay 500,000? Auntie, you want me to marry your younger sister to bring good luck, right? Well, the young man seems to know quite a bit. Yes, asking you to marry her is a desperate measure, a last-ditch attempt to bring good luck and hopefully have some effect. And if the good luck works and your sister gets better? Since it's a last-ditch attempt, it might work. What if it does? Even if the good luck doesn't work, the doctor's diagnosis might be wrong. They said she had no more than a month to live, but what if she lives for many more years? If she really gets better, don't worry, my sister will definitely divorce you, and I will give you another 2 million yuan. As long as she lives for more than 3 months, I will give it to you. 2 million yuan? Su Yang's eyes widened at the news. He had never seen 2 million yuan in his life. Yes, 2 million yuan. The old lady nodded, her expression very serious. And there was an indescribable look of expectation in her eyes. Okay, auntie, I promise. This is by far the biggest business Su Yang has ever received. A business worth millions, there is no room for him to hesitate. As long as there is money, his mother can go to a big hospital for a proper checkup. As long as there is money, it shouldn't be difficult to find a wife at least in his hometown, right? What if this marriage partner really lives for another 3 months? Very soon. Su Yang reached an agreement with the old woman. It was Monday soon. Su Yang took his household registration book and ID card and hurried to Jiangcheng First People's Hospital. The old lady said that her younger sister was in the intensive care unit of this hospital. As long as he brought the documents, someone would come and help them apply for a marriage certificate. After the marriage certificate was issued, they could enter the intensive care unit after changing into the groom's clothes. Someone specially invited would help them hold a simple wedding ceremony. After the wedding was completed, the old lady would call him on the spot and give him 500,000 yuan. Su Yang is a very punctual person, especially when there is 500,000 to be earned. Before 8 o'clock, he arrived at the waiting area of the intensive care unit. Then he dialed the phone number of the old lady. Hello auntie, this is Su Yang, I've already arrived. Young man, please wait a moment, I will bring someone here soon, thank you for your hard work. The old lady's voice was as kind and polite as always. But there was a slight hint of excitement in her voice. Okay, auntie. Hung up the phone. Su Yang sat quietly on the hospital bench, but his heart was already excited. Soon, he would have 500,000 yuan in his hands. If all went well, there shouldn't be any problems. As for what kind of person he was marrying, he didn't care at all. He was a dying man anyway, and he was just there to bring good luck and get the job done for the money. Time passed by minute by minute. Su Yang waited for about 20 minutes. The elevator door opened not far away, and the old woman came over with a few people. There were 6 to 7 people of all ages. Hello, auntie. Su Yang saw the old woman coming over at a glance and got up and walked over. The people behind her also stared over. Good, the young man is punctual. Have you brought your ID card and household register? Yes, I have. Saying this, Su Yang took out his ID card and household register from his backpack. Shang, you help with the paperwork. Okay. Li Dong. A young man behind the old lady nodded and took out the laptop he was carrying. Then he took the ID card and household register from Su Yang's hands. He also took a half-length photo of him against the white wall. After a series of operations. Li Dong, I'll go to the bureau now, and I'll bring the marriage certificate to them later. Okay, go. After a lot of fuss, the young man left in a hurry with the materials. Chapter 3, The bride is the same age as her mother. Young man, here is the suit for you to wear. Go find somewhere to change. The old lady took a bag from one person and handed it to Su Yang. Oh, yes, auntie, I'll go change now. Since there is going to be a wedding ceremony, even if it's a simple one, you need to dress formally. His old tracksuit is indeed a bit out of place. If you wear these to a wedding with other people, it really isn't professional enough. Su Yang took the clothes and quickly found a place to change. Wow, this suit must not be cheap. The material. After changing clothes, he ran his hands through his hair with water. Since he was getting married, his hairstyle could not be messy. Not bad. It's true that clothes make the man. After Su Yang changed into the suit, his whole demeanor immediately improved. Auntie, I'm all dressed. Soon afterwards, Su Yang returned to the old lady. Not bad, the young man looks very smart and handsome. He'll do for an old lady like me. The old lady couldn't help but secretly nod as she looked at Su Yang. I never thought that after a little bit of dressing up, this young man would look so handsome. Let's wait a little while, and when my younger sister has dressed up and put on her bridal makeup, I expect your marriage certificate will be delivered. Yes, okay, auntie. Young man, you can call me Li Jia in the future. That's not really appropriate. After all, I'm only 22 years old. This old lady looks to be at least 60 years old, and at least 20 years older than her own mother. He was embarrassed to call her sister. In theory, even calling her grandma would be fine. You're marrying my younger sister, and in terms of generations, you should indeed call me sister. But it's up to you, and it doesn't matter anymore. The old lady nodded indifferently, gave an explanation, and then said nothing more. It was just someone hired to bring good luck, so there was no need to care about these things. Time passed by minute. And soon half an hour had passed. The young man who had helped with the marriage registration returned. Su Yang, here is your ID card and household registration booklet and your marriage certificate. Su Yang took his documents and couldn't help but freeze. A marriage certificate. This little red booklet suddenly felt so bright. Holy cow! I married a woman I've never met before? Yang Xia flipped through the little red book, and the woman's name immediately caught his eye. The wedding photo. The woman in the photo looked so beautiful. She looked to be in her 30s. Su Yang looked at the date of birth. It turned out Yang Xia was already 42 years old, the same age as his own mother. It was just that Yang Xia in the photo was really pretty. He looked at her and felt a little dazed. Hey! What a pity! Thinking that this auntie only had a month to live, Su Yang's heart inexplicably felt a little sorry. Why is such a pretty auntie going to die? Now she is his legally recognized wife, Su Yang. What a strange feeling. Before, I didn't feel anything, but holding this marriage certificate and looking at her photo, Su Yang suddenly felt his heart become complicated. He even vaguely felt that there was suddenly some inexplicable connection between the two of them. Li Dong, the bride is ready, except that she is still in a coma. Okay, let's not wait, let's get the ceremony started. Su Yang was holding the marriage certificate and thinking about it, when a young girl hurried out of the intensive care unit and reported the situation to the old lady. Young man, let's go in. Okay, auntie. Su Yang's mood inexplicably became a little heavy. But he didn't think much about it, and soon followed the old woman and her entourage into the intensive care unit. It was a single-person ICU room, and the room was not small. Upon entering the room, Su Yang immediately saw a woman in a wedding dress lying on the bed. However, she looked very different from the photo. Her eyes were closed, her face pale, and she looked extremely weak. The constantly fluctuating numbers on the monitor seemed to be telling Su Yang that his wife still had vital signs. Yang Xia. Su Yang looked at the woman in the hospital bed and suddenly had an indescribable feeling. This woman is now my wife? At least legally, the two of us are already a real couple. Mr. Sun, let the wedding ceremony begin. My sister has never been married before. It would be a bit shabby to hold such a simple wedding for her in the hospital room. Su Yang, you've worked hard too. It's okay. Su Yang shook her head slightly and quickly adjusted her mind. Okay, Mr. Li, the wedding will begin now. Mr. Sun, who spoke, should be the wedding MC. After listening to the old lady's arrangements, he immediately got to work. Groom, come over here and sit next to the bride. Everyone else, just stand on either side. Groom, do you take this woman to be your wife? In sickness and in health, for richer or poorer, and for whatever other reasons there may be, to love her, to care for her, to respect her, and to be faithful to her until the end of your lives? The celebrant faced the groom and said the most common set phrases at weddings. I do. Su Yang actually knew very well that he was just there to make the wedding auspicious, and that it was just a business deal. After the wedding was over, he would take the money and leave. He might never come back again. But since it was a wedding, he still had to act professionally. Bride, do you take this man to be your husband? In sickness and in health, for richer or for poorer? Oh. I heard you say yes. Yang Xiaoshang, who was in a coma in the hospital bed, could definitely not speak. But the MC was well versed and naturally prepared. The entire wedding was simply presided over and went smoothly. At the request of the MC, Su Yang took Yang Xiaoshan's hand. The small hand was very soft and weak, and it was also cold. It seemed that one could clearly feel that her vitality was really very, very weak. Chapter 4: I actually married my old aunt. It didn't take long, and the simple wedding ceremony was over. Throughout the whole wedding, Su Yang only held the bride's hand, and there was no kiss like in a normal wedding. After all, this was an intensive care unit, so after the wedding was over, everyone left. Su Yang, give me your bank card number. Okay, auntie. In order to facilitate the transfer, Su Yang carried his bank card with him at all times. When he heard the old lady ask for his bank card number, he quickly took it out of his bag. In no time at all, 500,000 yuan had been added to Su Yang's bank card. Su Yang, legally speaking, you and my younger sister are already a legal couple. If you have time, you can come and visit her too. She has been in a coma for the past 2 days, and I don't know how many more days she can hold on. Of course, it's fine if you don't come, it's up to you. Well. Su Yang nodded slightly upon hearing this. Now the money for this business has been successfully obtained. However, he has just gotten a wife in a daze. And her life will soon come to an end. Although 500,000 yuan is a lot of money, Su Yang felt heavy in his heart. For some reason, the frail and pitiful appearance of this aunt, who was the same age as his mother, made him unable to feel happy. After receiving the money, Su Yang quickly left the hospital. As for how long his marriage partner Yang Xia could live, he had no idea. But according to what the doctor said, it was likely to be within a month. If she died, he would receive a death certificate. As for her funeral arrangements, they had nothing to do with him and he didn't need to worry about them at all. That was what the old lady had promised him before. If by any chance Yang Xia could live for more than 3 months, the old lady would pay Su Yang an additional 2 million. In his heart, Su Yang really hoped that a miracle would happen. If she got better and he could earn an extra 2 million, that would be so great. After all, there was such a big age difference between them, and if Yang Xia really got better, she would probably divorce him soon. After all, it was just a temporary boost, and they didn't have much affection for each other. Back at school, Su Yang gave his parents 50,000 yuan. The reason was that he had found a good job and had been paid in advance for 6 months' work. After all, his parents came from a small village and had no idea about things in the big city. So Su Yang easily convinced them. With the money, his parents could go to the county hospital and get proper treatment. Now that he had the money, Su Yang had also become a married man. As for finding a wife on the weekend, it was really not a good idea anymore. It was really not a good idea to find a wife right after getting married. So Su Yang focused all his energy on finding a job. He sent in his resume and went on interviews every day, and was kept busy. Before he knew it, it was Friday. Su Yang, how's the job search going? How many offers have you received? Oh, forget it. I've been busy for so long, and I haven't received any offers yet. A lot of companies are laying off staff these days, so it's really hard to find a job. Su Yang studied computer science, and his preferred position is software development. But as a recent graduate, he doesn't have much work experience, so finding a job is proving difficult. Su Yang, would you like to do network maintenance? This is a clothing company group, and they have a dedicated network department that is currently hiring. But they don't do software development, but the salary is just fine, and I just confirmed it with them yesterday afternoon. Zhang Ming is Su Yang's roommate, and the two have a very close relationship. Oh, that's okay, can you recommend it? Su Yang pondered for a moment and quickly nodded. It's so hard to find a job these days, so it's always good to have a job to start with, even if you change jobs later. Okay, I'll get in touch with the department head right away. With your level of ability, you'll definitely be fine. Zhang Ming is very decisive and got in touch right away. He took out his phone and got in touch with the department head. After a while, Su Yang, I've got in touch with the department head. He said to go to the company and meet with him to have a chat sometime. I don't think there'll be a problem. Okay, I can go in the morning? Sure, I'll talk to the boss and see if he's free this morning. With that, Zhang Ming contacted the department head again and received a positive response. In that case, Su Yang didn't hesitate. Opportunities are fleeting, and you have to seize any chance for an interview. After eating breakfast in the cafeteria, Su Yang hurried to the clothing group company Zhang Ming had mentioned. He went to the network department and met with the department head. The two had a good chat, and the department head also expressed his approval of Su Yang's abilities. Later, he confirmed salary and other matters with the Human Resources Department, and finally successfully secured the job. It was almost 11 a.m. when he left the company. After working so hard for so many days, he finally got the job done, and Su Yang's heart relaxed. I wonder how that cheap wife is doing. Walking on the street, Su Yang thought again about his legal wife Yang Xia. The weak and frail appearance of his wife made him feel heavy in his heart. Maybe I should go see her. Although it was just a business deal, she was after all his legally recognized wife, and it was indeed the right thing to do to go and see her. Su Yang looked up the route on his phone and found that the hospital where Yang Xia was located was very close by. It was only 3 stops by bus. Let's go now. Su Yang didn't know if it was the right time to visit, but he would go and see for himself. He got on the bus and soon arrived at the hospital. When he arrived at the intensive care unit, he saw that visiting hours were from 3 to 3:30 p.m. No wonder there was no one in the waiting area. What the heck, just go for it, and the worst that could happen is that they kick me out. There was no one at the gate anyway, and occasionally there were medical staff coming and going, so there was still a chance to get in. Doctor, I'm the family member of patient number 6, I'd like to go visit him. Su Yang was waiting at the gate, thinking, when he looked up and saw a pretty little nurse walking over. Visiting hours are at 3 p.m. What? You're a family member of patient 6? That's right, doctor. Oh, then I know you. Your name is Su Yang, right? Yes. Su Yang couldn't help but be flustered at hearing this. Was he that famous? Even this young nurse, whom he had never seen before, knew him. Chapter 5. Could this possibly stimulate her? Okay, then come with me. The young nurse looked at Su Yang from top to bottom with a smile, secretly admiring him. This handsome young man was wearing a well-fitting suit, and he was also so handsome. It was just a pity that such a handsome boy had been forced to marry an old auntie. What a waste. Thank you, doctor, you are really pretty. Puff. Thank you. Hearing Su Yang's praise, the young nurse couldn't help but smile shyly. By the way, Su Yang, your wife is still in a coma. Dr. Wang said that you family members need to find time to chat with her more to help strengthen her will to live. Especially you, as her new husband, it is best to communicate with her more. Once her will to live is strengthened, there may be a miracle. Really? Well, that's what Dr. Wang said anyway, and he is the best in the traditional Chinese medicine department of our hospital. Oh, I see. Su Yang quickly understood what the young nurse was saying. So, Yang Xia's will to live as a cheap wife was too weak? That's why she never woke up? Yes, if she stays in a coma like this, she will probably die in 2 weeks at most. The young nurse nodded and stopped talking without saying the rest of the sentence. The two of them soon entered Yang Xia's ICU ward as they talked. The ward was cold and empty, with no one in it. The only thing moving was the numbers and graphs on the monitor. Su Yang, you should talk to your wife more often. Your wife's situation is a bit special, so you can come and talk to her more often. Okay, doctor, I understand. So, no one has communicated with her before? Oh, there have been some in the past 2 days, but it hasn't been very helpful. I have to go do something else now, but if you need anything, just shout outside. Okay. Sister doctor, thank you so much. You're welcome. With that, the young nurse walked out of Yang Xia's ICU with a shy smile. In just a few days, the life of this cheap wife seemed to have weakened even more. Hey. Su Yang stood by the bed, carefully watching Yang Xia, and his heart couldn't help but grow heavy again. Although the two of them had only had a transaction, he still couldn't help but feel a little uncomfortable. Perhaps it was seeing someone about to die, and this feeling might be the same for anyone. What should I say to her? Su Yang let out a small sigh, reached over and pulled the chair next to the bed and sat down. Yang Xia, can you hear me? My name is Su Yang, I just graduated from university this year. I'm actually a handsome guy, really, I'm really quite handsome, it's just that my family is quite poor, otherwise I would have had a girlfriend a long time ago. Seeing the frail appearance of the woman, Su Yang knew that she couldn't hear him at all. So he didn't care about what he said. Hey, auntie, I know you can't hear me, so just pretend I'm talking to myself. In the 4 years at university, I rarely talked about my personal matters with anyone. It doesn't seem right to call you auntie. After all, the two of us have already obtained our marriage certificate, so strictly speaking, the two of us are already husband and wife. I should call you wife. Suddenly, just as Su Yang finished saying this, he felt Yang Xia's small hand move slightly. Huh? Is it just me? Su Yang looked at Yang Xia's small hand and froze. Wife? Did your hand move just now? Why don't you move it again? Su Yang stared at her hand and called out wife again. However, after waiting for a while, there was no movement. I guess I'm just seeing things. Su Yang couldn't help but shake his head, and reached out to gently grasp Yang Xia's hand. It was soft and weak, still cool to the touch, and seemed to have even less vitality. Forget it, I might as well call you my wife. After all, the two of us have already received our marriage certificate, and just the other day, we had a simple wedding ceremony here. My wife. I only know that your name is Yang Xia, and that you are the same age as my mother. I don't know what you do, where your family lives, or who's in your family. But I know now that you're my wife, Su Yang. Huh? Su Yang suddenly felt that Yang Xia's hand had twitched slightly again. Wife. Honey. Did calling her wife stimulate her? So he deliberately called out her name a few more times. Could calling her that stimulate her? Could it be that she could really hear it? Honey, look, this is our marriage certificate. I know the wedding photo on it was photoshopped. But you really are so beautiful. In that bright red dress, with your rosy cheeks, you make my eyes go straight. Really, honey, I've never seen a woman as beautiful as you. So, if you wake up soon and get better, can we start a new life together? Really, I'm a great cook. And I'm in really good health, so I can definitely satisfy you. I know that women in their 40s are very strong. Don't worry, I exercise a lot and I even have six-pack abs. Huh? Su Yang could clearly feel Yang Xia's hand move again. And this time, the movement was very obvious. The door to the ward opened and the little nurse from before walked in. How is it, Su Yang? Is your wife responding? Yes. I can feel her hand move. Really? The young nurse couldn't help but be startled, and quickly looked at the monitor above the bed. Oh my God. I'll go find the doctor on duty. As soon as the nurse looked at the monitor, her eyes widened. So she turned around and hurriedly left the room. Watching the young nurse come in and then leave in such a hurry, Su Yang couldn't help but be stunned. It's just that her hand moved a little, right? Is it worth making such a big fuss? Or has her will to survive been stimulated and become stronger? What should I do? Continue chatting with her? My dear, although you look sickly, I can see that you are still a stunningly beautiful woman. If you recover, you will definitely become even more beautiful. Gee. Su Yang was still speaking when the door to the ward was pushed open again. The young nurse from before hurriedly entered the room with the doctor on duty. Chapter 6, talking about his wife. Young man, what is your relationship with the patient? The doctor on duty looked at the monitor data and a trace of surprise shone in his eyes. Obviously, he still didn't know that Su Yang and the patient were married. We are husband and wife. Oh, I see. Your name is Su Yang, right? Yes. Su Yang nodded sheepishly and couldn't help scratching his head. It seems that his reputation really precedes him. throughout the hospital. Good, young man, you continue to chat with her. If you have time in the future, come and chat with the patient more often, it will be very beneficial to her recovery. Really? Of course, just look at this heartbeat, it has obviously strengthened. I never thought that finding a young husband would have this kind of effect. The doctor on duty spoke very quietly, almost as if he were talking to himself. Okay, if you need anything, just let me know, and you can continue chatting with the patient. Okay, doctor. Su Yang never imagined that this conversation between him and Yang Xia would actually have an effect. Well, if it has an effect, then let's talk more. Saving a life is like building a 7-story pagoda, and this is saving your wife. Besides, if Yang Xia really can last for 3 months, he can get 2 million. Even if it's just for the 2 million, he has to chat with her more. After the doctor and nurse left the ward, Su Yang continued chatting with Yang Xia. Time passed slowly, and before they knew it, it was 12:30. Su Yang had become very comfortable calling Yang Xia wife. He called her wife all the time, and it sounded completely natural. If someone didn't know any better, they would think the two had been married for a long time. Wife, you must get well soon. I'm going back to school, but I'll come back in the afternoon to see how you are, okay? If you don't say anything, I'll take that as a yes. Okay, wife, I'll go now, see you in the afternoon. Su Yang said, gently squeezed Yang Xia's hand, then stood up. Ha! Su Yang saw clearly. Her hand moved again. It seemed as if she was trying to grab something. My dear. Do you want me to hold your hand? Su Yang saw this and quickly sat down again, reached out and took her hand. My dear, are you hungry? I'm a little hungry. When you wake up, tell me what you want to eat, and I'll go buy it for you, okay? If you get better, I can cook for you too. I'm not kidding, I'm a really good cook. I can cook for you 3 times a day. Su Yang stroked Yang Xia's hand, and the more he talked, the more natural and fluent he became. Okay, honey, I'm going to go eat now, and I'll try to come back early this afternoon. Su Yang stayed for a few more minutes, then let go of Yang Xia's hand and left the hospital room. After leaving the hospital, Su Yang found a small roadside shop, ate something casually, and then took the bus to rush to school. Perhaps it was because he had talked to Yang Xia too much, but now her face was all he could think about. Such a wife who was the same age as his mother. The main reason was that she was in a coma, so Su Yang dared to talk to her like this. It was just like talking to himself. It was a bit strange to call a woman who was the same age as his mother so warmly. If she really woke up, Su Yang knew that he would definitely be embarrassed to speak to her like that. In particular, he would definitely not dare to say anything romantic. An hour later, Su Yang hurried back to the university and returned to the dormitory. Su Yang, how is it? Have you finished working? As soon as he entered the dormitory, Zhang Ming came up to him. Smelling. I can smell the smell of medicine from the hospital. It's done, thank you so much, brother. Su Yang nodded and patted Zhang Ming on the shoulder to express his sincere gratitude. Pish, it was nothing. I went to the hospital to visit a friend. Oh, I see. As for what kind of friend he was visiting, naturally he wouldn't say more. And the fact that he was already married, he kept even more tightly under wraps. Su Yang, you look very handsome in that suit today. Right? I didn't buy it for the sake of finding a job, but I spent a lot of money on it. Damn. That suit must have cost more than 10,000 yuan. Ha? Su Yang didn't know anything about suit brands because he had never had any decent clothes over the years. So when the old lady gave him the suit, he had no idea how much it was worth. Anyway, it just felt really good to wear and the material was pretty good. How could it be? Do I look like someone who can afford such expensive clothes? It's fake. Oh, no wonder, that surprised me. Ha ha ha. Seeing that Zhang Ming had actually been fooled, Su Yang couldn't help but laugh like an idiot. Su Yang went out and took a shower, preparing to rest for a while. Since he had promised Yang Xia that he would visit her in the afternoon, he naturally couldn't go back on his word. Ding dong ding. Just 2 minutes after lying down on the bed, his phone rang. When he picked it up, it turned out to be a call from the old lady from before. Su Yang didn't want his roommates to hear the conversation, so he quickly rolled out of bed, put on his slippers and quickly walked out of the dormitory. Hello? Hello, auntie, what's up? Su Yang, did you go to the hospital to visit my sister at noon? Yes, auntie, I went to see her. The doctor said that it would be good for her recovery if she talked to her more. Yes, that's right. Thank you so much, Su Yang. If you have time, go and chat with my sister more often. I can pay for some of the expenses. Well, you don't need to pay, thank you, auntie. I will try to spend more time visiting her. I will be leaving school soon, so I will have some time recently. Money is indeed very important to Su Yang. But he is not an insatiable person. A gentleman loves money but takes it in the right way, and both parties have made that very clear before. And if Yang Xia can survive for more than 3 months, the old lady will give him another 2 million. In fact, he also visits Yang Xia and chats with her for this reason. Okay. Thank you, Su Yang. I definitely won't let you work for nothing. I'm an old sister who has never married in my life. I hope that in this last period of time, you can spend more time with her, okay? I'm begging you, old lady. Don't worry, auntie, I will. Anyway, although this is a business deal, Yang Xia is also his wife, after all. No matter what, he will definitely spend more time with her. Otherwise, he really feels bad in his heart. Chapter 7 Su Yang, here to see your wife again? After chatting with the old lady, Su Yang had no intention of taking a break. So he thought about going to the hospital early to see Yang Xia again. After all, he had promised her, so he would go there early. After tidying up a little, he left the house. At 3:30 p.m., he came to Ward 6 in the intensive care unit again. Because of Yang Xia's special situation, he could come in at any time. Su Yang, here to see your wife again? As soon as he entered the ward, he saw the young nurse again. Well. Su Yang nodded with a smile, a little embarrassed. He was a young man in his early 20s who had married a wife the same age as his mother. Which was indeed quite newsworthy. Perhaps the whole hospital already knew about their marriage. Okay, then you two chat first, I won't disturb the two of you. If there's anything, just call me at any time. Okay, thanks, doctor, said the young nurse, and left the room with a smile. My dear wife, I've come to visit you again. Su Yang sat on the chair by the bed and took Yang Xia's hand. Ha! It seems that her hand is not as cold as before, and there seems to be a little warmth in it. My dear wife, have you missed me? Do you know, my dear wife? In fact, I came here to bring you good luck. An old lady surnamed Li found me, and then we got married. Really, my dear wife? I still feel like I'm dreaming. You see, I'm about to graduate from university, I have a wife now, and I found a job. Am I not incredibly lucky? Su Yang said tenderly, while gently stroking Yang Xia's hand. As he stroked, he moved up to her arm. The soft, delicate arm was also cool to the touch. Ha! One hand was stroking Yang Xia's arm, and suddenly Su Yang felt her little hand move again. He could clearly feel her gently squeeze Su Yang's hand. Honey, your hand moved again. Great, let's keep going, okay? Su Yang said, while stroking her arm, moving up, and soon stroking her shoulder. The shoulder was soft and tender, and very thin. If he moved a little higher, he would be able to touch her face. Her face was pale and quite thin. Seeing this, Su Yang felt heavy in his heart and quite uncomfortable. Although he knew that this was a transaction, after all, the two of them had become husband and wife. For some reason, he felt that the two of them seemed to have been linked together by an invisible chain. My dear, can I touch your face? You are really very beautiful. If we weren't in the hospital, I would definitely kiss you. I didn't even kiss you when we got married on Monday. If you don't say anything, I'll take that as a yes. Su Yang stroked Yang Xia's small hand and said gently. A moment later, Su Yang plucked up the courage and reached out to stroke Yang Xia's small face. Ha! It's also cool, soft, and skinny. Wife, you're so pretty. Please wake up soon, and get better soon, so that I can cook for you every day. Wife, I heard from that old lady Li that you've never been married before. I never thought that I could marry such a pretty sister-in-law. I'm so happy. Su Yang stroked Yang Xia's little face, and for a moment, he didn't want to let go. Although she was thin, she felt quite soft and comfortable. Ha! Su Yang's other hand had been holding Yang Xia's little hand the whole time. Suddenly, he felt movement again. And she had gently grasped his hand. It seemed that the temperature in his hand had risen a little. Holy cow! Talking to her really works. And the effect is quite obvious. It hasn't been long since we started chatting this afternoon, and she was able to hold Su Yang's hand. Although it was only for a few seconds, she did hold it on her own initiative. Wife, you're amazing. Let's keep up the good work, okay? Feeling Yang Xia's faint response, Su Yang couldn't help but feel happy. If it really turned out like the doctor said, her will to live became stronger and stronger, then maybe she really could get better. In that case, he might really get the 2 million. As for the aunt, once she really gets better, then the marriage between the two of them is probably coming to an end. Of course, he, Su Yang, definitely won't have any lingering feelings. After all, it was just a transaction. Besides, although he is very accepting of a relationship between a younger man and an older woman, it also has to do with fate, doesn't it? But the difference between the two is really a bit too big, and to say it's a relationship between a younger man and an older woman is actually a bit inaccurate. Or it's more accurate to say that it's a love affair between people of different ages. Su Yang was gently stroking Yang Xia's face when the door to the ward suddenly opened. He was startled and quickly let go of Yang Xia's face. This action seemed a bit ambiguous, so it was better not to let outsiders see it. Su Yang turned his head and saw that it was the little nurse who had brought the old woman over. Su Yang, thank you so much. You're welcome, auntie. I'll go find the doctor on duty. As soon as Su Yang and the old lady had exchanged greetings, the young nurse couldn't help but let out a soft cry of alarm before hurrying out of the ward. I really didn't expect it, but you're quite dedicated. Well, I should be. The doctor said that chatting with her would be good for her recovery, and there's still that 2 million, isn't there? Su Yang smiled faintly. If you want to talk about emotional attachment to this cheap wife, then there is definitely none. At most, it can be considered an invisible responsibility. After all, the two of them have become husband and wife. If you want to talk about a reason, perhaps this 2 million, it sounds more believable when you say it. Well, don't worry, Su Yang, this amount of money is nothing to me. In fact, while it is good luck, I also hope that in my sister's final moments, she can have a man to keep her company. I hope that she won't feel so lonely. Hey! Su Yang, just keep holding her hand, don't let go. It's okay. While the old lady was talking, Su Yang quietly let go of Yang Xia's hand. When the old lady saw this, she gently raised her hand. She was encouraging Su Yang to be brave. This little sister has never been married in her whole life. Even in her memory, it seems that she has never had a real boyfriend. In these last days, it seems pretty good to have a handsome young boy to keep her company. Chapter 8, the more she said, the more mushy it got, and the bigger the reaction got. It's okay, Su Yang, just be more bold. If you can even kiss her. You have to know that you two are now husband and wife, and a real couple recognized by the law. After the old lady finished speaking, she really hoped in her heart that Su Yang could be braver. Perhaps Su Yang's bravery would allow her, this little sister, to experience the warmth of a man even at the end of her life. Even if she passes away, it will be a way to make up for some of the regrets. Besides, Su Yang is still a very handsome young boy, and his sister might be able to feel more comfortable. Well, I understand, auntie. Su Yang nodded sheepishly on hearing this. For someone who is terminally ill, what good will it do for him to be brave? Kissing her on the cheek should be fine. Other than that, what else can be done? It seems like there isn't much that can be done. Unless she gets better, he could sacrifice himself to help her get over the loneliness of the past few decades. But is that really possible? The doctor has already issued a death notice, and the possibility of getting better is too small. Okay, I'll leave you two alone. The old lady saw that Su Yang had answered very seriously, and a look of relief could not help but appear in her eyes. After saying that, she got up and went back. From the time she entered to the time she left, she was only there for 10 minutes. Very soon, the room was once again just the two of them. Wife, this old Mrs. Li is probably not your real sister, is she? After all, her surname is Li and yours is Yang. She's gone back now, so it's just the two of us in the room. Su Yang reached out and took Yang Xia's hand again, and his gentle voice began again. Since the chat was effective, naturally he had to act professionally. It didn't matter if there was any affection, he just had to pretend to be an actor. Just think of Yang Xia as the person you love most. Fill every word you say with love. Maybe that's the only way to help Yang Xia recover faster. Honey, do you mind if I call you baby? Even though you're the same age as my mom, I really want to call you baby. Because you are my wife, Su Yang. Su Yang said, unable to stop scratching his head. To be honest, my scalp felt a little numb and my hair stood on end a little when I said those words. It really felt a little strange to gently call someone the same age as my mother baby. Ha! Su Yang clearly felt Yang Xia's small hand grasp his again. The temperature in his hand seemed to have increased a little. It was clear that Yang Xia's vitality seemed to be increasing a little bit. Baby, I feel like you're about to wake up. Good baby, try hard. Su Yang leaned close to Yang Xia's ear and deliberately whispered sweet nothings, trying to make her hear more clearly. My dear, you're so beautiful. As he said this, Su Yang's hand stroked her little face again. Ha! The temperature on her face had also increased. It seemed. Her face was slightly flushed. Was she excited? She hadn't had a boyfriend in decades, and these sweet words had made her unable to hold back her excitement? She had never experienced a man's tenderness before, and was this her first experience? Holy cow! In fact, for Su Yang, these were the most mushy words he had ever said to a woman in his entire life. His scalp felt tingling and strange. Honey, I wish you could wake up. I really want to hold you in my arms and kiss you. Su Yang gently stroked Yang Xiao's face, then her lips, and her delicate white neck. He could clearly feel Yang Xiao's body temperature rising. Her face was also visibly turning red. Knock, knock, knock. Su Yang heard the knock on the door and quickly let go of the hand that was stroking her neck. This kind of action is better done quietly in private. If others see it, everyone will be embarrassed. The person who came in was another nurse. Hello, handsome, you are Su Yang, right? Well, hello, doctor, I am Su Yang. Right, look. Su Yang smiled and nodded at the nurse, then pointed to the hand Yang Xiao was holding. The patient is holding your hand? Her heart rate has obviously increased, I'll help her take her temperature. This nurse is obviously more professional. After looking at the monitor, she immediately went to get a thermometer. In a moment, she returned to the ward and began to take Yang Xiao's temperature. Not bad. Vital signs are really getting stronger. By the way, doctor, can you give my wife more nutrition? Will she recover faster with more nutrition? Well, in theory, yes. I'll ask the doctor on duty later. If you can wake her up and she can eat, that would be even better. Yes, I'll try my best. Until now, Yang Xiao's small hand has been holding Su Yang's hand. Although the strength is very weak, it is indeed holding. After the nurse did some inspection, she left the ward. Su Yang then continued to move closer to Yang Xia and said sweet nothings. He also knew that these words were indeed very sweet, but Yang Xia had a clear reaction to sweet words. It seemed that the more sweet the words, the greater the reaction. Moreover, the more gently he stroked her face, lips, neck and other places, the greater her reaction seemed to become. Of course, Su Yang did not go any further, especially below the neck, and he was indeed a little embarrassed to do so. Yang Xiao's reaction was indeed getting bigger and bigger, but it was not clear whether she was excited or depressed. She was a 42-year-old woman who had just been called wife by a 22-year-old boy. It was indeed quite weird to think about being touched like that. Some women might enjoy it, while others might be extremely angry. In Yang Xiao's case, she had never had a boyfriend in all those years, so did that mean she didn't like men? So now she was reacting so strongly. Su Yang is confused. Is she just excited or is she angry? Honey, the doctor said that talking to you a lot is good for your recovery. Actually, I don't know what to talk about. If what I say makes you unhappy, please don't be like me, okay? But what I say is from the heart. I've never had a girlfriend before, and I've never held a girl's hand. I never thought I'd become a married man. I really hope you can wake up, and I really want to hug you and kiss you. Su Yang had become very skilled at saying these things, and as for whether they were from the heart, they sounded heartfelt enough. Chapter 9, Flirting in the Hospital Room. Time passed slowly, and soon it was 5 p.m. Honey, it's 5 p.m. now. I'm going to go back to school first. I'll come back in the morning to keep you company, okay? Baby. You work hard too. When I see you tomorrow, you'll have already woken up, okay? Su Yang gently petted Yang Xiao's little face and spoke tenderly. It was getting late, and he should go back. It was still an hour's drive from the hospital to the school. Wait until tomorrow, come back after breakfast to keep her company. As the days passed, Su Yang would come to the hospital whenever he had time. Every time he came, he would gently take Yang Xiao's hand and say tender or flirty things to her. Yang Xiao's vital signs were also improving at a visible rate. Whenever Su Yang held her hand and spoke tenderly, Yang Xiao's face would turn red. If Yang heard Su Yang say something more romantic or flirtatious, her reaction would be even stronger and she would hold Su Yang's hand even tighter. Before they knew it, the day of leaving school had arrived and the students were preparing to start packing their things. That noon, Su Yang had just returned to the dormitory from the hospital. Su Yang, where are you planning to rent a place? Why don't we share a place? Zhang Ming and Su Yang now worked in the same place, so it would be more appropriate to share a place. That's fine, I was thinking the same thing. Let's find a place to live as soon as possible. It's the graduation season, so it's not easy to find a place to rent. I guess the price will be higher than usual. Why don't we look for a place near the company? It'll be convenient to work if it's close to the company. My goodness. Our company is in the business center, and the rent there is too expensive. Zhang Ming shook his head like a rattle when he heard this. The area is basically full of office buildings, and any place close to the office that is affordable is not cheap. The two of them have just started working and don't have much money to rent an expensive place. Oh, and look for me too. Su Yang opened her phone and started looking for a place near the hospital and the company. From Yang Xia's condition during this period of time, her vital signs have stabilized, and they are quite strong. It's just that for some reason, she has never woken up. The doctor also feels a bit puzzled. According to the old Chinese medicine doctor, she is reluctant to wake up, perhaps because she has something on her mind. Su Yang learned about this and had the idea of spending a long time chatting with her. Shit. I've already looked for a place near the company, and the closest and cheapest place is Yangxia Community, which is an old and rundown community. Oh? Yangxia Community? Su Yang couldn't help but feel a stirring in his heart when he heard this. Yes, it's the sun's yang and the summer's xia. You don't believe me? Just look it up. Okay, let me see. Su Yang opened the rental app and quickly found listings in Yangxia Community. There were both whole and shared rentals. This place looks okay to me. How about if the two of us share a master bedroom? We can ask the agency to get 2 single beds. Su Yang soon discovered that the place was not far from the hospital. It would be quite convenient if they wanted to visit Yangxia. It was also quite close to the company. Zhang Ming didn't have any objections. Now that they had settled on a job, and it was time to leave school, they really needed to find somewhere to live soon. Okay, why don't we go look at some apartments now? No problem. The two of them agreed. They quickly left school and took the bus to Yangxia Residential Community. They contacted the real estate agency on the way and arranged to go look at some apartments. The two of them viewed the property very smoothly. They went to the residential area and viewed 2 places, and then they liked one of the master bedrooms. They quickly went to the real estate agency and rented the room. In the afternoon, the real estate agency will replace the double bed with 2 single beds. Tomorrow, the two of them can move in and live there. Zhang Ming, I still have to go to the hospital to see a friend, so why don't you go back to school first? Su Yang, I see that you often go out recently and you always have the smell of the hospital on your body. You wouldn't have found a job as a caregiver in the hospital, would you? You've got a vivid imagination. We're going to work at the company the day after tomorrow, so what kind of nursing assistant job do you think I'll get? Why don't I go with you to the hospital? What kind of friend is this? Is he worth going to every day? Oh. He's a relative from my hometown. You know, family. I have to help him out. Su Yang naturally didn't tell Zhang Ming the truth. He couldn't say that he was married to an old aunt who was dying. So he just made up a story. Oh, I see. Okay, I'll go back to school, and we'll move in the morning. Okay. Zhang Ming. Su Yang nodded and quickly parted from Zhang Ming. Leaving Yangxia Community, Su Yang got on the bus at the gate and went straight to the hospital. By the time he arrived at the hospital, it was already 3:30 p.m. If he wasn't renting a room, he would have come earlier. Honey, I went to rent a room today, and the name of the community is really interesting. It's called Yangxia Community. It has 1 character from my name and 1 character from your name. Honey, do you think this means we are especially destined to be together? As he said this, Su Yang's hand stroked Yang Xia's little face. Very quickly. Her little face turned slightly red again. The temperature also rose slightly. Honey, how about I call you Xia Xia? Or Xia Xia baby? Su Yang leaned against the head of the bed and whispered flirtatiously. Yang Xia's little hand moved and quickly grasped his hand again. Knock, knock, knock. Just as Su Yang was about to touch her neck, the door to the ward was knocked on again. A young nurse then entered the room with a woman. The woman looked to be in her 30s, very pretty, and gentle and obedient. Su Yang, a friend of your wife is here to visit her. You two chat, and let me know if you need anything. Thank you, doctor. Su Yang nodded, turned his head, and looked at the strange woman again. He gently stroked Yang Xia's hand, and did not let go when the woman entered. You two are already married? The woman looked at Su Yang, taking her in from top to bottom. Then she looked at Yang Xia in a daze, her eyes conveying an indescribable sense of apology. Yes, hello, are you a friend of Yang Xia's? Well. Yes, she and I are very good friends. The woman nodded, her voice a little low, and there seemed to be an unfathomable meaning in her words. Chapter 10, This woman is very beautiful, but also very strange. Oh. Su Yan looked at the woman in front of him and felt that her expression was a bit strange. But he couldn't say exactly where it was strange. Your name is Su Yang? Yes. He seemed to sense that the woman didn't believe that the two of them were married, so he reached over and took his backpack, from which he took out the marriage certificate. Look. You guys really are married, okay, then I'm relieved. The woman looked at the marriage certificate in her hands and couldn't help but nod slightly. A look of relief seemed to appear in her eyes. Ha! The woman's voice was very quiet, but Su Yang still heard her clearly. What do you care if we're married or not? What are you still worried about? What's your name, sister? My name is Li Pingping. Oh, Li Pingping. Su Yang nodded, knowing that a name was useless. He also had no idea what kind of friend this woman was to Yang Xia. Honey, there's a young lady named Li Pingping here to see you. Su Yang took Yang Xia's small hand, leaned closer to the bedside, and said softly. Suddenly, Yang Xia suddenly grasped Su Yang's hand, and the strength was obviously much greater than before. It seemed that she had a very strong reaction to this name. What's wrong, honey? Do you want to say something to this Li Pingping? Su Yang said tenderly, and turned his head to look at Li Pingping by the side. That's strange. He felt that there seemed to be something between this Li Pingping and Yang Xia. A favor? A grudge? Or? Su Yang simply couldn't figure it out for a moment. Yang Xia, congratulations on your marriage. Your husband is really handsome. Li Pingping hesitated for a moment, then gently came to the bedside, leaned down and whispered to Yang Xia. Really, Yang Xia, forgive me for what I did in the past. Now that you're married, I hope you'll get better soon. I came today because I heard that you got married, so I came to see you. Really? Your husband is very young and handsome. Congratulations. I won't disturb you too, goodbye. Li Pingping finished speaking and stood up. Su Yang saw at a glance that Yang Xia's eyelids moved. It seemed that she was trying hard to open her eyes. Moreover, her small hand grasped Su Yang's hand, and the strength seemed to have increased a bit. Step, step, step. Li Pingping walked to the door of the ward, looked back at Yang Xia, nodded to Su Yang, and then opened the door and left. Honey. That young lady Li Pingping just left. Honey, she was your good friend before, wasn't she? Su Yang knew from Li Pingping's words just now that this young lady must have offended Yang Xia before. Otherwise, she wouldn't have said to let her forgive something. Honey, don't worry. When you wake up, let's go find her to play together, okay? Seeing Yang Xia's eyelids moving constantly, he knew that she really wanted to wake up, and even eagerly wanted to wake up, so he gently comforted her. He reached out and stroked her little face gently. Honey, I think that little girl is okay, but she's definitely not as pretty as you. But she seems to have a good temper. Did she do something to upset you before? But I don't think this person is a bad person. Su Yang felt strange, but still couldn't guess what had happened between the two of them in the past. But there was definitely something between the two of them. Perhaps all these things have not been resolved yet. My dear Xia, you're so sweet. I feel that you're about to wake up. I'm so happy, my dear. Su Yan stroked Yang Xia's face and then gently stroked her neck. After a while, Yang Xia's eyelids stopped twitching. It seemed that Su Yang's soothing words had taken effect. Time passed slowly, and soon it was 6 p.m. Honey, I'm going back to school first. I'm moving tomorrow morning, so I might be a little late. Don't miss me too much. Su Yang gently nudged Yang Xia's nose, then let go of her hand. Squeak. Just as Su Yang was about to leave, the little nurse walked back into the room. Doctor, just now my wife's eyelids moved, for a while, but she didn't open her eyes. Really? Yes, and she also squeezed my hand much harder. I always feel like she'll wake up at any moment. Good. That's great. I'll talk to the attending doctor about it later. Thank you so much, doctor. Goodbye. Su Yang put on his backpack, waved to the little nurse, and left the ward. If only this handsome guy were my boyfriend. He's so patient and has a good temper. The little nurse couldn't help but beam as she watched Su Yang's back. After leaving the hospital, he took the bus and hurried back to school. After graduating, he suddenly felt that the university, where he had spent 4 years, seemed to have suddenly drifted away from him. Now his heart was filled with the work that was about to begin, and even more so with Yang Xia, who was becoming more and more vital. He didn't know why. After spending time with her during this period, he seemed to have become somewhat accustomed to this big sister who had suddenly appeared in his life. Although she was bedridden and could not even wake up, she seemed to already be a part of Su Yang's life. It's been more than half a month since the day of the wedding. Yang Xia's condition is getting better and better. If things go as expected, she will definitely survive for more than 3 months. It's also possible that her body will recover. Ding dong ding. Su Yang had just walked onto the campus when her phone rang. It turned out to be the old lady from before. Hello? Hello, auntie. Su Yang, you're graduating, right? Oh yes, auntie, we have already graduated. I will leave school and move tomorrow. Where are you going to live? Do you need me to arrange a place for you? No need, auntie. My classmates and I have rented a room near the hospital. It's big enough for us. Thank you. Su Yang didn't want to take advantage of others in anything other than business. So he calmly refused the old lady's help. He could also tell that the old lady really wanted to help him. Chapter 11. The more ambiguous the conversation, the faster you wake up. Oh, Su Yang, I have the key to my sister's house here. She also has a car at home. Why don't you just stay there? You are married anyway. The old lady hesitated for a moment before continuing. No need, auntie. As long as Yang Xia is alive, I will definitely visit her often. By the way, her condition has been quite good recently. When I saw her today, her eyelids moved for a while, as if she could wake up at any time. Su Yang once again politely declined the old lady's help. The reason why he now goes to the trouble of chatting with Yang Xia is nothing more than a lingering sense of responsibility in his heart. After all, the two are married, and she is his wife. So he feels that chatting with her is the right thing to do. As for other money, possessions, and the old lady's help, they have nothing to do with him. Well, I know all this, the doctor already told me. Thank you so much, Su Yang. You are such a good boy. If only my sister had met you earlier. The old lady expressed her gratitude once again, as if there was still something she wanted to say. Early the next morning, after having breakfast, Su Yang and Zhang Ming started packing their things. They also called a minivan. By the time they finished moving, it was already 11 o'clock in the morning. Su Yang, let's go out for a drink. Now that we've graduated from university, found a job, and settled down, it's really worth celebrating. I'll go. It's already 11 o'clock. After wiping the sweat from his brow, Su Yang looked at the time and realized it was already noon. Zhang Ming, I have to go to the hospital, so I won't have time to eat. I'm really sorry. Oh, that's okay. You go ahead, I see that there are quite a few small shops at the entrance to this neighborhood, so I'll go enjoy myself. Ah, okay, then you go enjoy yourself. Su Yang said, hurriedly went to the bathroom in the master bedroom, and tidied up a bit. After a short while, he left the house with Zhang Ming. He didn't even bother to eat lunch, and Su Yang took the bus to the hospital. He couldn't say why, but he just wanted to see Yang Xia as soon as possible and chat with her a bit. Maybe it was because they were husband and wife, or maybe it was because of the 2 million. Yang Xia's residential area was very close to the hospital, and in no time, he arrived. Honey, I'm really sorry, I moved this morning, and I came over as soon as I finished packing. I didn't even bother to eat lunch. Once in the ward, Su Yang sat down near the bed and gently took Yang Xia's hand. Ha! This hand feels a little warm. And her face looks a little more rosy than before. In his surprise, Su Yang's hand automatically stroked Yang Xia's face. Ooh. It's definitely warmer. Are you getting better, honey? Su Yang glanced towards the door. The doctor and nurse were no longer there. The doctor must have noticed this, right? Such obvious changes should have been obvious when taking the temperature at least. Just as he was thinking, the door to the ward opened and a young nurse came smiling over. Doctor, she. Su Yang, what did you notice? The young nurse looked at Su Yang with a smile in her eyes. I noticed that her hands and face were still a little warm. Could it be that she has a fever? The young nurse couldn't help but laugh lightly when she heard this. No, your wife doesn't have a fever. We've been measuring her temperature and it's normal. I have some good news for you. Your wife woke up for a while this morning. We fed her some food and she ate quite a lot. Su Yang couldn't help but turn her head sharply to look at Yang Xia. This big sister is really getting better and better. She even woke up. And she ate quite a lot. In that case, it seems likely that she will live beyond 3 months. Doctor, is she going to recover soon? Well, I guess so. As long as she can wake up like she did today and eat more, it's unlikely that she'll need to stay in the ICU for long. Oh. Su Yang couldn't help but get excited at the news. I can't believe it. A miracle has really happened. Her body's functions were very weak, and she was already in a deep coma when she was admitted to the hospital. She had been receiving nutrition shots and glucose infusions to maintain her blood sugar, but according to the old Chinese Dr. Wang, she was refusing to live. Therefore, as long as her will to live can be stimulated, she will recover. Well, the doctor had also told him something before, so he probably understands. It's just that he really can't understand why such a mature and beautiful older sister would not want to live. She must have suffered some kind of blow before. And this blow must have been very, very heavy. You guys continue chatting, I won't disturb you too. The young nurse stayed for a while, and after the examination, she left the ward. Wife. Su Yang stroked Yang Xia's small hand, and suddenly felt a little nervous. Oh my god. Will this big sister wake up at any time? I keep calling her my wife, and when she wakes up, will she scold me for molesting her? She probably still doesn't know that she's married, right? If she suddenly hears a little boy calling her wife, will she be scared? Honey, can you hear me? If you can, will you shake my hand? Su Yang moved closer, his voice as usual, patient and gentle. But Yang Xia did not respond. My dear. Xiao. Then Su Yang's words became a little more ambiguous. His hand then stroked Yang Xia's face. Air. It seems that her face is even warmer, as if a blush has appeared. Suddenly, Yang Xia's hand jerked. However, it only moved a little and then stopped. Honey, the doctor just told me that you woke up this morning and even ate quite a bit. Let's keep trying, okay? After you get better, I'll make you delicious food every day, okay? My dear Xiaoxia, do you know? You are the most beautiful girl I have ever seen. Really, I'm not lying. Chapter 12, Falling in love is like exercising, and having a baby is like doing an experiment. Honey, did you hear what I said? Su Yang couldn't help but flinch, and her hand trembled a little. Could it be that she really could hear what I said? Oh no. Wouldn't that be embarrassing? This is an auntie who is the same age as my mother. It's really a bit embarrassing to call someone honey. Sister, can you hear what I'm saying? Su Yang changed the way she addressed her to sister to avoid any awkwardness. After all, there was no problem with calling her sister. Sister. Su Yang squeezed her hand gently and called out to her carefully. However, after a while, Yang Xia did not react in any other way. It seems that she was only holding my hand as a simple reflex? Slowly, Su Yang also relaxed. Honey, you scared me. I really thought you woke up. Really, I really hope you wake up, but I don't know how to face you when you do. Hey. I actually know that when you really wake up, you will definitely divorce me. After all, I'm just a tool to make you happy. Su Yang said, unable to help but let out a small sigh. He didn't know why he sighed, perhaps Yang Xia was used to it in his life. At least for this period of time, he increasingly wanted to chat with her. Time passed slowly. Until it was 1 p.m. Honey, I haven't eaten lunch yet. I'll go out and eat something, and then come back to keep you company. You have to be a good girl, okay? Wake up a few times and eat more, okay? Okay, honey, I'm going to go eat. I'll see you later. After saying that, Su Yang stood up and let go of Yang Xia's hand. In the afternoon, Su Yang spent the rest of the afternoon chatting with her, until it was almost 5 p.m. before he was ready to leave. Honey, I'm going to work tomorrow. The company I work for is a clothing company, and it's quite close to here. I'll probably have some time to come and keep you company after work in the afternoon and evening. Okay, baby, I'm going to go back now. After leaving the hospital, Su Yang went straight back to the new rented house. My goodness, Su Yang, you've been gone for most of the day. What kind of patient are you treating? You're not really working as a caregiver, are you? As soon as she arrived home, Jiang Ming could smell the hospital smell on Su Yang. No, I just went to chat with the patient. The doctor said that talking to patients is good for their recovery. Oh. Doesn't the patient have any other family members? It must be hard for you to go to the hospital every day. Well, yes, there are no family members. Su Yan responded vaguely when she heard this. After all, this is really not something that should be discussed with Jiang Ming. In that case, you really are having a hard time. It's fine, what's the big deal? It's only natural to help out family. Come on, Jiang Ming, let me buy you a drink. Su Yan looked at the time and realized that they could now eat something nice and have a drink together. With over 400,000 yuan in the bank, they didn't have to be too frugal right now. Really? Of course. Let's go. With that, the two of them left the house together. In no time, the two of them were in a small restaurant on the street outside the community. They ordered 2 dishes and 2 bottles of beer. Tomorrow is the first day of work, so it's not appropriate to drink too much, just a little drink. Hey! Come on, brother, cheers! After filling the glass, Jiang Ming raised the glass and couldn't help but let out a soft sigh. What's wrong? Why are you sighing? The two of them clinked glasses and drank in one go. It's still because of Li Feifei, hey! What happened to Li Feifei? Didn't you two get along pretty well? And you stayed in Jiangqing for her. She said yesterday that if we were to get married in the future, I would have to buy a house in Jiangqing. I just graduated, where am I going to get the money to buy a house? And she said she wanted a 500,000 yuan bride price. Jiang Ming said, poured himself another glass, and then drank it. A 100 square meter apartment in Jiangqing costs more than 2 million yuan. I don't have that kind of money. And she said she would only give me 2 years to get all that together, and if I couldn't, then there was no future for us. Su Yang couldn't help feeling helpless when she heard Jiang Ming's words. Earn 2.5 million in 2 years? That's 1.25 million a year, or 100,000 plus a month. And that's after tax. What does a recent graduate do to earn that kind of money? Talk? If he really insists on those terms, their relationship is already over. Sigh. I regret falling in love. Without a partner, there is no such attachment and no such worries. Just like you now, being single is great, what the hell am I doing in a relationship? Su Yang heard this and could not help but pull the corners of his mouth. Brother, you are not single anymore, I am already married, okay? And my wife is lying in the hospital at this very moment. Although I don't have to pay for all kinds of expenses, I still have concerns, okay? Jiang Ming, you have to think about it this way. Think about it. If you and Li Feifei get married, then you'll be a happy couple. If not, then you'll have gained some experience with someone else's wife. Besides, you've slept with her many times, right? That's great, she's someone else's wife anyway, so you're not losing out. As the old saying goes, falling in love is good practice, and having a baby is a laboratory experiment. Su Yang said, unable to stop smiling. Damn it. You do have a point. But I already think of her as my wife. If we can't become a couple, she'll become someone else's wife. That's a terrible thought. Well, you're right, Jiang Ming makes a lot of sense. But there's still 2.5 million miles to go before she becomes my wife. What can I do? With your physique, you won't make much money as a streetwalker. By the way, Su Yang, why don't you go for a rich woman? When you make a lot of money, just support me a little. Chapter 13, just started working and something happened at the company. Put. No such thing as a free lunch. I'd like to think about this rich woman too, even if she's a second wife. Everyone wants to find a rich woman these days, it's too much of a hassle. Su Yang smiled and drew back the corners of his mouth, shaking his head slightly. The image of Yang Xia instantly reappeared in his mind. Could this older sister be a rich woman? Su Yang basically didn't know anything about her. He only knew that the old lady was her sister, but he wasn't sure how close the relationship was. From the look of the old lady, she seemed very elegant and dignified, and she didn't seem like an ordinary person. And when Yang Xia married her that day, someone called the old lady Madam Li. It was likely that she was a rich woman. But whether Yang Xia was a rich woman or not, he didn't know. Hey! Zhang Ming let out a bitter laugh and raised his glass to clink with Su Yang's. These days, finding a rich woman is just a dream, and it's rare in reality. The next day, both got up early. After washing up and tidying up, they went out for breakfast and then took the bus to the company together. They signed the contract, tidied up the workstation computer, etc. They were busy for half the morning before they were done. Su Yang, go to the design department on the 5th floor, there's a computer that won't turn on, Director Wang from their department just called. Su Yang had just sat down to take a sip of water when the department head came over. Okay, boss, I'll go right away. The director of the network department was surnamed Li, in his 30s, and had a pretty good temper. The colleagues in the department called him boss, so Su Yang followed suit. Here's the work order. Just have them sign it when it's done. Okay, boss. Su Yang took the work order and understood at a glance that it was just a simple work record. The boss came right away to arrange the work, which was probably also a test for him. After taking the work order, Su Yang went directly to the 5th floor. Wow! There are so many beautiful women here. This is the design department of the group, and basically there are all kinds of pretty girls coming and going. It's a clothing company, so there are indeed a lot of girls. Su Yang scanned the area and quickly found the director's office. Since the director of the design department made the call, he, or she, was the right person to talk to. Director Li, have you approved the application form I sent you? We're in a bit of a hurry. Oh, I see. Director Li, could you hurry up a bit? This is quite affecting our work. Su Yang stood in the doorway, listening to the sound of the phone call coming from inside. He didn't knock on the director's office door until the call was finished. Come in. Creak. With a crisp female voice, Su Yang reached out and pushed open the door. It turned out to be a pretty older sister, looking in her early 30s. Hello, Director Wang, I'm from the network department. I heard that you have a computer here that won't turn on? Yes, that's right. Come with me, young man. Are you new here? Director Wang looked at Su Yang as he entered, and his eyes could not help but light up. This new guy from the network department is very handsome. He's just a bit underdressed. Yes, Director Wang, I just started today. My name is Su Yang. Well, how old are you, young man? I just graduated this year, so I'm 22. Oh, you're so young. Su Yang, add me on WeChat, so I can contact you directly if there are any problems with the computers in our department in the future. Okay, Director Wang. Su Yang didn't think much of it, and the two quickly added each other on WeChat. Then Director Wang took Su Yang to the colleague whose computer wouldn't turn on, and after arranging a time to come back, he left. After a little inspection, he quickly identified the problem: the monitor cable had come loose. After replugging it in, the computer was working normally again. After having the colleague sign the work order, Su Yang left. After handing the work order to his boss, Su Yang returned to his own workstation. Su Yang, it was solved so quickly? Yes, it was just the monitor cable that came loose, a trivial matter. Su Yang, have you noticed, there are a lot of beautiful women in our company? Su Yang couldn't help but smile when he heard this. Indeed, I just went to the design department and saw that there are really a lot of beautiful women. Even their director is also a pretty older sister. Really? I'll go, I like older sisters. Come on, such a pretty older sister must have married long ago, how could she save herself for you? Besides, you still have Li Fei Fei. Hey. It's millions of dollars, buddy, I can't just sell my kidney, can I? Even if I did, I wouldn't make this much money. Zhang Ming let out a sigh after hearing Su Yang's words. By the way, I went out for a smoke a while ago and heard some gossip in the stairwell. Oh? What is it? Su Yang turned on his computer and prepared to download some software development tools, so that he could continue to learn about research and development when he wasn't busy. I heard that the group's CEO is sick, and it seems that the illness is quite serious. He hasn't been seen for 2 to 3 months. No way. I just started working here, and I already got such unfortunate news. I don't know if the boss's absence will affect the company's operations and how long I can keep this job. It's true. A few people I smoke with said it, and they all seem to be long-term employees, so they don't seem to be lying. Is something going to happen to the company? Oh, no, we just started working here. Who knows, but it sounds like some people are panicking. Oh. Su Yang couldn't help feeling depressed when he heard this. He had just started working here and already encountered this kind of thing. It's okay, just let it be. At worst, we can just change jobs again. Zhang Ming was quite open-minded about it and didn't seem to care too much. Su Yang nodded and didn't think about it anymore. After all, there was nothing he could do about it, so he just had to go with the flow. Time passed slowly, and soon it was time to go home. Let's go to the cafeteria for lunch, Zhang Ming said, patting Su Yang on the shoulder. The second floor of the group office building is the company cafeteria, and the food is relatively cheap. Zhang Ming, I'll go to the hospital during lunch break, so I won't go to the cafeteria. I'll just buy some buns on the way. Su Yang shook his head. There was probably a line to get into the cafeteria, and he really didn't have that much time. He had already promised to go see Yang Xia at noon, so he didn't want to go back on his word. Oh, that's fine, the two of them said, walking quickly towards the elevator together. Chapter 14, This older sister is actually blushing. After leaving the company, Su Yang got on the number 3 bus at the entrance. It didn't take long for him to arrive at the ICU ward area of the hospital. He is now considered a celebrity here, and both the doctors and nurses here will smile and nod when they see him. Entering Ward 6, he saw Yang Xia at a glance. Next to her was a young nurse, busy checking something in her records. Su Yang is here, why are you so late today? Doctor, I started work today, and I rushed here as soon as I finished work. In fact, Su Yang didn't even buy a bun and rushed here directly. If I'm hungry, I'll just go out and eat something when I'm free in the afternoon. After all, the morning is too short, and I'll have to go back after talking to Yang Xia for a while. Oh, it's really not easy to work while also coming to accompany the patient. It's okay, it's what you should do. Su Yang nodded with a smile, then pulled the chair over and sat down by the bed. She reached out and took Yang Xia's hand. Wow! This little hand is really getting warmer and warmer. Doctor, did my wife wake up and eat today? Yes, Su Yang, she woke up twice this morning and ate more than she did yesterday. Her eyes also looked much more lively. That's great. Hearing the nurse's words, Su Yang couldn't help but be pleasantly surprised. Did she speak? No, but she heard clearly and opened her mouth on her own when she was fed. In a few days, she might even be able to get out of bed. This is amazing. Su Yang couldn't help but feel a little dazed. Is this big sister almost going to get better? How about it, Su Yang, are you happy? Your wife is so pretty, the nurse said, unable to stop laughing. This older sister is indeed pretty, but she is really too different in age from Su Yang. It's exactly the feeling of a mother-son romance. It's quite interesting to think about. I wonder if they will get a divorce soon after this older sister wakes up. Yes, she is indeed pretty. Su Yang gently stroked Yang Xia's small hand, which was warm and felt more and more comfortable to touch. Suddenly, her small hand was holding Su Yang's hand again. You two talk, I'll go out first, just call me if you need me. The little nurse quickly finished what she was doing and left the ward. That wife, can you hear me now? I went to work today, and the working environment is quite good. Oh yes, wife, the company I went to is called Zulife Clothing Group, it's quite big. Perhaps he was heard, because as soon as he finished speaking, Yang Xia's little hand suddenly trembled. Baby, are you waking up? Su Yang saw this and reached out to stroke her face. Her face was really becoming more and more rosy, and it felt even more comfortable to touch. Then he stroked her lips and neck. Huh? Why does it feel like Yang Xia's face is becoming more and more flushed? It seems like she's blushing. Honey, would you mind waking up for a second? The doctor said you've woken up a few times and eaten quite a bit, but I haven't seen that once, which is a bit of a shame. Su Yang gently stroked her neck and continued a little lower, to her collarbone. If he went any lower, it would be perfectly normal between a husband and wife, and no one would say anything. Phew. Su Yang suddenly felt Yang Xia's breathing quicken. Her face was turning redder and redder. Ugh. Oh my god. Yang Xia is not really going to wake up, is she? This reaction is obviously a normal reaction for a woman next to a man. Her face is flushed and her breathing is rapid. She's not pretending to be asleep, is she? Su Yang couldn't help but shiver at the thought. He quickly let go of her hand. However, she still held his hand, as if she was used to it. Their hands were holding hands, as if they had accepted each other. Sister, I feel like you've woken up. Are you a little embarrassed to face me now? It's actually fine. I really hope you can wake up and face life properly. There are so many beautiful things in life, and there must also be people you cherish. If you wake up and recover, you can let me go whenever you want. As long as you're doing well. Su Yang held Yang Xia's little hand and spoke gently. The addressee had once again become sister. He truly felt that this older sister might have really woken up. She just doesn't want to open her eyes right now, perhaps because she doesn't want to face him. If you don't want me to leave, sister, what I said before still applies. Really? I can cook delicious food, I can cook for you every day. Sister, perhaps you feel that there is a big age difference between us, but I actually like older sisters, and I can accept it anyway, so it's up to you. Su Yang scratched his head, thinking that they might soon have to part ways, and his heart couldn't help but conflict. The two of them were a real couple, and if they just carried on as they were, it seemed like Su Yang could accept it. It was fine if she was older, he felt okay with that and could accept it. It was just that he didn't know what the older sister thought. She had never had a boyfriend before, and now she had a young guy, so he didn't know if she could accept it. Big sister, can I kiss your cheek? If you don't say anything, that'll be your answer. Su Yang said, suddenly feeling his hand being squeezed. It was obvious. Yang Xia really seemed to have heard what he said and understood. Now she seemed a little nervous. Boo! After saying that, Su Yang didn't hesitate at all and kissed Yang Xia directly on the cheek. Left and right. Who? Yang Xia's breathing suddenly became rapid again. Her eyelashes trembled. Ooh. She even let out a faint sound. Sister, we are now husband and wife. We have been together for so long, and this is the first time I have kissed you. Hey. I'm going to kiss you every day from now on. By the way, I still want to call you wife, okay? Seeing Yang Xia's shy expression, Su Yang knew that this older sister should really be recovering. Chapter 15, there are millions of girls in the world, so if this one doesn't work out, we can just find another. Su Yang could feel that this older sister didn't seem to dislike him. Perhaps after all these days of chatting together, she had slowly grown used to his presence. Time passed quickly, and Su Yang had to go back. After all, the lunch hour was too short, and he simply couldn't chat for long. Honey, I have to go back. I have to go to work at 1 p.m. After all, I just started working, and I don't want to be late. How about I come back after work this afternoon and keep you company? Boo! Su Yang said, then got up and stood up. He bent down and kissed her cheek. Ooh! Yang Xia let out a soft sound again, and her face instantly turned red again. Okay, honey, I'll see you tonight. Su Yang said, then let go of Yang Xia's hand and left a little reluctantly. For some reason, it seemed that the weight of her in his heart was getting heavier and heavier. When he arrived at the office, it was just past 1 p.m. Fortunately, he wasn't late. Su Yang, when I was eating in the cafeteria at noon, I hit on a little girl. As soon as I sat down, Zhang Ming came up to him quietly. Awesome, you hit on a girl on your first day at work? Don't you think I'm good at that? By the way, Su Yang, with your qualifications, it's too easy to pick up a girl in our company. Zhang Ming smiled and patted Su Yang on the shoulder, his eyes full of indescribable excitement. Damn, man, aren't you sad about Li Feifei? What the hell? Millions of dollars. What's the point of being sad? The best way to deal with sadness is to distract yourself. In short, that means getting a new girl. I admire. Su Yang looked at Zhang Ming, his eyes unable to help but stare. This big brother is absolutely right. There are millions of girls in the world, so if this one doesn't work, we'll just get a new one. Zhang Ming, go to the big conference room and connect the projector to the computer to test it. The boss needs it for the meeting. Okay, boss. The two were chatting quietly when the department boss came over and gave Zhang Ming some work to do. Su Yang, go to the design department and find Director Wang. She says she needs to see you about something. Huh? Su Yang was taken aback. Boss, what did she say she needed to see me about? Did someone else's computer break down again? Something good. Just go and see. The boss said, smiling and patting Su Yang on the shoulder. But he didn't say what it was about. But from his smile, Su Yang felt that it was probably something good. Okay, boss, I'll go right away. Since the boss had arranged something for him to do, Su Yang naturally didn't want to be rude. He quickly left his workstation and hurried to the design department on the 5th floor. Knock, knock, knock. Director Wang's office door was open, and Su Yang went to the door and knocked twice lightly. Director Wang, you called me? Yes, come in. Su Yang, sit down. Director Wang looked up and saw Su Yang at the door, and a smile instantly appeared on his face. He waved at him, indicating that he should sit in the chair opposite. Thank you, Director Wang. Su Yang nodded and sat down opposite her. This older sister is really quite pretty. Both her face and her figure are absolutely superb. What are you being polite for? It's a second time around. We're familiar with each other now, aren't we? Director Wang stared at Su Yang's face, feeling an indescribable emotion. Well, if you say so, then we are familiar with each other. Director Wang, what is it that you want with me? Su Yang, I am a few years older than you, so if you don't mind, you can call me Wang Jia, or just call me sister. Well, since the older sister has said so, Su Yang naturally couldn't be too timid. Okay, Sister Wang. That's right, Su Yang, I've asked you here because I want you to be our temporary model. But don't worry, you'll get paid every time, and the fee is quite good. Anyway, because we have to pay a lot of money to find male models outside. I feel that your appearance, figure and temperament are all quite good, so you can definitely be our male model. It won't affect your current work anyway, and the income is quite good. What do you think, Su Yang? And the fee? Su Yang couldn't help but light up when he heard there was money involved. This is not just another way to make money, it's great. Of course it is, and the fees are quite a lot. Don't worry, I won't treat you badly. Director Wang looked at Su Yang, and a trace of an indescribable light shone in his eyes. I don't know if it was admiration or something else. That's great, thank you, Sister Wang. You're welcome. In the future, whenever there's an opportunity, I'll definitely think of you, okay? Okay, Sister Wang. Having more friends means more opportunities. Su Yang didn't really feel anything about Director Wang's help. After all, he was really quite good looking, and it was only natural that he was chosen as a model. When he had been a temporary boyfriend for the girls before, other people had also noticed his appearance. Okay, Su Yang, these are the things I need you to do. Since you've agreed, just wait for some good news from me. I'll go to the meeting in a while, and once the leaders have approved the expenses, we can get started. I'll contact you then. Okay, Wang Jia. By the way, Wang Jia, I heard that the big boss of our company is sick. Is that true? Su Yang suddenly thought of this question before leaving, so he asked casually. Oh, I'll tell you when I have time later, okay? It's fine. Don't worry too much. It won't have much impact on you for now. Okay, Wang Jia, I'll wait for your call. Su Yang nodded with a smile and soon bid farewell to Director Wang. All the way to the elevator, there were beautiful women looking over from time to time, and Su Yang felt a little tickled all over. There were really too many beautiful women. In the flashing glances of women, there seemed to be some pressure. After a while, Su Yang returned to his workstation. After waiting for a while, Zhang Ming also returned. Finished? Heck, it was just a test of the projector, a piece of cake. By the way, Su Yang, I saw a big leader. I saw the people around me call her Madam Lee, an old lady in her 60s. This should be the boss of the group. Right? Heir? Su Yang couldn't help but be stunned when he heard this. He instantly thought of the old lady who gave him 500,000 yuan as a wedding gift. It seemed that the people around her also called her Madam Lee. And she was also an old lady in her 60s. This shouldn't be the same person, right? Su Yang thought about it for a while, but soon he didn't think about it anymore. Zhongcheng is so big, how could there be such a coincidence? Chapter 16. You two are really interesting. But I feel weird, it seems that this old lady doesn't really look like the big leader of our company. I heard this morning that the big leader of the company is very sick. This old lady is probably a friend or relative of the big leader. Zhang Ming shook his head as he pondered. He was now confused as to what was going on. Damn. Anyway, this has nothing to do with us for the time being. After all, our company is a group company and won't go out of business so easily. Just now, after listening to Director Wang's words, he also had a slight idea in his mind. Since she said there would be no problems for the time being, there shouldn't be a big problem. After all, she is a middle to high-level leader of the company, and she must know these things better than anyone else. Well, that's true, so just let nature take its course. While they were talking, they noticed that the department head was walking towards the elevator with his laptop. The boss was probably going to a meeting. He should know about the big boss's business. But we just joined the company, so it's not good to ask too many questions. Well, then don't ask, just wait and see. The two of them looked at the materials the boss had given them earlier while occasionally chatting. Time passed slowly, and before they knew it, it was 4 p.m. The department head returned, looking indifferent, as if he couldn't tell whether he was happy or depressed. The two of them chatted for a while, but didn't guess anything of value. Soon. It was time to go home. Su Yang, are you still going to the hospital? Yeah. Su Yang nodded with a smile, then packed up his things. Okay, I'll contact the girl I talked to today and see if we can go watch a movie tonight. Awesome, ha ha ha. Su Yang smiled, gave Zhang Ming a thumbs up, then packed up her things and left. She had to go get something to eat first, as she hadn't eaten at lunch and was still quite hungry. After leaving the office, Su Yang found a fast food restaurant and wolfed down her food. After eating, he took the bus to the hospital. The traffic was smooth, and Su Yang quickly arrived at the ICU ward and entered Yang Xiao's room. Su Yang, you're here? As soon as he entered the door, he saw the little nurse preparing to leave. Aha, hello, doctor. Su Yang nodded with a smile, then looked towards the bed. Has my wife eaten this afternoon? Yes, she ate quite a lot. She's been asleep for a while, so you two can chat. Okay, sister doctor. Su Yang said, and then came to Yang Xia's bedside, pulled a chair and sat down. He reached out and took Yang Xia's hand. It was warm and comfortable. Click. The door to the ward closed. Honey, I just got off work and came to see you after eating something. Did you miss your husband? With just the two of them left in the ward, Su Yang took a chance and reached out to stroke Yang Xia's face. In a moment, Yang Xia took Su Yang's hand and her face turned pink. Her body seemed to tremble slightly. Baby, are you almost better? This ICU room is quite expensive. Honey, get well soon, and we can go to a regular room. Although Su Yang didn't have to worry about the cost of Yang Xia's hospitalization, he also knew that an ICU room was indeed not cheap. If they went to a regular room, it would be much cheaper. Saying this, Su Yang gently stroked her neck and collarbone. Then he stopped. He really wanted to continue exploring, but after some thought, he resisted. As Yang Xia recovered, her complexion got better and better, and her thin face became more and more rosy. She looked even more attractive. Although she was the same age as Su Yang's mother, she looked much younger than her mother. Not only was she very beautiful, but she also had a lot of charm. Oh. Su Yang's caress made Yang Xia involuntarily hum again. And the sound was a little louder than before. Her breathing also became more rapid. My dear. Boo. Su Yang couldn't help but feel a moment of ecstasy. Yang Xia seemed to have really woken up, except that she deliberately didn't want to open her eyes. So he got up and bent down, and kissed her on the cheek. My dear, when you're better, let's go home, okay? My dear, I want to hug you now. Su Yang kissed her cheek and gently put his arms around her shoulders. What slender and soft shoulders. Oh. As Su Yang put his arms around her, Yang Xia couldn't help but let out a soft groan again. Her breathing became more and more rapid. Wife, if you recover, will you still want a husband? I like you so much, my dear sister. Su Yang said softly, and put his arms around Yang Xia a little tighter. Who? Yang Xia's breathing became more rapid. But he just didn't want to open his eyes. Xiaoxia, my dear wife. Boo. Su Yang held Yang Xia for a short while, then gently let her down. Time passed slowly, and Su Yang stroked Yang Xia's hand as it grew dark and it was 10 o'clock at night. My dear, it's 10 o'clock at night, I have to go back now, but I'll come back tomorrow to see how you are, okay? Boo. Su Yang saw that it was late, so he gave Yang Xia a kiss goodbye. Days like these passed quickly, and before long, a few days had gone by. Every time he came, Su Yang heard from the nurses that Yang Xia had eaten quite a lot when she woke up, but when the two of them were together, she just wouldn't open her eyes. This was Saturday. Early in the morning, Su Yang got up, had some breakfast, and hurried to the hospital. When he walked into ICU Ward 6, he was surprised to find the bed empty. Huh? Su Yang couldn't help but be startled. Oh my! Could it be that Yang Xia has got out of bed to go to the bathroom? Su Yang's mood suddenly became excited. However, it also became complicated. Once Yang Xia really recovers, he may have to face the situation of the two getting divorced. Su Yang, your wife has gone to the general ward, room 203, go and have a look. Just as he was excitedly rambling on, the young nurse walked in. Can she talk and walk already? Puff. The young nurse couldn't help laughing at the sound of his words. In fact, she was able to get out of bed and walk 2 days ago, and of course she can talk too. We moved her to the general ward early this morning. You go take a look. Hee, you two are really funny. The young nurse said, grinning, and started to get busy with her own things. Chapter 17, I'm really not bad. Oh. Su Yang nodded slightly after hearing the nurse's words. He suddenly felt a little lost. He had always hoped that Yang Xia would wake up, that she would live for at least 3 months, and that she would recover. As for whether or not they would divorce, he didn't really care. From the beginning, that old lady Li had said that her younger sister would definitely divorce him. After all, he was just a tool to cheer her up, and there was no real emotional attachment. However, Su Yang had spent so much time chatting with her that he had grown accustomed to having such a pretty aunt in his life. In particular, he fondled her little hands, said flirtatious things, or stroked her face. Unknowingly, it seemed that this aunt had entered his heart. He couldn't say what kind of emotion it was exactly. Perhaps it was a kind of free advantage that he felt he would not have in the future. Su Yang thought in a jumbled mess and soon walked out of the ICU ward. After a while, he arrived at the general ward area. 203. He went to the second floor and soon found ward 203. Puff. Su Yang stood at the door and took a deep breath. I'm about to see Yang Xia wake up. She won't recognize me, will she? Will she be embarrassed when she sees me? Can I still call her my wife? Can I hold her hand and kiss her? For a moment, Su Yang couldn't help but become entangled in his thoughts. However, he raised his hand and gently knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. As the knock came, there was suddenly a rustling sound from inside the room, and then there was no sound. Come in. An old woman's voice came, which sounded like the old lady Li. Su Yang reached out and pushed open the door. It was a single room, quite large. Lying on the bed was Yang Xia, her face flushed, with an indescribable expression. Sitting next to the bed was the old lady Li. Hello, auntie. Oh, Su Yang is here. The old lady Li couldn't help smiling and nodding when she saw Su Yang. Her eyes expressed an indescribable satisfaction. Well, I just found out at the ICU that she has been transferred to a regular ward, which is great. Su Yang said, and also came to the bedside. Now that the old lady was here, he was embarrassed to hold Yang Xia's hand. Su Yang, my younger sister is recovering very well. After staying here for a few more days, she can go home. Really? Does that mean she's going to get better soon? That's great. Yes, Su Yang, thank you so much. Old lady Li nodded and reached into her bag to take out a folder. Su Yang, take a look at this. Su Yang didn't say anything, but reached out and took it. Divorce agreement. Opening the folder, Su Yang immediately saw the large words on the front page. Heir. It's true, this day has finally come. But in any case, Yang Xia's illness is finally over. Su Yang, after signing the divorce agreement, I will call you right away. 2 million, of course, you can reconsider, after all, you two are now legally married. And my sister really needs someone, but you need to discuss this with her. The old lady looked at Su Yang, her eyes seemingly examining something. There was a hint of expectation in her scrutinizing gaze. I don't know what she was thinking. Su Yang looked at Yang Xia in the hospital bed, and suddenly an indescribable feeling welled up in his heart. During the time he had been with her, Although she had never said a word, he had left a deep impression on him that could never be erased. Auntie, then, can I think about it? Well, of course you can. Su Yang, as far as I know, your family situation is very bad, and these 2 million should be able to make your life a little easier. If you think it's not enough, I can give you 3 million. After all, you have done a really good job this time, and my sister has recovered very well because of your company. Well, after all, the two of us have already received our marriage certificate, so she and I are husband and wife. Although I don't know who she really was before. But she is indeed my wife now. If we want to get a divorce, I would like to discuss it with her first. If she says for me to leave, I will sign the papers immediately. Auntie, you can keep the divorce agreement for now. Su Yang listened to the old lady's words and then shook his head slightly. The 2 million, or even 3 million, was really tempting to him. With such a large sum of money, life could indeed be much easier. At least his parents back home would no longer have to work so hard. But, compared to Yang Xia, who was in front of him, he seemed to be more reluctant to part with the money. He couldn't say exactly why. He just felt a little strange in his heart, and always felt the need to listen to Yang Xia's opinion. After all, the two of them were already a legal couple, it was only normal to listen to each other's opinions. If Yang Xia also agreed to divorce, he definitely wouldn't think twice about it. After all, he was just doing what he was paid to do. Okay, no problem. Then you can talk to my sister-in-law. After all, this is a matter between you two as a couple. If you are willing to live like this, then I, an old woman, will definitely be happier. As she said this, old lady Li couldn't help but chuckle lightly. Okay, Su Yang, you two talk, I'll go back. If there's anything, you can call me anytime. Okay, auntie. Ha? Okay, big sister. Su Yang responded quickly and immediately changed his tone. In fact, this also represented his attitude. Since Yang Xia is the old lady's older sister, it would be inappropriate to call her aunt. After all, he doesn't want to sign the divorce agreement now. Soon, the old lady stood up and left the room with a smile. That wife. Su Yang pulled the chair a little and sat down at Yang Xia's bedside. He reached out and grabbed her hand. Yang Xia's eyes were closed, as if she wasn't going to wake up. But her hand gently grasped Su Yang's. In her current state, there is no need to think that she is awake. She is just keeping her eyes closed. My dear, I believe you are awake, and you have heard what I just said. Anyway, for me, I really want to try it with you. Su Yang gently stroked her hand, his voice as gentle as ever. I am young and strong, I will definitely not tire of taking care of you, right? I can cook well. And I can definitely keep you healthy and plump. Although there is a big age difference between us, I like sibling love the most. Wife. I have a handsome face and a strong body. If you open your eyes and take a look at me, I believe you will want to try it with me too. Puff. As Su Yang was saying this, Yang Xia suddenly couldn't help but laugh out loud. But she only laughed for a moment, and quickly suppressed it. Ha! Su Yang saw this and no longer had any doubts. This older sister has really woken up. Chapter 18, Will You Call Me Husband? That's interesting. It seems that this older sister is just too embarrassed to open her eyes and face him. Su Yang couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth when he saw this. Okay. I'll continue to treat you as if you haven't woken up, and we'll continue chatting. Little Xia baby. From her previous reaction, Yang Xia's impression of Su Yang was still quite good. So naturally, his boldness was also growing. Looking at the toothbrush, toothpaste, and facial cleanser on the nightstand, he knew that she was already able to get up and wash herself. Reaching out, Su Yang's hand stroked Yang Xia's face again, and his lips came close. Smelling her face, it was fragrant and tender. Boo! He couldn't help but bow his head and kiss her again. Wife, when will you take me home? I'm yours anyway. Boo! Saying this, Su Yang kissed her face again gently. Up to now, he has not kissed Yang Xia's mouth. In a moment, her face turned red again, and her body trembled slightly. The strength of her small hand holding Su Yang's grew bigger and bigger. Hua! His breathing became noticeably rapid again. It was as if a young girl in love was being kissed by a boy she liked. She was so excited that she trembled all over. My dear Xia, I know you don't dislike me. I have decided that I am not going to sign that divorce agreement. Although 300 million is a lot of money to me, I feel that no matter how much money there is, it is far less than my wife. I actually don't care about your age at all. Since God has arranged for us to be together, let's just go with the flow. When my wife is discharged from the hospital, just bring me home. Boo! Su Yang's face was pressed against Yang Xia's, his voice extremely gentle. The warm breath intertwined, and the atmosphere suddenly became even more ambiguous. While Yang Xia wasn't paying attention, Su Yang kissed her on the lips. Oh! She was caught off guard by the sudden attack and couldn't help but flinch. Su Yang didn't want her to avoid the kiss, so he took advantage of the opportunity. He put his arms around her neck. Yang Xia knew very well that she was being kissed by a young boy who was 20 years younger than her. She didn't mind being kissed on the cheek, but being kissed on the lips made her feel flustered. For a moment, she forgot to cooperate. But Su Yang was very gentle and gently wrapped his arms around her neck, kissing her slowly and without any rush. Ha! With the sound of rapid breathing, gradually, Yang Xia felt like she was melting, as if she had no strength left in her body. Not only was she a little embarrassed, but her mind kept wandering. This little boy. Although she was already used to his gentle words and gentle caresses. But she has never seen the boy's face. The medical staff all said that the young man was exceptionally handsome, and her sister also said that he was very good, but these were just hearsay. Before she had even seen him, he kissed her on the lips. Wife. Yang Xia never cooperated well, as if she had never been kissed before. She didn't even know how to open her mouth. She was just excited and breathing rapidly. Perhaps it was because she was used to listening to Su Yang's gentle words in silence. Yang Xia still didn't open her eyes. She still had some psychological obstacles. In fact, she was also very conflicted. Her sister had used the superstitious method of rushing to happiness in order to save her. Without her knowledge, she had become a couple with a young man she had never met. While Su Yang was communicating with her, she gradually got used to his company, from disbelief to shock. However, she knew very well that the age difference between the young man and herself was too great. She was even the same age as the young man's mother. This made her feel very conflicted. She simply didn't know how to deal with this young man who was now her husband. If it came to feelings, there were no deep feelings to speak of. She was mainly used to his gentle company. The young man not only had a good temper, but was also extremely patient. This made her, a woman who had never been in love with a man, feel an experience she had never had before. He is not only gentle, but also funny, and can say flirty things. He also said that his body is in particularly good shape and can fully satisfy her every need. Wife, can you cooperate a little when I kiss you? This is my first kiss. Su Yang lay on the bed, still keeping his face close to Yang Xia's. In fact, he lied when he said that, as he had been someone's temporary boyfriend before and had been kissed forcibly, so it could no longer be considered a first kiss. He had been paid to kiss, so it wasn't a loss, so he didn't care. Come on, baby, if you don't cooperate, I'll take your clothes off. Su Yang knew very well that this older sister had actually accepted him, otherwise she wouldn't have been so excited by a kiss. Otherwise, she would have resisted long ago. Boo! After saying that, Su Yang kissed her again. His tongue flicked out. Yang Xia actually obediently cooperated. This time, Su Yang's heart was overjoyed. This older sister really seems to have accepted him. After a long kiss, Yang Xia directly collapsed in Su Yang's arms. Her face had long since turned red. Su Yang had also taken off his shoes and sat on the hospital bed, embracing Yang Xia in his arms. I'll go. This older sister has a really good figure. Although she is very thin now, just a while ago during the kiss, I already understood her inner qualities. With a protruding belly and a round butt, it was inevitable. She had just been in bed for too long and had lost a bit of weight. After a while, she would definitely become a voluptuous and attractive older sister. Honey, can you call me husband? Yang Xia snuggled softly into his arms and pretended to be asleep. Her eyes were closed and she didn't say a word. So, wife, what do you think about getting a divorce? Since we're married, what do you think about trying dating for a while? If you agree, don't resist when I kiss you, okay? Su Yang said, and his mouth couldn't help twitching a little. He knew very well that Yang Xia definitely wouldn't resist. After saying that, he bowed his head and kissed her little mouth again. Ooh. Without being reminded, her lips parted slightly and she cooperated directly. Her arms also unconsciously wrapped around Su Yang's waist. For this boy she had never met before, but she had already accepted him in her heart. And from him, she felt an experience that she had never had before. This experience made her fall without being able to help it. Chapter 19. Damn. My sister is afraid to face you. Knock, knock, knock. Su Yang was lying on her side on the bed, Yang Xia in her arms, thinking about what to do next, when she heard the door to the hospital room being knocked on. Shit. He was startled, quickly let go of Yang Xia, and turned around to get off the bed. Creak. At the same time, the door to the hospital room was pushed open. A young and pretty little nurse walked in. You. Look at the messy bed and Yang Xia lying crookedly, and the nurse immediately frowned. She didn't know who Su Yang was, and immediately thought that the patient had been abused by this young man. Because Yang Xia looked like she was asleep and hadn't woken up. But the bed was messy, and the young man's shoes weren't even on. Doctor, I'm the patient's family. Oh. The nurse immediately understood when she heard this, and her guard was relieved. I'm the patient's husband. Seeing the nurse's expression, Su Yang hurriedly explained again. We're a couple, so don't get any ideas, you little nurse. Oh, I remember. Your name is Su Yang, right? The nurse immediately understood after hearing Su Yang's explanation. Basically, everyone in the hospital knew that a 42-year-old female patient had registered her marriage to a 22-year-old guy in order to bring good luck. And this guy was especially good to this woman, who was just like his mother. Basically, he visited her every day and talked to her all the time. The key point is that this young man is also very handsome. This makes many young girls feel sorry for themselves. Yes, doctor. In order to completely dispel the nurse's suspicions, Su Yang reached into her bag and took out the couple's marriage certificate. Oh, really? It's like this, I'm your wife's full-time nurse, I'll give her a full body massage. The nurse nodded with a smile and then handed the marriage certificate back to Su Yang. Since they were husband and wife, there was nothing more to discuss. The nurse came over, helped Yang Xia adjust the quilt, and then helped her change her sleeping position. Then she began to massage her. Ms. Yang, how do you feel about the strength? Yang Xia still didn't say anything, and let the nurse massage her. It was just the way it was, so whatever. She knew that Su Yang was sitting right next to her, and she was really a little embarrassed to face him. Even if she wanted to talk, she was a little embarrassed to speak. This young little boy has never felt like this before. Shit, she's afraid to face you. Ding dong ding dong. Su Yang was concentrating on the nurse's technique when his phone suddenly rang. He took it out and saw it was the department head calling. Hello? Boss. Su Yang, are you doing anything important right now? What arrangements do you have in mind? Su Yang looked at Yang Xia, whose face was still slightly flushed, and did not say that he was busy or any other words of refusal. Our group has received a new batch of computers, which will be delivered downstairs soon. You and Zhang Ming should come over. Okay, boss. Have you contacted Zhang Ming? Yes, I have. Hurry up and come over, we still need to install and debug all the computers, which will take quite some time. Oh, okay, boss, I'll be right there. Soon after, Su Yang hung up the phone. Okay. Since the boss has assigned a task, as a newcomer to the company, it would be inappropriate to refuse. Su Yang got up and went over to Yang Xia's side, reached out and took her hand. Yang Xia, the department head just called and said that the company has received a batch of computers, and I have to go over there to help with the processing. After that, I'll come back to see you. I guess it will be in the afternoon. Because there was a nurse nearby, Su Yang felt a little embarrassed about calling his wife by her name, so he just called her by her first name. She knew everything anyway, so she would understand. After that, he gently squeezed Yang Xia's hand, said hello to the nurse, and left the ward. Hey, Zhang Ming, the boss just told me to go to the office to get the new computer. Where are you? Once he was out of the ward, Su Yang immediately sent a voice message to Zhang Ming on WeChat. A moment later, he got a message back. Holy cow. Forget it. I was planning to go on a date with the girl I talked to yesterday, but I didn't expect my boss to mess it up. Then you could say you had family matters and couldn't go. Forget it, we're both new employees, and we can't afford to be so defiant. During the trial period, if we upset the boss, we're finished. You're right, I'm here with the patient in the hospital, and I came as soon as I got the call. After chatting for a while, Su-young quickly left the hospital and took the bus to the company. It wasn't long before Su-young arrived at the company and went directly to the office of the department head. The boss. Su-young came pretty quickly. Seeing Su-young come over, the department head nodded and smiled, and it seemed that he was very satisfied with his response speed. Go wait at your workstation, I'll call you when the computer is delivered. Okay, boss. Su-young nodded and turned around to return to his workstation. Su-young, is the boss here? Just as he sat down, Jiang Ming hurried over. Well, he's in the office. I'll go say hi. Jiang Ming is also a smart person. After listening to Su-young's words, he immediately ran over to the director's office. Whether you work or not, attitude is very important. In a short while, Jiang Ming also came back and sat down. Hey. What's wrong? Did the date fall through? Su-young smiled and patted Jiang Ming's shoulder lightly. Yes, I have a good feeling about that girl. You have to act fast in these things, or else someone else will get her. Since you don't have time to go on a date, you can chat with her on WeChat more often. That's what we're doing now. It's just not as exciting as going on a face-to-face date. Maybe you can go out together this weekend. Damn it. What's your hurry? This way you can keep her. It's not good to be left behind. Jiang Ming sighed in annoyance while chatting. But you are in a worse situation than me. You are now free to accompany patients, and you don't even have time to woo girls, which is a pity. Ha! You are right. Su-young did not refute, but instead nodded with a smile. Chapter 20, Your wife is old enough to be your mother. Time passed by minute, and soon more than half an hour had passed. Su-young and Jiang Ming, let's go downstairs. The two of them were chatting when the department head walked out of the office. He walked quickly while greeting the two of them. Okay, boss. Hearing this, the two of them did not dare to be negligent and quickly got up to follow the boss downstairs. After moving the computers, the department head went back. The two of them, Su-young and Jiang Ming, had to take care of the rest. They assembled the computers one by one and installed the system. Before they knew it, it was already noon. After eating takeout, the two of them continued working. It wasn't until 4 o'clock in the afternoon that all the computers were finally set up. Sigh, what a waste of a perfectly good Saturday. Jiang Ming sat in a chair, sighed, and shook his head. Bro, I have to go to the hospital. Su-young didn't have time to complain, and he was ready to rush to the hospital. Now that Yang Xia has woken up, the interactions with her are really getting more and more interesting. It's really interesting to stroke her little hands and face, kiss her little mouth, and hug her. Okay, go ahead, I'll quickly contact that girl and ask her out for dinner tonight. Ha ha ha. I'm leaving, Jiang Ming, you go woo girls, bye. With that, Su-young picked up his bag and quickly left with long strides. Now that he hasn't visited Yang Xia in the daytime, he really misses her a bit. I especially want to kiss her little mouth. It was really quite interesting to see her expression of holding back and not wanting to open her eyes. If I go today, I'll have to tease her a lot. Su-young thought happily all the way, and quickly arrived at the hospital. 203. Arriving at the door of the ward, he took a deep breath and knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. After knocking a few times, footsteps could be heard in the room. Creak. The door opened and a strange woman appeared at the door. Who are you looking for? I'm looking for Yang Xia. Su-young didn't know who this person was either, but if his guess was right, she might be a relative or friend of Yang Xia's. With that, he walked directly into the ward. Young man, there's no one here named Yang Xia. Before the woman could finish speaking, Su-young had already walked into the ward. Ha? Where's Yang Xia? The person lying on the hospital bed was actually an old man in his 60s. Young man, there is no Yang Xia here. We only checked in this afternoon. Oh. Su-young looked at all this and couldn't help but feel confused. Yang Xia had clearly only just checked in, so how could she have disappeared? She must have been moved to another room, right? Su-young thought about it and felt that this was the most likely explanation. Although this room was a single room, There was no bed for the person accompanying the patient to rest on, so they had to sit on a chair. Could it be that she had been moved to another room for this reason? He thought happily as he walked out of the ward and soon arrived at the nurse's station. "Nurse, where is Yang Xia from Ward 203? She was here this morning, but which ward has she been moved to?" "Oh, the original patient in Ward 203 has already checked out. She was discharged at 11 a.m. Ah? Discharged? Yes, sir, I have the record here, she has indeed been discharged. But her physical condition? Her condition is fine to recover at home." The nurse didn't say much to Su Yang and quickly went back to her own business. This moment, Su Yang couldn't help but feel confused. This big sister just left without saying anything. "I still don't know your contact information. And I don't know where you live either. Are you unwilling to see me? Or are you just simply not sure how to face me? I'm not a bad person. At most, I would hug you and kiss you when we met, and I wouldn't take it any further if you didn't agree. Besides, your body hasn't really recovered yet, and it's really not appropriate to do something more." Su Yang thought about it for a while, quickly took out his phone, found the phone number of the old lady, and dialed directly. After a while, the phone was connected. "Hello, Su Yang. Big sister, Yang Xia hasn't recovered yet, why did she leave the hospital?" Old Mrs. Li laughed softly when she heard this. "Why? Are you worried about her?" "Well." Su Yang was honest and said that he was indeed still a little worried about Yang Xia. In the hospital, there are doctors and nurses watching over her, and any problems can be dealt with immediately. It's more convenient than going home, isn't it? Going home to recover was my sister's idea, but don't worry, we have hired a private doctor and a nanny, so she will be taken care of just as well as she would be in the hospital. Oh, that's good. Su Yang couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. If that's the case, then there's nothing to worry about. It's just that Yang Xia left without saying goodbye. Su Yang, have you thought it over? When are you going to divorce my sister? Big sister, I've thought it over. As long as Yang Xia is willing to be with me, I'll take care of her for the rest of her life. Su Yang had actually thought about these words for a long time, so he blurted them out without thinking. Have you really thought it over? My sister is old enough to be your mother. Well, I have thought about it, and I really want to be with her. In fact, what I know about Yang Xia is basically nothing except her name and age. But after all, we have now become husband and wife. And we have been getting along for quite some time. No matter what brought us together, I feel that this is our destiny. Su Yang was speaking from the bottom of his heart. He really wanted to spend some time with this older sister and see how it went. After all, a husband and wife for a day are still husband and wife for 100 days. Now that we've been married for a long time, we should get along. As for the 3 million, I'll just have to give it up. Although I feel a little sad, there's nothing I can do. Okay, in that case, I support you spending some time together. But I still have to warn you about something. The old lady was very happy to hear Su Yang's words. You said. My younger sister was hospitalized because she was emotionally hurt. So I hope you will treat her well and not let her get hurt again. Oh, don't worry, sister, I definitely won't. Su Yang was puzzled after hearing what the old lady said. She had just said that Yang Xia had never had a boyfriend before, so how could she have been emotionally hurt? What exactly did she mean by emotionally hurt? But he didn't ask any more questions, because Yang Xia would definitely tell him in the future. Chapter 21 My sister wants to spend some time with you. Well, Su Yang, I've already spoken with my sister today, and she also wants to spend some time with you. Well, Su Yang couldn't help but let out a quiet sigh of relief. This older sister seemed to have opened up a little to him. Perhaps it was because of his strong hug, or perhaps it was because of his slightly experienced kiss, but she had experienced a different kind of happiness. However, she would need some time to adjust, which meant that she was still a little shy. Said, Mrs. Li couldn't help but smile. Don't worry, Su Yang, when she's adjusted, she'll come to you. Oh. This older sister, really? She's even embarrassed to see her own husband, she's so shy. But when I kissed you, you cooperated really well. That soft body, that rapid breathing, those slightly parted cherry lips showed everywhere that she had really accepted Su Yang. Since we're both in this situation, what are you shy about? It's okay, Su Yang, just do your job well, and she'll probably contact you soon. I can tell. She still likes you quite a bit. Maybe it's the age difference that's making her a little hesitant. But she's also made it clear that she'll get along with you. Okay, I understand, big sis. Soon, the two ended their call. After leaving the hospital, Su Yang suddenly felt a little empty. In the past, she would spend some time chatting with Yang Xia every day, but now she had suddenly been discharged from the hospital. Zhang Ming, are you on a date with your sister? Su Yang sent a WeChat message to Zhang Ming as soon as she got on the bus. If the guy wasn't doing anything, then they could have a drink together. She wasn't going to work tomorrow anyway, so it was fine to drink a bit more. A moment later, Zhang Ming's message came back. No, my sister said she wasn't going out tonight, so what meeting would I have? Oh. I'm just leaving the hospital. Do you want to go for a barbecue? Sure. Zhang Ming's mood quickly improved on hearing this. There's nothing in the world that can't be solved with a barbecue. If one isn't enough, then two will do. Ha ha ha. Okay, come to the entrance of the community. I'll be there in a minute. Okay. I'll be there soon. Barbecue with cold beer is absolutely awesome. After the two met at the entrance to the housing estate, they soon found a barbecue stall not far from the entrance. Lamb tendons and lamb kidneys, pork ribs, leek buns, and 6 bottles of beer. Su Yang, why are you back so early today? Oh, I used to help my relatives out occasionally, but now that they're here, I don't need to go over there anymore. Su Yang said, raised her glass, and clinked it with Zhang Ming, taking a drink. Oh, that's good. It was really hard rushing around every day before. It's nothing, they're family, it's the right thing to do. Su Yang laughed, naturally not saying anything about the truth. Her and Yang Xia's affair was still a secret for now, and it wasn't suitable for public disclosure. Apart from knowing her name and age, no one would believe it if they were told anything else. How are things with you and Li Fei Fei? It's been a week since you started working, and you haven't even seen each other once to go on a date or book a hotel room? Hey. What else is there to do? Right now, we just chat a bit on WeChat every day, and it's all about buying a house and the bride price. She even asked me to sell my parents' house back home and put a down payment on an apartment in Zhangcheng. Holy cow! Selling the house back home and making my parents sleep on the street? Really? Zhang Ming is furious when he mentions this. When they were in a relationship, the two of them never had to consider so many things. But once they graduated, many things turned out differently than they had expected. A house that costs millions and a bride price of 500,000 yuan are just not in the cards. Letting my parents sleep on the street is definitely not an option. Even if I don't get married, I still can't let my parents sleep on the street. My parents have raised me this big. I can't do something so heartless. Yes, Zhang Ming, you're right. When Zhang Ming mentioned his parents, Su Yang's mind immediately flashed back to the image of his own parents. The image of them toiling and struggling was so heartbreaking that he felt he couldn't bear to think about it. Su Yang had to work hard. He had to bring his parents over to China as soon as possible and let them live a good life. Yang Xia. What kind of wife will she be? As an adult and an older sister, she must understand these things, right? No matter what. Let's get along for a while first. We won't tell my parents about this for now. If they can really get along harmoniously, it won't be too late to talk about it then. It was Monday again in the blink of an eye. Su Yang and Zhang Ming arrived at the office early as usual. The company cafeteria serves breakfast, which is cheap, affordable, and filling, so the two usually have breakfast there. Su Yang, you take a new computer to Director Wang and bring back her old one. Also, help install all the software she needs. Okay, boss, I'll go right away. After returning to his workstation for a short while, the department head assigned Su Yang with tasks. Su Yang had a very good impression of this Director Wang. Not only was she beautiful, but she was also very enthusiastic. After answering, he went to the warehouse. He picked up a new high-end computer and rushed to the 5th floor design department with it. Good morning, Director Wang, your new computer is here. Good morning, Su Yang, thank you so much. Director Wang's face lit up with a happy smile when she saw Su Yang come in. How's the configuration of the new computer? It's not bad. The overall configuration of this batch of computers is pretty good. I've chosen one with the best configuration for you. I know that designers have high requirements for computers. And Su Yang is very good at getting things done. He's already thought about it when choosing the computer. You can't tell that your little brother knows how to treat his big sister so well. With that, Wang Fu extended her little hand and gave Su Yang's shoulder a gentle pat and squeezed it a little. Ah. It should be. It should be. The design department should use the best configured computers. Su Yang felt that this older sister's actions were slightly ambiguous, so he quickly explained. Well, thank you, brother. By the way, Su Yang, the question you asked me last time was about the serious illness of our company's big leader. I got some good news today. Oh? What good news? Su Yang couldn't help but be stunned, so he asked a question. After all, this involved personal prospects, and he was still a little concerned. Chapter 22, no matter if it's a blessing or a curse, you can't escape it. I heard that the big boss of our company has been discharged from the hospital and is now recuperating at home. If things go as expected, he should be back to work soon. Oh, that's great. Su Yang couldn't help but feel much more at ease upon hearing the news. Since the big boss is almost back to work, there shouldn't be any problems with the company. But then, he thought of Yang Xia again. It's been 2 days since she was discharged from the hospital, and she hasn't contacted me on her own initiative. It really feels a bit empty. Oh, Su Yang, we're currently designing a new menswear style. When the samples come out, can you come over and help me take some photos? Sure, Ms. Wang, just let me know when. It's just a few photos, so I'm sure I can help. So Su Yang agreed without hesitation. Don't worry, Su Yang, you won't be helping for nothing. It's well paid. Great, Sister Wang, thank you so much. Since Director Wang once again said there would be money, the compensation should be fine. What are you being polite for? Sister mainly looks at your figure and looks very suitable for our company's models, and Sister is also helping you make some extra money, isn't it? As she said, Director Wang's small hand naturally rested on Su Yang's shoulder. Look at these broad shoulders, inverted triangle figure. Su Yang, do you have abs? Yes, Sister Wang. Su Yang smiled a little awkwardly, feeling that this older sister was a bit strange, as if her words and actions were a bit ambiguous. Her small hand slid from his shoulders to his arm, and she squeezed it gently. It seemed that she was feeling whether his muscles were strong. Really? Aha, it's true. Wow, then this body is really good. Director Wang couldn't help but let a barely perceptible light flash in her eyes when she heard this. It's just SOSO, I usually exercise at a moderate intensity. The two of them chatted as Su Yang installed the required software for Director Wang. After a short while, it was all installed. Okay, Su Yang, you go ahead. I'll let you know when our sample is ready. Director Wang said, putting her hand down from Su Yang's shoulder, as if she still had some lingering feelings. Okay, great, Sister Wang, I'll go over there then. Su Yang nodded, and without lingering, turned and left. This older sister. Maybe they are in the fashion design industry and are used to seeing all kinds of handsome guys, so they don't take these ambiguous actions seriously. It's just like those movie actors, who kiss other people all the time. I guess they are used to it? Su Yang pondered as he walked. After a while, he returned to his workstation. Su Yang, come here for a moment. He had just sat down and taken a drink of water when the department head came to find Su Yang. Okay, boss. Su Yang quickly put down his glass and followed the department head. The two of them walked quickly, and soon arrived at the department head's office. Su Yang, at 2 o'clock this afternoon, go to the personnel department and look for Director Zhao. Su Yang couldn't help but be secretly shocked when he heard this. Shit. The personnel department is looking for me? They're not going to fire me, are they? I've only been here for a week, and I've done a pretty good job, and I haven't made any mistakes. If there is something not quite right, it's that I leave work on time in the evenings. But that's so I can chat with Yang Xiao's wife. Boss, what does the HR department want with me? They're not going to fire me, are they? Su Yang couldn't understand what was going on, so he asked. I don't know either, and the HR director didn't say anything. He just said he wanted to talk to you. Don't worry, Su Yang. If they really dare to fire you, I won't let them. Besides, if they really want to fire you, they will definitely communicate with me first. The department head shook his head and patted Su Yang on the shoulder. It seems that he is quite satisfied with this new subordinate. Although he has only been here for a week, he has done a very good job of arranging things. Okay, boss, I got it. Since the boss said so, Su Yang felt a little more at ease. Logically speaking, if they really want to fire someone, the department head should be the first one to talk to. Besides, even if the Human Resources Department wanted to fire someone, there was no need for the Director of Human Resources to talk to him personally, right? The more Su Yang thought about it, the more he felt a little strange. If expectations were right, it should not be about talking about firing him. Okay, just remember this, and go find Director Zhao there at 2 p.m., don't be late. Okay, boss, I remember. If it's a blessing, it's not a disaster. If it's a disaster, you can't avoid it. After listening to the boss's arrangements, Su Yang quickly returned to his workstation. Su Yang, what did the boss want? Just as he sat down, Zhang Ming came up to him. This time, the boss even called Su Yang into his office alone to talk, so it seems there is something going on. He told me to go to the Human Resources Department this afternoon, saying that someone wants to talk to me. What? The Human Resources Department wants to talk to you? His first reaction was also that something was not right. The two of them had just started working for a week, so the Human Resources Department wouldn't fire him, would they? If they fired Su Yang, then he, Zhang Ming, would probably not escape either. It was said that the company's big leader was seriously ill. Could this be the beginning of layoffs? Damn it! The two of them are really unlucky, aren't they? Well, yes, that's what the boss said anyway. He's not sure what the specific talk was about. The boss said it shouldn't be a dismissal, and I don't think it is either. I think it's hard to say. Think about it, the head of our group is seriously ill, this is a bit strange. Zhang Ming said, his brows also tightened. Damn it! If we really get fired, we'll have to find a job quickly, but it's not easy to find a job now, hey. My house, my bride price is even more out of the question. Don't worry, brother, I don't think it's a layoff. Because the boss said that Director Zhao from the HR department came to talk to me personally, so I don't think it's a layoff. I'm just a new recruit, so the Director of Human Resources shouldn't have personally come to talk to me. Really? That's what the boss said? Yes. Oh, in that case, it's not a layoff. You're right in your analysis. You're just a recruit, so it's not worth the director's time to talk to you personally. But what could the director want to talk to you about? This is a bit strange. Chapter 23. So, do you want to switch to being a secretary? I don't know. Never mind, I'll just look into it this afternoon. It doesn't matter if I get fired, I can just find another job. Su Yang pondered for a moment, shaking her head slightly. She couldn't figure this kind of thing out anyway, so she wouldn't think about it anymore. Well, that's true, but if I really get fired, it would be a bit of a shame. There are so many beautiful women in this company. At 1:50 p.m., Su Yang left his workstation with a troubled heart. After a short while, he arrived at the Human Resources Department on the 6th floor and found the director's office. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. After knocking on the office door, a calm female voice came from inside. Su Yang gently pushed open the door and saw a woman in her 30s sitting behind the desk, smiling and looking at him. Hello, Director Zhao, you wanted to see me? You are Su Yang, right? Close the door behind you. Director Zhao nodded with a smile, indicating to Su Yang to close the office door. Yes, Director Zhao, I am Su Yang. Okay, Su Yang didn't think much of it and closed the door with ease. Come, Su Yang, have a seat. Do you know why I asked you to come? I'm not really sure. Su Yang scratched his head in confusion. I've only been at the company for a week, and I don't know many people, so how would I know why you asked me to come? Well, Director Zhao couldn't help but smile slightly at this. Su Yang, I just looked at your resume, is this self-assessment of yours the truth? With that, Director Zhao handed over the resume in his hands. Air. Su Yang glanced at the self-assessment at the bottom of the resume and couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. Possesses strong interpersonal skills, is good at communicating and listening, not only has a strong ability to withstand pressure, but also has excellent physical fitness. That's probably what it means. How can you take it too seriously? Very strong, extremely strong, super strong. Using these kinds of words is mainly to express an attitude. Basically, it's more or less the same. Since he had been asked, Su Yang naturally would not admit defeat. Not to mention anything else, just the 4 years he spent in college trying to make money, that was a lot of practice. He had come into contact with a lot of different things and people. And it was true that he had never backed down. Even when he was kissed for the first time by a girl, he had not backed down. On hearing Su Yang's words, the HR director couldn't help but laugh. This boy is quite handsome, and he has quite a thick skin. Do you know what a secretary does? Secretary? Su Yang was thinking about telling Director Zhao about the projects he had worked on during his 4 years at university, but she unexpectedly changed the subject. Of course he knows what a secretary does. If there's work to be done, the secretary does it. If there's nothing to do, the secretary does that. I understand. A secretary is someone who assists the leader in doing things, right? For example, organizing meetings, booking flights, and opening rooms. This did not at all stump Su Yang, and he answered quickly. He had once been the temporary boyfriend of a female company executive secretary for a few days, so he had a basic understanding of the profession. Well, not bad, you understand quite well. Director Zhao could not help but secretly nod his head. Not only is this young man thick-skinned, but his response was quite quick. So, do you want to switch positions and become a secretary? Huh? Su Yan was taken aback. What the hell? I didn't study to be a secretary, and I'm not interviewing for a secretary position. Besides, I'm doing well in the network department, so why are they suddenly talking about me switching to be a secretary? Who would I be a secretary to? Is the boss a man or a woman? Could it be that some female boss is attracted to my body, which can do pull-ups and hula hoop? But I can find out more. It's Director Zhao. Do you need a secretary? This older sister in front of me is quite pretty, and it wouldn't be a loss to be her secretary. Oh, no. It's the president of our group, and she needs a smart and capable young man as her secretary. Director Zhao looked up and down at Su Yang and was quite satisfied with his appearance. Not only is this young man good-looking, but he also has a very fit body. From the exchange just now, she felt that Su Yang responded quickly and has a high IQ and EQ. Oh. Smart and capable? Su Yang immediately understood the meaning behind this idiom. If expectations were correct, the group president should be a woman. Director Zhao, I heard that the president of our group is sick, right? Well, that's right. I didn't think you would know this news just after you joined the company. But the president has already been discharged from the hospital and is recuperating at home. So she needs a smart and capable young man who is not afraid of hard work to be her secretary. The main reason is that she is not in good health, so she needs a young man to help her. Our president is a beautiful woman. Oh. After listening to Director Zhao's explanation, Su Yang couldn't help but secretly let out a sigh of relief. So that's why. Since she is just recovering from a serious illness, there is basically nothing to worry about. At least it's worth a try. The key is that the salary for the position of President Secretary is definitely not low. Moreover, the power of this position has also increased substantially. Furthermore, there will be many opportunities for training. Following the president, you can also get in touch with and learn more things. This opportunity seems pretty good. As for the so-called nothing wrong secretary, as long as he guards his body like a jade, I don't think it should be a problem. Good Director Zhao, I want to try this position. After a moment, Su Yang no longer hesitated. This position is definitely a good opportunity for him to exercise. Good. Congratulations, Su Yang, in the future I will have to call you Secretary Su. Thank you so much, Director Zhao. As for how Director Zhao found him, he didn't dare ask too many questions. Anyway, the opportunity fell on his head, so that was his good fortune. This secretary is the secretary of the group president, so it's a bit of a meteoric rise. No matter which department of the group the leader is in, who dares not be polite to the president's secretary? Otherwise, if he casually says something unpleasant to you in front of the leader, then you might really be in trouble. Secretary Su, don't be polite, come sign this transfer contract. I'll take you to your office later. With that, Director Zhao took out a contract and handed it to Su Yang. Chapter 20 For the president's name is also Yang Xia. Su Yang flipped through the transfer contract and the more he read, the more surprised he became. The basic salary is 20,000 yuan. Telephone expenses, 1,000 yuan per month. 5,000 yuan per month for fuel costs for driving. 5,000 yuan per month for housing allowance. Holy cow! The secretary to the CEO gets such a good deal? After roughly reading the contract, Su Yang looked at Director Zhao with some surprise, her eyes full of confusion. What's the matter, Secretary Su? Are you not happy with the salary? No. Director Zhao, I have a driver's license, but I don't have a car. Can I forget about the fuel allowance? Besides, the commute to and from work is only a few stops, so there's no need to drive. It's fine if you don't have a car, the company's Audi S7L will be your car for now, as the CEO has instructed. After all, the CEO isn't in the best of health, and you'll need to run back and forth more often, so it's definitely not feasible without a car. With that, Director Zhao took out a set of car keys from a drawer and placed them in front of Su Yang. Ha! Audi A7L. As a poor loser, I have never driven such a nice car. Holy shit! It's amazing to be a secretary and have a car. This is the car assigned to the previous CEO's secretary, but she has already left, so now the car is yours. The car is in the basement, just go and have a look. Oh, thank you, Director Zhao. Hearing Director Zhao's words, Su Yang's heart instantly felt much more at ease. It turned out that the secretary of the previous president had a car, and now that the car was given to his successor, the secretary, it was indeed normal. The treatment in the contract was really much better than his original treatment. He is now a newcomer in the small internet department, with a monthly salary of only 5,000. With this little money, in a big city like Zhangcheng, not to mention the monthly expenses, there is basically very little left at the end of the month. But with the salary of the CEO's secretary, he can live a very comfortable life. And he can also let his parents live a carefree life without worries in their hometown. No more hard work. Soon. Su Yang stopped thinking about it and picked up the pen to sign the contract. Good. Come, Su Yang, let's go to your office and have a look. Seeing Su Yang sign the contract and put away the car keys, Director Zhao nodded with a smile and then stood up. Yes, Director Zhao. I can even have my own independent office? Ha! The secretary's treatment is really not bad. Su Yang followed the human resources director and soon took the elevator directly to the top floor. Walking through a glass door, the first thing that came into view was a reception desk. Behind it sat a pretty young girl. Zhao Jia, you're here. This young man is Wu Xiao, our new president's secretary, Su Yang. Wu Xiao, could you get the keys to the secretary's office? Sure. Zhao Jia, it's Secretary Su, hello. The receptionist couldn't help but light up when she heard this, and quickly and politely greeted Su Yang. Hello, you're welcome. Su Yang smiled and nodded, naturally being very polite. Walking past the reception desk, Su Yang followed Director Zhao inside. Secretary Su, this large office is our CEO's office. I'll ask Wu to take your fingerprints later. Come, this way. This smaller office is for you. The door to this office is open and there is no fingerprint lock. As Director Zhao walked into the office, Su Yang instantly fell in love with the office environment. Holy cow! Is this what a secretary's office should look like? This office must be at least tens of square meters in size. A big desk, a comfortable boss chair, a big sofa, and even a big fish tank with a long fish covered in golden scales swimming around. This is definitely a high-end office. Tap, tap, tap. Su Yang was taking in the office when there was a sound of footsteps outside. Zhao Jia, the office key. Okay, Su Yang, take the office key. This office will be yours from now on. Su Yang said, unable to stop scratching his head. This is almost like a dream. From a newcomer in the IT department, he has suddenly become the secretary to the group president. The contrast is really too great. He took the office keys from the receptionist's hand and put them in the same pocket as the car keys. Secretary Su, the president wants you to have a phone call with her tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock. Here is her phone number, said Zhao, handing over a note. It had a mobile phone number on it, followed by the words President Yang. Director Zhao, what's the name of our president? Since you've become the president's secretary, you should know her name, right? Our president's name is Yang Xia, and she's a super beauty. Su Yang. You should be happy to be the secretary of such a beautiful president. As soon as the words left her mouth, Director Zhao and the receptionist couldn't help but smile shyly. Yang Xia? Hearing this name, Su Yang couldn't help but feel his head buzzing. Holy cow! The president's name is also Yang Xia? This Yang Xia can't be the Yang Xia I married, can it? Xiao Wu, take Su Yang to record his fingerprints so that he can conveniently enter the president's office. Okay, Zhao Jia, I'll go right away. Okay, you go and record your fingerprints, I'll go first. Su Yang, if you have any questions, you can ask me at any time. Come on, let's add each other on WeChat. Okay, Director Zhao. Soon, the two of them had added each other as WeChat friends. Then, Su Yang followed the receptionist to the door of the CEO's office and had his fingerprint recorded as well. With just one touch, he could unlock the door to the CEO's office. The CEO's office was a bit bigger, but the decor and layout were similar to his office, both being very high-end. Secretary Su, I'll head over there first. If you need anything, just let me know. I'll add you as a WeChat friend as well. The receptionist said, blushing slightly. Sure, no problem. Soon, the two of them had also added each other as WeChat friends. After the receptionist left, Su Yang returned to his office, sat down in the boss chair, and his mind started racing. Yang Xia? Could this be a coincidence? If it is a coincidence, then it is too much of a coincidence, isn't it? At this time, Su Yang felt his head buzzing. Chapter 25. Yes. You're just like that eunuch head of staff. Su Yang reached out and turned on the computer on his desk. In just a few seconds, it booted up. Holy cow! This configuration is pretty high-end, not at all inferior to the computer I set up for Director Wang today. The system had obviously just been set up, and the previous secretary's documents and such had not been left behind. So Su Yang picked up his phone, found Director Zhao's WeChat, and sent her a WeChat message. Director Zhao, do you have any handover documents from the previous secretary? A moment later, Director Zhao's message came back. Sorry Su Yang, the previous secretary did not leave any documents, so you will have to figure it out for yourself from scratch. Just do whatever the president arranges. Okay. If that's the case, there's nothing to it. Su Yang reached out and clicked on the browser to find the Kichacha website. She entered the name of the company that had just signed the contract and looked up the legal representative. Yang Xiaoyu. This is not Yang Xia's name either. Su Yang shook her head, a little dizzy for a moment. Then she found the group's official website. However, the official website was full of clothing products and the like, and there was no information about the group's leaders. After looking around, she didn't find the information she wanted. Forget it. Anyway, he has to have a phone call with the president at 10 o'clock tomorrow, and everything will be revealed then. If the president of this group is really the Yang Xia who married him, then he can really be considered to have married a rich woman. Because the old lady Li had said on the phone before that Yang Xia was willing to give it a go with him. This is like getting married first and falling in love later. But is this possible? I'm just a poor loser, could I really have met such a rich woman? Is smoke rising from my family's grave or is there a big fire? Ding dong. While Su Yang was rambling on, his phone suddenly rang. He picked it up and saw it was a message from Zhang Ming. Holy shit! Su Yang, I just received a group email from the entire group announcing your appointment. It says Su Yang has been appointed as the CEO's secretary. Holy shit! Could this Su Yang be someone with the same name as you? Or is this you? Air. Su Yang couldn't help scratching his head as he read Zhang Ming's message. The contrast was so great that even a good friend was confused. Yes, this Su Yang is me. This is indeed the truth, and Su Yang quickly sent a message back to Zhang Ming. Holy cow! That's awesome. Where are you now? I'm on the top floor, in the secretary's office. Okay, hold on a second. That's really awesome. After sending the message, Zhang Ming quickly left his workstation. After a while, Zhang Ming came looking for him and knocked on the office door. Come in. Creak. With a door creak, Zhang Ming pushed open the office door. Then, he froze. Holy cow! This luxurious-looking office only made Zhang Ming let out a heartfelt holy cow. Come, sit. Su Yang saw this and put away his chaotic thoughts, waved at Zhang Ming, and gestured for him to sit in the chair across from him. Su Yang, how did you become the secretary? I don't know. What do you mean you don't know? Yes, I really don't know. Anyway, after the director of human resources called me over, he asked me if I wanted to be the president's secretary. I saw that the pay was good, so I agreed. Who wouldn't want to make more money, right? Su Yang smiled sheepishly, but he didn't hide it from Zhang Ming. As for why Director Zhao found him, he really couldn't say. If this President Yang Xia was his marriage partner Yang Xia, then it would naturally be easy to understand. But Su Yang could not confirm at the moment whether these two Yang Xias were the same person. No. I'm saying, buddy, whether the salary is high or low is not the most important thing. This is the president's secretary. One person is below 10,000 people. Right, this is like what's it called, right? You're like the eunuch head. No matter how high up the official is, who dares to be rude to the eunuch manager? I'll go. You're the eunuch. I still want to get married and have kids, I don't want to be an eunuch. Cough cough. No, I'm just making an analogy. Damn. You've made it to the top in one step. Damn. What top? I've never done secretarial work before, I don't know if I can do it well or not. Maybe I'll be sent back after 2 days. No, it's definitely not going to happen, don't worry, Su Yang. Zhang Ming waved his hand directly after hearing Su Yang's words. Think about it, we both just graduated from university, and it's all written clearly on the resume. And the Director of Human Resources clearly knows that you studied computer science, so it's obvious. There must be a special reason for you to be the secretary. Zhang Ming is quick-witted and quickly discovered the crux of the matter. I ask myself, aren't my professional courses any better than yours? Then why hasn't anyone asked me to be the CEO's secretary? How would I know? Su Yang, look at you. You have a great figure, a pretty face, and even six-pack abs. Handsome guys like you are the favorite of rich women. And, the president of our company is indeed a woman, and I heard she is a single beauty in her 30s. Wow. Su Yang, you are going to be rich. It seems that the president of our group has set her sights on you and wants to support you. Zhang Ming was analyzing and talking at the same time, and soon his face revealed a shocked expression. It seems. This conclusion is really likely to be correct. What? You're saying our president is in her 30s? Yes, that's what I heard from the smokers. She's very pretty. Brother, you're in seventh heaven now. Haven't you always liked older women? Yes, I do like mature older women. They have a certain charm and style. Don't you like that? Of course I fucking like it, but I haven't had a chance. Well, that's true. Hearing Zhang Ming say that the CEO is only in his 30s, I couldn't help but feel a little shocked. My own marriage partner is clearly 42 years old, and the CEO is only in his 30s, so it seems that this is not the same person. In that case, I guess I was just overthinking it. I told you so. Nothing is that easy in this world. Chapter 26. What kind of connections do you have? How come the CEO is interested in you? Brother, you have to look after me from now on, you're really something now. Okay, as long as I have the ability. Of course you do. I'll go to the network department to pack up my things. Hey, even though I become the CEO's secretary, I haven't met the CEO yet. Su Yang smiled sheepishly and then stood up. That won't be long now. I heard that the president is recuperating at home, so you can take this opportunity. You know, maybe the president really likes you. No. Su Yang heard this and quickly waved his hand. He is now a married man, and Yang Xia is also a very beautiful older sister. Even if this president is as beautiful and rich as he is not going to abandon Yang Xia. A matter of principle, he can't do anything wrong. Don't say anything, you don't have a girlfriend anyway, and you have such a good opportunity, you must take it. Well, let it be. Su Yang smiled and did not continue to dwell on this issue. He did not want to prematurely reveal his relationship with Yang Xia. He had to wait until the two were really together, and then it would be logical to talk about it then. The two chatted along the way and soon arrived at the network department. Su Yang, you've been transferred to be the CEO's secretary? Damn, Su Yang, you're awesome. Is the appointment announcement in this email about you? Is it for real? Su Yang, you were just noticed by the CEO in a week? This must be true. Look at Su Yang's appearance, he has a face and a body, and who doesn't like a good-looking guy? Damn, Su Yang, this is a big step up. Su Yang, buddy, you have to look after me from now on. As soon as Su Yang and Zhang Ming returned to the network department, their colleagues gathered around them curiously. Some were envious, some jealous. The whole network department was in an uproar. Everyone had been in an uproar when they received the email, and now that Su Yang had returned, the whole department was even more lively. "Brother Su Yang, let's go and chat for a while." In a moment, the department head also walked over with a smile, patting him on the shoulder lightly. Even the way he addressed Su Yang had changed. "Good, boss." Su Yang stood up, nodded politely, and followed the boss to his office. "Brother Su Yang, come sit. What kind of connections do you have? You've even been noticed by the CEO." "Well, I don't have any connections. The director of human resources approached me, and I was really confused." "Didn't I ask the boss before?" Su Yang couldn't help but scratch his head at the envious look in the department head's eyes. "Oh, that's right. By the way, boss, what kind of person is our CEO? I haven't met her yet, so I'm a little unsure." "Our CEO is a real beauty, otherwise I wouldn't be so envious of you, huh?" "Well, I've heard about that. What about her personality? Is she easy to get along with?" Su Yang didn't really care about whether she was pretty. He already had Yang Xia, and the CEO's beauty had nothing to do with him. "She is very easy to get along with. By the way, our CEO is still single, buddy." "You are so lucky." No. I'm just a young guy who has just graduated. What makes me so special that the CEO would even look at me?" "That's hard to say." The department head mysteriously smiled and didn't go into any details. Obviously, he knew quite a bit of information, but didn't want to say much. "Ha, buddy, let's talk more in the future if there's anything." "Okay, boss." The two men only had a short chat in the office before Su Yan left the office of the head of the network department. This was also considered a farewell to the leader. He then went to his workstation and started packing his things. After a while, he left with his things and briefly said goodbye to his colleagues in the department. Su Yang stayed in his office for a short while before leaving again. He took the elevator directly to the basement garage. After pressing the car key, he saw the headlights of a black car light up. "Wow! This Audi S7L is basically brand new." Pulling open the door, Su Yang got into the driver's seat. Sniffing the car, he seemed to detect a faint, sweet fragrance. "I think it must be the scent of the previous beautiful secretary." Boom! With a roar from the engine, Su Yang drove the car out of the basement. "Holy cow! This feels so much better than the clunker at the driving school." It was a blast. But he didn't get to enjoy it for long. He only took a short ride before he returned. As the new boss, he didn't dare to go out for too long, in case someone needed him. After all, he was now the CEO's secretary, and there were probably many people from various departments and subsidiaries of the group looking for him. Early the next morning, as usual, he arrived at the company with Zhang Ming. After breakfast, he went straight to his office. Time passed slowly. And finally, it was 10 o'clock in the morning. Su Yang had already entered the president's phone number into his phone. When the time came, he simply pressed the dial button. Ding ding. Soon, the phone connected. "Hello?" A light female voice came from the phone. "Hello, President Yang, this is Su Yang." "Oh, you're Su Yang, hello." It was clear that the president knew Su Yang. Moreover, there seemed to be a hint of a smile in her voice. "Su Yang, you've heard from Director Zhao about my situation, haven't you? Due to health reasons, I won't be able to come to the office for the time being." "Yes, President Yang, Director Zhao told me about it." "Good, Su Yang, in the next 2 days, you can familiarize yourself with the heads of each department at our group headquarters. For a specific list of personnel, you can just ask Director Zhao of the Human Resources Department." "Okay, President Yang, I'll get familiarized as soon as possible." "Good, after you're familiarized, you can contact me again, and we can meet and chat." "Okay, President Yang." Although Su Yang didn't quite understand the president's intentions, his first reaction was that this was likely a test for him. Chapter 27. If you want to be tired, you men should be tired. How could women be tired? The exchange with the president was very short, and the call ended before they could say much. It seemed that this President Yang Xia had a really young voice, perhaps in her 30s. There was a hint of a smile in her voice, and she seemed to be in a good mood. Did she really just share a name with her husband Yang Xia? Forget it, I can't figure this out anyway. I'll meet with the directors of each department as soon as possible to get to know them, and then I'll meet with the president. By then, everything will be clear. It'll be over in a couple of days, and I'll soon be meeting with the beautiful president of this group. So Su Yang quickly confirmed what he needed to do next. He contacted the director of the Human Resources Department and quickly obtained the information of the heads of each department. So far, he has already had some exchanges with the heads of 3 departments. Director Li from the Network Department, Director Wang from the Design Department, and Director Zhao from the Human Resources Department. Although the understanding is not deep, it can be considered a preliminary understanding. How should the heads of other departments communicate with them as soon as possible? Su Yang thought about it and quickly came up with an idea. Hello, Sister Wang. Su Yang still plans to start with Director Wang, after all, he is still somewhat familiar with her. Furthermore, the design department is the core department of the company, and it is also where he needs to focus on understanding and learning. Understanding people is one thing, but the most important thing is that the president wants him to get familiar with the company's general business situation as soon as possible. After all, as the president's secretary, it would really be inappropriate if he knew nothing about the company's business. Oh, here comes my little brother. Come, sit down. I really didn't expect that you would now be the president's secretary of our group. Director Wang couldn't help but light up when she saw Su Yang push the door open. Now that his status has changed, Director Wang's attitude towards her has also changed quite a bit. You're too kind, Sister Wang. Su Yang smiled and nodded, then sat across from her. This older sister is very warm and polite, and it's really easy to communicate with her. Sister Wang, our department is the core department of the company, and the president specifically asked me to come to you to learn and understand things related to our department's design. Oh. Upon hearing Su Yang's words, Director Wang instantly understood what he meant. As the president's secretary, she definitely had to understand the company's business, and even if she wasn't professional, she had to have a general understanding. Su Yang used to work in the network department and studied computer science, so she definitely doesn't know much about the clothing industry. No problem, little brother, you've come to the right person. As a clothing company, the design department is naturally the core department. If you can understand what our department does, it will naturally be easier to understand other departments. Come, little brother, sit over here. With that, Director Wang motioned for Su Yang to sit next to her. Okay, Sister Wang. Su Yang didn't expect that this older sister would understand so well. It was really easy to communicate with her. So he pulled a chair and sat directly next to Director Wang. A more intense, faint fragrance hit him from the side, making him slightly dazed. This must be the scent of a mature older sister. It really smells good. Come here, little brother, let me tell you about the workflow of our department. Okay. Thank you so much. Cut it out, don't be polite with your sister. Director Wang laughed lightly and patted Su Yang's shoulder. This young boy's youthful aura is really charming. Since he was going to give a lecture, Su Yang quickly opened the notebook in his hands and prepared to start taking notes. Look, little brother, our design department first has to do market research, and then based on the market situation, we can determine the clothing styles to be designed. Look, brother, this is a research report and design draft for a women's bra. I'll use this case to explain. Director Wang really has a deep understanding of clothing design. She uses the simplest language, and it quickly becomes clear to the layman Su Yang. As she explains, Su Yang listens carefully and takes notes. Director Wang explains in great detail from research to design to sampling. It's not even noon yet, and she's already finished. Oops. I'm sorry, little brother. I was so engrossed in what I was saying that I lost track of time. It's okay, Sister Wang. I'll order the food. What would you like to eat? It's on me. Su Yan looked at the time and immediately opened the food ordering app. Director Wang had worked so hard lecturing, and she, Su Yang, had to do something to show her appreciation. Okay, haha. Since it's my younger brother treating, I won't be polite. Here, let me order. With that, Director Wang took Su Yang's phone and started ordering. While she was doing that, Su Yang took the water glass and poured herself a glass of water. Sister Wang, just order whatever you want, don't be polite with me. Ha ha ha. Don't worry, little brother, I won't be polite with you. A moment later. Okay, I've ordered what I want to eat, you order whatever you want. Okay. Su Yang smiled as she took the phone and casually glanced at it. This older sister is actually quite polite, and the meal she ordered only cost a little over 30 yuan. Okay. Su Yang didn't say anything else, so she looked at the screen again and ordered a few more things before submitting the order. Come on, little brother, let's continue. This older sister, why don't you take a break? I don't want you to get tired. How could that be? If anyone is going to get tired, it's you men. How could a woman get tired? Su Yang couldn't help but be taken aback by these words. What does this older sister mean? It feels a little strange. Could it be that my younger brother is no longer able to? Of course I can, I'm not tired. I told you, my younger brother is still young, how could he say he can't? Come on, let's continue. Director Wang said, a sly, shy smile flashing in her eyes. Then she gestured for Su Yang to sit over and continue giving him a lecture. Okay. This older sister, she sure knows how to talk. If an outsider heard this, they would definitely think that the two of them were up to something. Su Yang didn't really care about this kind of talk. If they want to talk, let them talk. You haven't done anything to me anyway. Ding dong ding. Su Yang was about to sit over when his phone suddenly rang. He opened it and saw that it was an incoming call from Granny Lee. Oh. In an instant, Su Yang couldn't help but get excited. Is this a sign that he's going to meet young Xia? Chapter 28, This sister is a bit flirtatious. Wang Jia, I need to take this call. Su Yang looked up at Director Wang, then pointed at his phone, before opening the office door and going out. Hello? Hello, sister. Well, hello Su Yang, do you want to meet my little sister? Of course. I really want to. It's true. Finally some news. It's been 3 to 4 days since Yang Xia quietly left the hospital last Saturday. Su Yang really wants to see her. He even dreams of passionately embracing her. He has been waiting, hoping that Yang Xia will contact him soon. Then the two of them can live a shamelessly happy life. Good. Upon hearing this, Mrs. Lee couldn't help but smile lightly. After work this Friday, go find her. She said she's already made up her mind. Good. Thank you, big sister. Well, Su Yang, you must treat her well, do you understand? I, your older sister, have never been in love with a boy before, and there is a big age difference between you. She has made a big decision to try living with you. Well, don't worry, big sister. I will treat her well. I will never let her suffer. Hearing what Mrs. Lee said, Su Yang felt so excited that she could almost jump up and down. My Yang Xia wife. You finally plucked up the courage to meet me? Don't worry, Xiaobao. I'll definitely bully you. I haven't been able to stroke your little hands for a few days, and I really miss your little face. Good, I hope you two can really get together. Thanks, big sister, then please send me Yang Xia's address. Well, my little sister said she wants to move somewhere else, so I'll help her look for an apartment in the next couple of days, and I'll let you know when I find one, okay? Okay, big sister. Thank you so much. In that case, let's wait. Su Yang just couldn't understand why Yang Xia wanted to move when she clearly had a place to live. But it didn't matter, as long as she was willing to move, she would. Soon. Su Yang and Mrs. Lee ended their conversation. Su Yang, why are you so happy? Su Yang returned to Director Wang's office, and her happy expression was naturally noticed. I was just chatting with my family. Su Yang smiled and casually explained. But perhaps the explanation was correct. This old lady Li should have a very deep relationship with Yang Xia, like cousins or something. Oh. Come on, little brother, shall we continue? Sure. Since the food hasn't arrived yet, let's study a little more. If this older sister doesn't feel tired, then naturally Su Yang doesn't feel tired either. Soon. Director Wang began lecturing Su Yang again. The next order arrived, and after eating, they continued with the lecture. It wasn't until 2:30 in the afternoon that they had finally covered most of the content. Su Yang had written down the lecture in a notebook for half a day. Thank you so much, Sister Wang, I will definitely treat you to a big meal in the future. Okay, I'll keep that in mind. Director Wang smiled, took a sip of water, and turned her head to look at Su Yang. A certain light in her eyes seemed to be getting stronger and stronger. You must. It's a treat, a small thing. With his current salary, he certainly has no problem treating her to a meal. Oh, by the way, we're hiring models next week to take some photos of our new products. Sure, Sister Wang, just let me know when it's time. I'll definitely be there if I'm free. You're kidding. Anything that makes money, I have to do it. In his 4 years at university, Su Yang had worked hard to make money. Now that he had the opportunity to make money just by posing, he naturally wouldn't let it go. Ha ha ha. Okay, little brother, I'll definitely call you when the time comes. With your face and body, you'll blow those little models away. As she spoke, Director Wang reached out and, without meaning to, touched Su Yang's face. Holy cow! This older sister has some nerve. She actually dared to touch him directly. But he didn't take it seriously, as long as it wasn't too much. Sister Wang, the next department I need to learn about should be production management? Well, that's fine. Director Wang nodded with a smile. Then he reached out again, patted Su Yang on the shoulder, and gave it a squeeze. You learn quickly, good. If you want to know more about communication in the future, just come and find me, I'll make sure you're satisfied. Ha! There's more than meets the eye in those words. Okay. Thank you so much, Director Wang. Looking at Director Wang's smile, Su Yang quickly stood up. Now that I'd basically learned the basics, I need to go back and review them. Don't be polite, just treat your sister to dinner. Okay, goodbye, Sister Wang, I'm going to go check out the production management department. Soon, Su Yang bid farewell to Director Wang and left her office. Time was of the essence, so Su Yang didn't go back to the office to rest. He quickly went to the production management department on the 4th floor. The department director was also a big sister named Sun Xin, who looked to be about 40 years old. Although she is not very pretty, she has a great figure. Su Yang couldn't help but stare at her a few times. After explaining the purpose of his visit, this older sister politely received him. After all, she is the secretary of the president, and everyone really looks at her differently. Continue the lecture. Director Sun put aside her current task and spent 2 hours roughly explaining the production management process in details to Su Yang. Management work is quite simple to understand. After Director Sun finished speaking, Su Yang had basically understood it all. When Su Yang said goodbye and left, it was already 5 o'clock in the afternoon. It wasn't long until the end of the day, so Su Yang planned to go back to the office. After a day of learning and taking notes, the rest of the time would be spent reviewing. Ding dong! Before Su Yang could even get back to the office, his phone rang. He opened it and saw that it was a message from Zhang Ming. Su Yang, are you busy? Do you have time to chat? Sure, come on over. Since his best friend wanted to chat, Su Yang naturally didn't say no. The worst that could happen was that he would have to work overtime to catch up on his revision. Okay, hold on a second, I'll be right there. After sending the message, Zhang Ming quickly slipped out of his workstation. Chapter 29, with your charm, you might be able to straighten her out. Su Yang, what's up? What do you do as the CEO's secretary? Zhang Ming came quickly, basically entering the office at the same time as Su Yang. The CEO asked me to get acquainted with the heads of each department and learn about the company's business. I've been busy all day, and I just got back. What? The CEO is back? Zhang Ming couldn't help but be startled when he heard this. He didn't come back. This is the work that was arranged over the phone. Oh, I see. By the way, Su Yang, after lunch today, when I went out to smoke at the stairs, I heard some more news. Oh? What news? I heard them say. Zhang Ming said, turned his head to look in the direction of the door, and his voice dropped. They said that the president was very good to his former female secretary, and that everyone suspected that they had a relationship. Huh? What kind of relationship? Su Yang didn't react for a moment. Isn't it normal for the president to be good to his female secretary? It's not impossible to be best friends. It means a lesbian relationship. I don't know if this is true or not. But Zhang Ming looked around the office and suddenly seemed to understand something. Su Yang, look, isn't this secretary's office a bit too luxurious? I've been to the boss's office, and it's really not the same. This level of treatment is not what a secretary deserves, right? Su Yang nodded, and this analysis does make sense. But it is also possible for the CEO and the secretary to become best friends. It's hard to say. What if the two of them are best friends? Oh. You're right, that does make sense. Anyway, I heard that the two of them don't seem to get along. I also heard that the secretary and the CEO had a falling out and then she resigned. And then, our CEO got sick. Like that. Anyway, this is just hearsay, and it's really hard to understand. It's all gossip anyway, and only the people involved themselves know the real story. It doesn't matter, because it's not our business anyway. I'll just do what the boss tells me to do. Hold on. Of course it's your business. Think about it. If our boss really doesn't like men, then you don't stand a chance, do you? If you can get our boss, then you'll be set for life. No. You're really something. Even if the boss of the group really likes men, he probably won't fancy me. That's not necessarily the case. With your looks, body, and physique, there's no woman who wouldn't like you. Especially women aged 30 to 40, their needs are fierce. Ha ha ha. Su Yang couldn't help but laugh when she heard Zhang Ming's words. It seems that this buddy likes to find older women, especially rich ones, even more than he does. Even if someone likes a cute guy, it's just for fun, and there's probably not much hope if they really want to get married. Forget it, it could be you with your physique. If you play your cards right, she could fall completely for you and then maybe she'll marry you. Cough cough. Su Yang laughed and waved his hand, and the face of Yang Xia instantly appeared in his mind. I'll be able to spend the weekend with this older sister. What will happen if we're together? Can I make her fall completely for me? Can I make her fall for me under my tracksuit? Seriously, buddy, get your act together. With your charm, you might just be able to straighten her out. Holy shit, what a great idea. Right? Try your best, buddy. After all, Su Yang already had Yang Xia, so he didn't have any thoughts about the CEO. Whether she was pretty or not, whether she was a lesbian or not, it didn't matter to him. He would only treat Yang Xia well in the future, taking care of and loving her. Time passed quickly, and before long it was Thursday. Su Yang met with the heads of each department and learned a lot. As the president's secretary, the directors of each department were very cooperative and did not make things difficult for Su Yang. 4 p.m. Su Yang dialed the president's phone again. According to her request, she had already got to know the heads of each department at headquarters and familiarized herself with the company's business. Hello? Su Yang. The president's voice was still light and contained a hint of a smile. Hello, President Yang. As you requested, I have already had a chat with the heads of each department and learned a bit about the company's business. Oh? You have also learned about the company's business? Yes, President. It was a short time, so I just learned about it in general. Good, that's really good. The president expressed his appreciation, and the smile in his voice grew a little stronger. It was just a pause a moment ago, as if there was someone nearby. Su Yang, then come out tomorrow morning, let's meet. Then let's meet at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning, I'll send you an address later. Okay, President Yang. Okay, see you tomorrow. Very quickly, the brief conversation between the two ended. Looking at the address book on her phone, Su Yang's mood was slightly unsettled. This president is also named Yang Xia, and from the feeling of the chat, she definitely would not be her marriage partner. Otherwise, her voice wouldn't have been so indifferent, would it? He had already kissed her little mouth, and she had cooperated so well. If it hadn't been in the hospital, he definitely would have done more than just kiss her little mouth, right? Ding dong ding. Just as Su Yang was daydreaming, her phone rang again. When she picked it up, she saw that it was her father who had answered the call. Hello? Dad. Yang, are you busy right now? It's okay, Dad, I'm not busy right now. Have you taken my mom to the County General Hospital yet? Yes, we're here. Your mother and I are at the county hospital, and we've been here for 2 days. What did the doctor say? Is it serious? We've already had an X-ray. The doctor said it's not serious. We had a minor operation, and we'll be able to go home in 2 days. Oh, that's good. Do you have enough money? I have some here. Su Yang let out a long sigh of relief when she heard her father's words. As long as there are no major problems. It's enough, I don't think it will be used up even if it's 10,000 yuan. You have to take care of yourself out there, call home if anything happens. Okay, I got it, Dad. Your neighbor is Xiaodong, your primary school classmate, and he already has a child. Oh. Su Yang couldn't help but scratch his head and smile to himself. Dad is in a way urging him to find a partner sooner rather than later. However, he couldn't tell Yang Xia about his situation yet. He would wait until their relationship was stable before telling her. Chapter 30, First meeting with the CEO, but it turns out there's someone else? Let's meet downstairs after work. It was time to go home from work, and just as he was finishing packing, Zhang Ming sent a message telling him to go. Okay, Zhang Ming, I'll go right away. Because these past few days had been a straight commute to and from work, and there was no need to use the car at all, Su Yang had only taken it for a spin the first day, and never drove it again afterwards. He wasn't going to see the CEO until 10 o'clock the next day, so there was no need to drive home today. After packing his things, Su Yang quickly left his office. On the way home, Su Yang, you've been the CEO's secretary for a few days, and you still haven't met the CEO? No, I haven't. You seem more anxious than I am. Su Yang smiled and patted Zhang Ming's shoulder. Well, I'm just curious if our CEO is a beautiful woman, and if you'll have a chance to get her. Just let nature take its course. Su Yang doesn't care about Zhang Ming's question at all right now. What does it matter if she's a beauty or not? He, Su Yang, has Yang Xia. What does it matter if there's a chance to get the president? He, Su Yang, still has Yang Xia. Unless he and Yang Xia, the older sister, have divorced, then it's a different story. I'm going. I find that you don't seem to care much. If it were me, I would definitely find a way to go to the president's house. Ha ha ha. Forget about our CEO. What about the girl you met in the cafeteria? Why haven't you heard from her in the past 2 days? Shit. Forget about it. What's wrong now? Is she asking for a house and a car? Not really. What is it then? Hey, these days, if you don't have money, you can't even have a relationship. This girl said she has requirements for the quality of life. Even if we go out for a meal together, she has to go to a certain kind of restaurant, anything lower than that she won't go. Damn. I make 5,000 yuan a month, I can't afford it. Oh. Su Yang couldn't help but secretly nod his head. A girl like this is really unaffordable. This is not even close to the point of getting married. If anything, she'll want even more than his current girlfriend, Li Feifei. In that case, let's find someone who has low requirements. Where can you find a girl with low requirements these days? It's hard, brother. Well, that's true. Su Yang nodded, he really was quite speechless. By the way, I'm going to meet the CEO tomorrow morning. We already have an appointment. Really? That's great, buddy. Really, take your time. If you really manage to get the CEO, I'll be able to benefit from it, won't I? Ha ha ha. Just go with the flow. Don't be deliberate. Su Yang smiled and didn't want to explain too much. If he didn't have Yang Xia, he would definitely do this kind of thing. But now that he has Yang Xia, he definitely won't be fickle. The next morning. There was still half an hour to go before 10 o'clock. Su Yang left his office and got into the elevator to go to the underground garage. He got into the Audi A7L and set off. The CEO had arranged to meet him at a cafe not far from the entrance to a residential area. It was only a 15-minute drive from the company to the cafe. Future Garden. This was the name of the residential area. After passing the entrance to the residential area, Su Yang drove another 100 meters to the cafe where he had arranged to meet the CEO. This residential area is not high-end, just SOSO. Could it be that the president lives in this residential area? Could such a big shot live in such an ordinary residential area? Su Yang just thought about it and didn't think much more. What do rich people think about? As a poor loser, it's really hard to understand. After parking the car, Su Yang walked straight to the cafe. At this time of day, there weren't many people having coffee. The whole cafe looked deserted. After Su Yang entered, he quickly saw a woman in her 30s at a double table by the window. The woman was quite pretty, and it looked like she was on the phone. Su Yang took out his phone and sent a text message directly to the CEO. President Yang, I'm here, what's your location? In fact, he had scanned the entire cafe, and the only woman in her 30s was her. If the guess was correct, she should be the one. A moment later, the woman glanced at her phone, suddenly looked up, and looked in the direction of the door, and at once spotted Su Yang. It seemed as if she knew Su Yang, and she waved at him directly with a smile. Ha! Indeed. This beautiful older sister is really the president. Su Yang, sit. As Su Yang walked over, the president smiled, nodded, and pointed to the seat across from her. Then she put her phone aside. Hello, President Yang. Su Yang nodded politely and sat down. Not bad. For a woman her age, both in terms of her figure and her face. Judging by her appearance, she was definitely in her 30s. Compared to her husband, Yang Xia, she was certainly in better spirits. But when it came to looks, she was no match for her husband. If she recovers for a while, she will definitely be even more beautiful. Su Yang, it's been almost 2 weeks since you started working here, right? How do you feel? The CEO looked at Su Yang from top to bottom with a smile on his face. Yes, Mr. Yang, it's been 2 weeks. I feel that the atmosphere in our company is quite good. In particular, I visited the directors of various departments in the past 2 or 3 days and found that everyone is really very responsible. Su Yang smiled and nodded. Her answer was neither humble nor arrogant, and she appeared very mature and natural. Oh? Why do you think they are so responsible? The president paused for a moment before continuing. As far as I know, you haven't been at work for 2 or 3 months now, right? But when I visited each department, I found that everyone's work was still organized and in order, as if it hadn't been affected at all. The president nodded with a smile, as if he was very appreciative. Su Yang, would you like something to drink? No thanks, Mr. Yang, I've got my own cup. Su Yang pointed at his water cup and smiled sheepishly. It's been like this since college, I'm used to bringing a water cup when I go out. Puff. The president looked at Su Yang and couldn't help but smile lightly. By the way, Su Yang, where are you from? How many brothers do you have at home? I'm from Qingshan County, a poor mountain valley. I'm the only one at home, and my family is poor, so they can't afford to raise so many children. Oh. What about your parents, are they still in your hometown? Yes, Mr. Yang, my parents have never left the mountain valley in their lives, and even the number of times they went to the county town was not many. Oh, you really are a poor child, said the president, his eyes couldn't help but flicker slightly. Do you like this job? Well, I like it. Su Yang nodded lightly on hearing this. If you can get tens of thousands of dollars in salary right after graduation, who would not like it? Chapter 31, You admire me? What does this CEO want? Good, then you will work hard for me in the future, and I will definitely not treat you unfairly. Perhaps Su Yang said that he was more miserable, or perhaps it was because he was more handsome. The CEO's voice became more and more gentle. There was still a smile in his eyes, and it also revealed satisfaction. Thank you, Mr. Yang. I heard from Director Zhao that your phone is very old. I bought you a new one. Do you like it? Saying this, the president took out a box from the bag next to him and handed it over. Air. Su Yang couldn't help but be stunned when he saw this. This was the first time they had met, and the president was taking such good care of his subordinate. He had even gone so far as to give him a high-end Huawei phone. Of course, this was only a small amount of money for the president. President Yang, this phone is still in good working condition. Su Yang smiled sheepishly and couldn't help but squeeze the phone in his hand. This is for work, don't think too much about it, just take it. Seeing this, the president waved his hand lightly, not giving Su Yang the chance to refuse. Okay, thank you, Mr. Yang. Since that was the case, Su Yang didn't say anything more. He wasn't a person who would dawdle anyway. Since you said it's for work, so I'll just take it without any qualms. Su Yang, do you have a girlfriend? Well, yes. Unexpectedly, the president was even concerned about his life's important matters. So Su Yang nodded with a smile. What's more, do I have a girlfriend? I'm already married, okay? That's right, a handsome guy like you must have many girls falling for you, right? The president looked at Su Yang with interest, and the smile in his eyes grew a little stronger. Mr. Yang is joking. Your girlfriend must be very pretty, right? Yes, Mr. Yang, she is very pretty. Su Yang said, and the image of Yang Xiao's wife instantly appeared in his mind again. When I get off work, I'll be able to see my Yang Xia wife. I'm really looking forward to it. Well, Su Yang, you really are a man of sentiment, that's good. Su Yang, I may still need to recuperate at home for quite some time, so if there's anything in the future, we can just communicate whenever? If you need to come over, we'll just make another appointment? Okay, President Yang, no problem, just let me know if there's anything. After chatting for a while, Su Yang finally felt relieved. It seems that President Yang Xia is quite satisfied with him. It's just that when they were chatting just now, she kept looking at him. From his face to his figure, it seemed like she had looked many times. I don't know what this president wants. But Su Yang also told her that he already had a girlfriend, and she was very pretty. Forget it. Don't think about it, just let it happen naturally. The two of them chatted very easily, and before they knew it, it was 11 o'clock in the morning. Su Yang, I won't keep you for lunch. You can go back to the office first, and I'll make the next arrangements. Okay, President Yang. Su Yang nodded, picked up the new mobile phone the CEO had given her, and then said goodbye. As he watched him leave, the CEO chuckled softly into the phone. Did you hear that, Yang? Su Yang left the cafe and got into her car to rush to the company. Today's exchange with the president went very well, and it seems that she was also very satisfied with herself. It's just that. The president's face was flushed and her speech was full of energy, not like someone who had just recovered from a serious illness. Forget it, why think so much? As long as she doesn't make things difficult for me, it's just a matter of working and getting paid. After a short while, he returned to his office. He picked up his phone and sent a message to Zhang Ming. Zhang Ming, I'm back from meeting the president. She's beautiful and kind, which is great. The president is indeed quite pretty, there's nothing wrong with that. She gave me a high-end phone on our first meeting, so she must be kind. Overall, Su Yang's impression of her is quite good. As for sizing her up, I guess that's normal, too. This is much more decent than Director Wang. Director Wang not only sized him up, but also went for his hands. Let's just do it, and take things one step at a time. A real man has been through it all. A moment later, Zhang Ming's message came back. Holy cow! Congratulations! I'll come see you right away. Okay, just tell the receptionist that I'm looking for you. Great, buddy. The IT department is not busy anyway, and the IT director knows about the relationship between Zhang Ming and Su Yang. If he finds out that Zhang Ming is not at his desk, he won't say anything. In a short while, Zhang Ming arrived at Su Yang's office. So, is the CEO a beautiful woman? Ha ha ha. She is indeed very pretty, much prettier than your wife Fei, cough cough. Of course she is prettier than her, the smoker's eyes are all red when they talk about the CEO. Just imagine. How pretty she must be. Well, that's a bit of an exaggeration, isn't it? The president is indeed pretty, but there is still a slight gap compared to her marriage partner Yang Xia. Zhang Ming's fellow smokers must have been exaggerating. Of course there is. I've had my fill of eye candy here, haven't I? Ha! This new phone is awesome, I paid more for it than a month's salary. You're a secretary now, you're really different. Zhang Ming said, and soon discovered the new phone that Su Yang had placed on his desk. He was thinking about installing some frequently used apps and putting the SIM card from his old phone in it. President Yang thinks my phone is too old, and gave me a work phone. Yes, it is a work phone. What? From the president? Zhang Ming looked at the phone and couldn't help but be a little shocked. Could it be that his guess had really come true? Did this beautiful female president really like Su Yang's appearance and figure? It's entirely possible for a woman in her 30s with a strong sex drive to like cute guys. Otherwise, why would she give him a phone as soon as they met? Look at my old phone, it doesn't even last a full charge. Awesome. Bro, next time I see you, I might even give you a luxury car and a mansion. Cut it out. Ding dong. Su Yang and Zhang Ming were chatting when they suddenly received a text message from Mrs. Li. Future Jiayuan, Building 41, Unit 2, Apartment 902. In an instant, Su Yang couldn't help but get excited. Holy cow! I finally know Yang Xiao's wife's address. I'll go find her after work. Ha! Why does this address feel so familiar? Chapter 32, After a week, your husband is here to see you again. Isn't This the neighborhood next to the cafe where you met the CEO? This is so strange. The CEO is called Yang Xia, and the place where they met is also near this neighborhood. His wife is also called Yang Xia, and she lives in this neighborhood. As for whether the CEO lives in this neighborhood, he is not sure. But there doesn't seem to be any high-end neighborhood nearby. Could it be that there are really such coincidences in the world? For a moment, Su Yang couldn't help but feel a little confused. I'm not making this up, really, I think the CEO must have a crush on you. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to give you a mobile phone as soon as he met you. Su Yang, you have to treat us. We have to have skewers tonight, I want to eat big kidneys. Oh, right. Zhang Ming, I have something to do tonight, I really can't treat you to skewers. How about some other time? I still have to go find Yang Xia after work, so I don't think I can have skewers. I haven't seen her for a week, and I really miss her. I miss her soft little hands and tender face. And especially the feeling of her limp in my arms. She has now agreed to spend some time together, but I wonder if she means living together? I mean, that would be living together, right? After all, the two of them are now a real couple. Oh dear, you and the CEO, you haven't started dating, have you? Or did she invite you to her house to watch her cat do backflips? Ugh. This guy, he's really good at making connections, isn't he? Even if the CEO is lusting after him, he still needs to take things slowly, doesn't he? How could he be so direct right away? No, I'm going to visit my relatives, remember? My relatives are here in Jiangcheng for medical treatment, I'm going to visit them. After all, Su Yang had made up such a relative before, and now it is just the right reason to use. Is it really to visit relatives? Of course. The president is so rich, what kind of handsome guy can't he find? Besides, the quality of the people there is not as bad as you think. This is hard to say. The richer the person, the more they are said to play. It was afternoon. In the afternoon, Su Yang reviewed the things given to him by the heads of various departments while waiting for the end of the workday with a distracted mind. Finally, dismissal time had arrived. Su Yang shut down the computer and quickly tidied the desk. He grabbed his phone and car keys and quickly left his office. Happy. Excited. It had been a week since he had seen his big sister Yang Xia, and Su Yang really missed her more and more. Since now the two of them had decided to get along. Then spoil her. With his patience and love, he believes that this older sister will fall under his sportswear. Boom. With a roar, Su Yang drove out of the basement in the company car. Su Yang had already been to the Future Garden community once, so he was familiar with the way. However, he couldn't go empty-handed. He was expressing love now, not visiting a patient. So he bought a bunch of roses from the roadside florist. Roses symbolize love, and now he is going to start a real relationship with Yang Xia, so buying these flowers should be considered more appropriate. He placed the flowers in the passenger seat and quickly headed for the Weilai Jiayuan community. It wasn't long before he drove into the community. This is an ordinary residential community with a not low occupancy rate. There are many cars and people in the community, with people and cars coming and going. Building 41. He looked at the building number while driving. In a moment, he saw Building 41. He found a parking space downstairs and parked the car. Holding the roses he had just bought, he walked towards the entrance of Unit 2. Yang Xia should be home by now, right? Is there someone else at home? Will she be shy when I see her for the first time? Should I just embrace her? I don't have to leave tonight, do I? We are officially husband and wife. If we are husband and wife, how can we live in different places? How is her recovery going? Can I do something more than just kiss her? She entered the building and got into the elevator. Su Yang felt more and more excited. His heart was beating even faster. My dear Xiaoxia. After a week, my husband is here to see you again. I want to hear your voice, I want to see your loving eyes. I want to embrace you deeply. Even just a hug. Before long, the elevator stopped at the 9th floor. As soon as he got out of the elevator, he turned around and saw 902. Is he going to see his wife soon? Su Yang felt his heart and mind become a little chaotic. Knock, knock, knock. Su Yang stood quietly at the door, took a deep breath, calmed down a little, and then reached out and knocked on the door. Just a moment. After a moment, a woman's voice came from inside the room. Then came the sound of slippers being stepped on. Could this be my Xiaoxia? When I see you, I'll definitely call you my wife, right? Click. Squeak. The door opened and an auntie in her 50s appeared. Young man, who are you looking for? Hello, auntie, does Yang Xia live here? It wasn't Yang Xia, so Su Yang's excitement eased slightly. Who are you? The auntie seemed very cautious, standing in the doorway and not wanting to let Su Yang in. Hello, auntie, my name is Su Yang, I'm here to see Yang Xia. Su Yang. Oh, I remember. Look at my brain. The auntie heard Su Yang's name and gave herself a little tap on the head, and couldn't help but laugh. Come, Mr. Su, please come in, I'm the family nanny. Miss Yang is in the master bedroom. You can just go in. After looking at the flowers in Su Yang's hands, the auntie smiled and nodded, then backed up a little and ushered Su Yang in. Thank you, auntie. Mr. Su, you can just call me Sister Wang. Here, Mr. Su, these are the slippers for you. Sister Wang picked up a pair of new men's slippers from the shoe rack by the door and handed them to Su Yang. Is this already ready? Just waiting for me to move in? Chapter 33, Why is this older sister so gentle? Okay, thanks, Sister Wang. You're welcome, Mr. Su. I'll be going then. I'll come over early tomorrow morning to make breakfast for you. Su Yang couldn't help but be taken aback by this. This Sister Wang is leaving? I'm going? She's so considerate, isn't she? Okay, Sister Wang, thank you so much. Since she's so considerate, she has to be thanked. Mr. Su, you're welcome. Miss Yang has been talking about you all afternoon. Hurry up and go check it out. Sister Wang nodded with a smile, pointed to the master bedroom, and then waved her hand to leave. As soon as Sister Wang left, the house immediately became quiet. It was also quiet in the master bedroom. I don't know if Yang Xia fell asleep, or if she was waiting excitedly for Su Yang to go in. Su Yang put down the flowers and backpack in his hands, and then put on slippers. At a glance, the house was not big, it should be a small 3-room apartment. The furnishings were neither new nor old, and they looked ordinary. It was a typical configuration for an ordinary working-class family. Little Xiaobao. Su Yang held up the flowers, patted her chest gently, and took a deep breath. Knock, knock, knock. She went to the door of the master bedroom and knocked gently a few times. After waiting for a while, there was no sound coming from the room. Ha! This older sister. Can't be that shy, can she? You've been nagging me all afternoon, haven't you? I'm here now, why are you embarrassed again? Is it like in the hospital, where you let your husband hold your hand, stroke your face, and chat with you about flirty things? That would be quite interesting. Knock, knock, knock. Then Su Yang knocked a few times again. Maybe she fell asleep? But there was still no sound coming from the room. Okay, in that case, the husband will go in. Squeak. Su Yang held the door handle, gave it a gentle twist, and then slowly pushed open the door. Sniff. Before she could see inside, a faint, pleasant fragrance hit her. When she looked in, the first thing she saw was a large bed, on which lay a beautiful woman with long hair. Wasn't this Yang Xia? She seemed to be sleeping soundly and didn't react to Su Yang's intrusion in any way. Su Yang couldn't help but twitch his mouth corners at the sight. This older sister is really quite interesting. Never been in love with a boy before, is she really that shy? Or does she like the feeling of holding hands with Su Yang while her eyes are closed? He casually placed the flowers on the bedside table, then sat gently on the edge of the bed. Reaching out, he caught Yang Xia's warm little hand. In an instant, Su Yang's hand was grasped by Yang Xia. Interesting. She wasn't asleep at all, she was just waiting for him to hold her hand. Honey, I've come to see you. Su Yang held her hand and leaned forward a little to look closely at her face. She had become rosy and plump since he had last seen her a week ago. Honey, did you miss me? I really missed you, anyway. He reached out and stroked Yang Xia's little face. Wow! It's even smoother and more elastic. Her little face is rosy, exuding a warm breath. These lips are soft and moist. Yang Xia has recovered really well after a week apart. If you miss me too, wife, will you scratch my hand with your fingers? Su Yang stroked Yang Xia's face, lips, and neck in a very gentle voice. As soon as the words fell, Yang Xia scratched Su Yang's palm with her fingers. Air. This older sister is really interesting. Boo. Su Yang drew back, then bent down and kissed her. He also put an arm around her neck. Phew. Yang Xia, whose breathing had already become a little rapid, now breathed even more rapidly. Her arms involuntarily wrapped around Su Yang's back. This was not in a hospital, so naturally Su Yang's courage was much greater. 2 minutes later. Su Yang had already taken off his shoes and, embracing Yang Xia, was lying on the big bed. Yang Xia curled up and her whole body collapsed in his arms. My dear, from now on, the two of us will be living together, and I will definitely take good care of you and love you. Hugging Yang Xia's back gently, Su Yang controlled his excitement. He could just feel it earlier. Yang Xia's body is still quite weak. Stay calm, there's no rush. By the way, my dear, I recently changed jobs, and the salary is not bad. There is definitely no problem supporting our family. You just rest at home, and I'll work hard. I think we'll be very, very happy. Su Yang didn't know Yang Xia's situation before. But now, he thinks she must have been an ordinary office worker. From what the old lady Li said, the couple must have just moved into the apartment. Su Yang doesn't care about Yang Xia's situation. He just wants to spend time happily with her. From a couple who just got married to a loving couple. After hearing Su Yang's words, Yang Xia reached out and wrapped her arms around his waist. It seemed that she was moved. What do you say, wife? If you think this proposal is okay, then scratch me? As soon as the words fell, Yang Xia's little hand gently scratched Su Yang's waist. Sure enough. She was really determined to get along well with Su Yang. If it's happy and harmonious, then everyone will be happy. If not, then withdraw early and stop the loss in time. Right, honey, you haven't had dinner yet, have you? Why don't I go cook you something? You need to recover, and you can't go hungry. Su Yang gently patted Yang Xia's back, his voice still extremely gentle. Boo! Yang Xia suddenly raised her head, kissed Su Yang's face lightly, and then said something softly. Sister Wang has already finished cooking and is in the kitchen. The voice was soft and pliable, and seemed to carry a hint of a tremolo. Air. Is that my wife's voice? Why does it sound so beautiful? Wife. Since I met you, I finally get to hear you speak, and it's so beautiful. Hearing this sweet, soft, pliable voice, Su Yang couldn't help but feel his heart flutter. Damn it! Why is this older sister so gentle? Chapter 34. After being married for more than a month, I have never seen my husband's face. After Yang Xia finished saying that sentence, she curled up in Su Yang's arms again. It seems that she feels very safe in his warm embrace. Xiaobao, let's go have some dinner first, okay? After dinner, my husband will hug you to sleep, okay? It's time to eat now, and Yang Xia is still relatively weak, so let's eat early. As for cuddling, there's still a long night ahead, so there's no problem with that. In this state, they really do look like newlyweds. As long as they are cuddled together, they will not let go easily. But the situation is different now. After all, Yang Xia is still a patient. Well. Yang Xia gave a soft response, her voice extremely obedient. Hearing this, Su Yang couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. Come on, wife, do you want your husband to carry you there? I don't know if Yang Xia can walk, so Su Yang wanted to carry her over. It's okay, I can walk. Hearing Su Yang's words, Yang Xia couldn't help but smile shyly. Apart from being a little weak, she had no problems walking or talking at all. After a period of rest, she should be able to return to normal. Okay, my dear, let's go over there. Su Yang heard this and rolled over and sat up. Now I can see even more clearly. No matter how pretty a face is, if it doesn't have a pair of sparkling eyes, it's like it lacks a soul. Looking at her big, sparkling eyes, Su Yang was instantly amazed. This older sister is really, really pretty. She looks like she's in her early 30s. Before, she kept her eyes closed, as if she lacked a soul. But now it's completely different. Her beauty seems to have suddenly upgraded by a big notch. But Yang Xia kept her head down, as if she was afraid to look at Su Yang. She hadn't really looked at Su Yang once so far, and she was really nervous. They had been married for so long, and she had never once seen her husband. Now that she was suddenly going to see him, how could she not be nervous? Moreover, she had never been in love with a boy before, and she was inevitably inexplicably nervous. If it weren't for Su Yang's long-term companionship and caresses, as well as the kisses that made her experience a very special and enchanting feeling, she probably would never have had a boyfriend in her life. Honey, it seems you haven't seen my face yet, has it? Seeing Yang Xia's shy expression, Su Yang put his arms around her. He gently kissed her again. Well. Come on, honey, let me show you my picture first. Seeing Yang Xia's slight nervousness, Su Yang reached for his phone. He found the selfie taken at the hospital on their wedding day and handed it to Yang Xia, who was looking down. Take a look, honey. You were quite handsome. Yang Xia took the phone and froze for a moment. This is how young he was. He really was handsome. She had imagined this gentle and funny young man many times in her head, and often wondered what he looked like. She never imagined he would look like this. He really was handsome and young. In an instant, the passion she had been hiding inside her burst out. She didn't know where the courage came from, but she looked directly at Su Yang. Honey. They locked eyes, and Yang Xia's face instantly turned red. So, this is what her husband Yang Xia looks like. Let's go, honey, let's go eat? Su Yang took Yang Xia's hand, and watched her shyly roll over in bed and put on her slippers. Then the two of them walked hand in hand, one in front of the other, out of the bedroom. Honey, let me serve the rice. Sister Wang's cooking is delicious. Once they entered the kitchen, Yang Xia whispered softly and tenderly, then let go of Su Yang's hand. As an older sister, she really wanted to take care of this younger guy who was 20 years younger than her. No, honey, you just go sit in the dining room, I'll do it. My wife is still sick, how can I let her do it? Although I'm not sure what her exact illness is, she is currently weak and needs to rest and recuperate properly. Well. As she watched Su Yang's nimble movements, Yang Xia couldn't help but let an indescribable light shine in her eyes. This young boy seemed very skilled at doing housework. No wonder he always said his cooking was delicious, it seems that he must have cooked a lot in the past. Let's go, wife, let's go to the dining room. Su Yang carried a plate of food and held Yang Xia's hand in the other hand as they walked towards the dining room together. Honey, you sit down first, I'll get the rest. Yang Xia looked at Su Yang, nodded shyly, and then turned to go to the bathroom. After a while, Su Yang had all the food on the table. The chopsticks were also arranged nicely. Tap, tap, tap. Yang Xia came out of the bathroom, her face red. She was still slightly embarrassed to look at Su Yang. She was wearing a light-colored pajama set that was very casual and tasteful, and it even brought out her good figure to the fullest. Her long, black hair was casually gathered behind her head. And that stunning face. For a moment, Su Yang felt that his eyes were not enough. Such a woman is really someone who can make people's eyes turn red. As for that President Yang Xia, compared to his wife, he really is a bit lacking. What's wrong? What are you looking at? Yang Xia walked up to him and shyly stroked Su Yang's hair. This little boy is looking at her like he's lost his mind. Of course he's looking at my wife, I never thought my wife was so beautiful. Hearing Su Yang's words, Yang Xia couldn't help but smile shyly. Wife, sit down, this is yours. She softly responded, then gently sat across from Su Yang. This experience is amazing. She really liked the feeling. In his gaze, she even felt a little giddy. Su Yang, you studied computer science? Well, yes, my dear, but my new job is as a secretary. I mainly look at this job because the salary is pretty good, after all, I still have to support my wife. Su Yang smiled sheepishly and reached up to scratch his head. He was such a handsome guy, working as a secretary for a beautiful CEO, and he wondered if his wife would think too much about it. Chapter 35, This wife is really quite obedient. Oh, so how do you feel about this job? Do you like it? Yang Xia's voice was very gentle, with an indescribable shyness. However, as the two of them got to know each other face to face, she slowly became more normal. It's okay. The president asked me to get familiar with the heads of each department in the company first, which was quite simple. It took me 3 days to get to know everyone and their businesses. If I have to say I like it, I think it's not bad, at least I feel like I've learned a lot. Another thing. Is that I think the salary is not bad? Su Yang said, unable to stop laughing. He is very poor, basically people with high salaries will like it more. Of course, the prerequisite is that he can't do anything wrong. By the way, wife, wait a minute. Su Yang said, turning around and coming to the sofa, taking out his salary card from last week from his bag. My salary card, wife, you take it. The salary card is new, and although there is no money in it yet, all future monthly salaries will be paid into it. You looked at Su Yang and really handed the salary card to her. Yang Xia couldn't help but feel a little dazed. Su Yang, although we are now husband and wife, you don't really know me, do you? Why did you hand over the salary card to me? Yes, we are husband and wife. Since we are husband and wife, I will treat you sincerely. Take it, wife, you will be in charge of the money in the future. Su Yang said, reaching out and grasping Yang Xia's hand. Since we're together, I'm willing to use my heart to win yours. I don't know you very well, but what does that matter? We're husband and wife now. Well. Okay, Su Yang, I'll hold on to it for you, and I'll be serious with you too. Yang Xia's face seemed to turn even redder as she said this. Honey, why don't you call me husband? Su Yang asked, squeezing Yang Xia's hand and smiling. Okay, I'll call you that, honey. Perhaps because of the reasons from the past, Yang Xia felt a little strange calling him honey. But now was different from the past. She felt her passion as a woman ignited by this little boy in front of her. So after he said it, she quickly and tenderly called out honey. By the way, honey, my company president is also named Yang Xia. She is a big sister who looks about early 30s. Oh? Your company president is also named Yang Xia? What a coincidence. Yang Xia couldn't help but feel a little surprised when she heard Su Yang's words, and a trace of unnoticeable cunning flashed in her eyes. Yes, honey, and she's also been sick recently, and her health hasn't recovered yet. I met the president this morning, and guess where we met? Did you go to her house? Ahem. No, I didn't go to her house. We went to a cafe, and it was the one right next to the entrance of our community. Huh? Yang Xia couldn't help but smile shyly when she heard Su Yang's words. Is there really such a coincidence? Yes, honey, this is really a coincidence. But I don't know if the CEO, who also goes by Yang Xia, lives in this neighborhood. The two of them ate and chatted while they ate. As the two of them got to know each other better, Yang Xia became less shy. Instead, she felt more and more that this young man was so genuine, down-to-earth, and sincere. You know what, honey? When the director of human resources told me that the CEO's name was Yang Xia, I was shocked. I thought I had married a rich woman, ha ha ha. It wasn't until I met the CEO this morning that I was completely sure that it was someone else. Puff. Yang Xia couldn't help but laugh shyly when she heard this. What if the person you met this morning was really me? Oh my god. If my wife really is a rich woman, then I'll be even happier. If I can avoid making so many wrong turns in life, then I'll be able to live a life of luxury. Ahem. I'm sorry about that wife of yours. I just want to say that whether you're rich or not, whether you're a rich woman or not, I'll always love you. I may be poor, but I have a good character. Since we're married, I'll be good to you for the rest of my life. Su Yang said, scratching his head a little embarrassed. Yang Xia nodded thoughtfully and smiled shyly after hearing Su Yang's words. This little husband is really a practical person. Husband, then I will have to rely on you for the rest of my life. Of course. I'm a man, I have to work hard and earn money to support my wife. Then you don't regret marrying a woman my age who is old and in poor health. This is all fate, destined by heaven, so what's there to regret? Besides, my wife is so beautiful, hundreds of times more beautiful than a big star. Before they knew it, the two had finished dinner. Yang Xia's appetite was not bad, not smaller than normal. Honey, go take a shower, I'll do the dishes. No, honey, you go rest, I'll do it. Don't worry, honey, when I was at home before, cooking and washing the pots and dishes was all mine, I'm very skilled at it. Su Yang is definitely a sensible and filial child. As long as he is at home, he will always be the first to volunteer to do household chores. Besides, Yang Xia's body has not yet recovered, so he definitely should do this kind of work. Okay, honey, I'll go wash up. Yang Xia watched Su Yang, who was quick and deft, and the smile in her eyes grew stronger. It's true. I've really found a treasure. At his age, he must have done a lot of household chores at home. It seems that this little husband is definitely a very filial person. Hardworking and filial, able to endure hardship, that's really good. After answering, Yang Xia went to the bathroom. After some tidying up, Su Yang quickly finished washing the pots and pans, and then wiped the dining table clean. Wow! There really is endless energy. It's just that my wife's health is really a bit weak. I don't think I can take it. Forget it, I'll just endure it for a while. Click. The bathroom door opened and Yang Xia walked out with a blush on her face. Honey, I'll get you your pajamas, you take a shower too. Okay, honey. Hearing Yang Xia's words, Su Yang couldn't help but feel his heart flutter. Chapter 36, It feels so good to be living together. Yang Xia smiled shyly at Su Yang and then turned to go to the master bedroom. Watching her back, Su Yang couldn't help but become even more excited. It seems that they are really going to live together. Before, he was wondering if it would be like in the hospital, or he would come to visit her when he had time. Unexpectedly, they can live together so soon. But thinking about it, now the two of them are officially registered as husband and wife, living together is definitely the norm. In a moment, Yang Xia walked out of the master bedroom, holding a set of men's pajamas. Honey, these are the pajamas I've prepared for you. I'm not sure if they fit, so you try them on. Anything my wife prepares for me will definitely fit. Su Yang smiled as he took the pajamas, and took the opportunity to stroke Yang Xia's hand. Go wash up. The blue towel in there is for you. Yes, my wife. Soon, he was happily carrying the pajamas into the bathroom. The bathroom was still filled with water vapor, and there was a faint, sweet fragrance in the mist. It was obvious that Yang Xia had just showered as well. There were 2 bath towels hanging at the door, one red and one blue. Sniffing the towels, he noticed that they smelled quite nice. Clattering sounds soon came from the shower. The thought that his wife was waiting for him made his heart flutter. Such a stunning older sister, so gentle, and even her voice was so sweet. If she had already recovered, then he, Su Yang, would rather not get out of bed tomorrow. 10 minutes later, Su Yang had finished washing himself and put on his pajamas. Then he picked up the hairdryer, turned it on full blast, and gave it a blast. After all, it was short hair, and it dried quickly. Wife! I'm coming. Click. The bathroom door opened and Su Yang quickly walked out. Yang Xia was not in the living room, and if the prediction was correct, she should have already returned to the bedroom. Creak. Su Yang pushed open the bedroom door with excitement. Sure enough, Yang Xia was leaning against the head of the bed, shyly looking over. It had already darkened outside, but Yang Xia had only turned on the bedside lamp. The curtains were also drawn. The lighting was so hazy, and the bedroom setting so intimate. The two not yet familiar spouses suddenly felt the atmosphere become extremely ambiguous. My wife. Well. Saw Su Yang come over and sit on the edge of the bed, and Yang Xia shifted her body a little inside the bed. My wife, I feel a bit like I'm dreaming. Yes, my dear, I feel a bit like that too. Yang Xia smiled tenderly and took the initiative to take his hand. Su Yang saw this and quickly took off his slippers. He rolled over and leaned against the headboard next to Yang Xia. When I was feeling drowsy, I suddenly felt someone holding my hand and speaking softly to me. That voice told me that he was my husband and that we were married. I thought vaguely that I didn't seem to be married, so why was this person saying that I was? Do you know, honey? I felt that this voice was so gentle, and I somehow liked it. Then the voice became clearer and clearer. This person not only stroked my hand, but also my arm and my face. I felt so shy. Yang Xia put her arm around Su Yang's and leaned her head gently against his shoulder. The doctor told me that if I chat with you more, it will strengthen your will to live, and you will probably wake up. Actually, I don't know what to talk about, so I just ramble on. And, at first, I didn't know if you could hear me. Su Yang couldn't help but smile sheepishly when he heard Yang Xia's words. It seems that my wife knows all the little things I do secretly. You also said that a 40-year-old woman like me is amazing, and you have the guts to satisfy my husband. As she said this, Yang Xia shyly lowered her head. Anyway, Su Yang had said a lot of similar things. Previously, he had clearly felt that the more flirtatiously he spoke, the greater Yang Xia's reaction. The more she reacted, the more he talked. Yang Xia was very, very shy when she heard this. But, listening to it, she also found it quite interesting. The key was that the voice was very, very gentle, and his big hands were also so warm and gentle. Slowly, she became more and more fond of this feeling. When Su Yang wasn't around, she quite looked forward to him stroking her hands and face, and then saying those flirtatious things. Especially after Su Yang kissed her. She suddenly felt like she might like this boy, who was so much younger than her, a little bit. Well, this. Su Yang scratched his head a little embarrassedly. He did have quite a lot of courage. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare to easily take on this temporary marriage business. Wife, I actually heard this too. They say that a woman's age of 30 to 40 is like a wolf and a tiger. I don't know if it's true. After all, I haven't tried it either. So how old were you when you tried it? You're so handsome, you can't tell me you've never been in love, can you? Yang Xia gently brushed the hair in front of her forehead, her gentle voice tinged with curiosity. Ahem. Honey, do you believe me when I say I've never been in love? You're the first person I've ever. In fact, Su Yang was not wrong. He had indeed been in contact with more than one girl before, and there were even more if you counted the temporary boyfriends. But he had never met a girl who was willing to really talk things through with him. The main reason was that his family situation was really shabby. And he was still wearing the same old sportswear. Well, I believe you. Yang Xia smiled shyly and didn't ask any more questions. But she knew very well that when the two of them kissed, Su Yang was obviously experienced. But whether he had experience or not was all in the past and had nothing to do with the present. Boo! Su Yang took advantage of Yang Xia's inattention and kissed her lips as soon as she bowed her head, and his arms also went around her. Honey! A moment later, Yang Xia's body also collapsed in his arms, and her breathing became rapid. Chapter 37, The First Night of Marriage. Honey, is it okay? Su Yang hugged Yang Xia, who was limp in his arms, and kissed her neck. Feeling Su Yang's youthful breath, Yang Xia felt like her mind was about to stop working. To Su Yang's question, she felt like it was coming from the far side of the sky, and her mind was even more blank. Is it possible or not? What does he mean? Honey, are you feeling well? Su Yang felt that Yang Xia didn't seem to understand what he meant, so he asked again. Honey, I feel a little dizzy. Perhaps it was just too much excitement, but Yang Xia felt not only was her whole body weak, her head was also spinning noticeably, and she felt increasingly dizzy. If this continued, she felt she might faint. Oh. Su Yang was startled to hear this. Break. He had just stopped her from kissing him below the neck. It seemed that his wife really wasn't well, and she would need some time to recover. Honey, do you know what illness I have? Well, I don't really know the details, but the doctor said you're extremely weak and have a death wish. The doctor never told Yang Xia what the cause of her illness was, and he never asked. But ever since Yang Xia started to respond, she has been recovering little by little. Honey, can I tell you the details later? Actually, I don't have any serious illness, and the doctor was right. Right now I'm just weak, and if I rest for a while, I'll be fine. Yang Xia curled up in Su Yang's arms, gently embracing him as she slowly adjusted her excited emotions. Slowly. The dizziness in her head finally eased. Her body was still too weak, and she really couldn't do that kind of thing right now. Well, that's fine, my dear. As long as you're not seriously ill, I'll be relieved. Hearing Yang Xia say this, Su Yang's lingering worries finally eased. With such a wonderful wife, naturally he wanted to be with her every day, ideally for the rest of his life. Although the age on the marriage certificate is indeed not young, she really looks no different from a big sister in her early 30s. This big sister really knows how to take care of herself. Don't worry, honey, there really isn't anything wrong. I just need some time to rest. I'm sorry, honey. Today is kind of like our first wedding night, but I'm fine, honey, we're going to be together for the rest of our lives anyway. I'm not in a hurry. No matter what, health always comes first. Seeing Yang Xia slightly blaming herself, Su Yang quickly reassured her. He had been a bachelor for 22 years and had never felt any different, so what if it took a little longer? Honey, you can take advantage of me while I'm asleep. Cough cough. No, honey, what are you thinking? I'm not that kind of person. This wife of mine is so concerned about what Su Yang thinks that she even came up with such a stupid idea. Put. Honey, you really know how to make someone feel good. You're not selfish at all. Yang Xia said, unable to stop smiling shyly. You're my wife, of course I have to take care of you. Wife. Are you sleepy? How about letting your husband just hold you while you sleep? Well, I got a little sleepy after you kissed me just now. Hearing Su Yang's words, Yang Xia adjusted her sleeping position and snuggled lightly into his arms. Pop. Su Yang raised his hand and turned off the bedside lamp. The room instantly became pitch black. Honey, you will take good care of me, won't you? Yes. Of course. Well, then you really don't mind that I'm so much older than you? My wife is so gentle and lovely, and so beautiful. Besides, we were destined to be together by fate. I really don't mind the age difference between us. My wife is pretty, but she is really poor. You have to support me for the rest of your life. Ha ha ha. My wife, what are you saying? I'm a man, okay? A man has to work hard to support his wife. This is a man's responsibility and duty, and it is incumbent upon him. Husband, I wish I were a rich woman. Wife, it doesn't matter if you're a rich woman or not, I'll love you no matter what. Really? Of course. The two of them embraced, chatting softly. Yang Xia's voice grew quieter and quieter until it suddenly disappeared. She fell asleep. Su Yang was healthy and full of energy, and wasn't sleepy at all. So now he could only recite sutras. Amat Ba, Alleluia, Amen, and Alligato. It's really exhausting to be embraced by such a wonderful big sister for the first time, isn't it? There's no choice, now I can only distract myself. Gradually, I don't know how long it took. A wave of sleepiness came over Su Yang, and she fell asleep. Early the next morning. Snap. While the two were still sleeping in each other's arms, the door outside creaked open. It seemed to have been opened from the outside. Oh. Yang Xia was startled awake by the sound of the door opening. In an instant, she felt herself wrapped in Su Yang's arms, and her face flushed with embarrassment. It was already bright outside. Su Yang's chest was so broad, so warm, so strong, so safe. Ever since she was a little girl, this was the first time she had slept so soundly. And this was also the first time she had slept in the arms of a man. Husband. Yang Xia didn't mind the noise outside, she knew very well that it was Sister Wang coming over to help them cook. Wife, you're awake? Well, I'm not sleepy anymore, Sister Wang is here to help us cook. I woke up when I heard the door open. How do you feel? I feel. Husband, I want to go to the bathroom. Yang Xia couldn't help but smile shyly. Then she rolled over, sat up, put on her slippers and hurriedly went out. This wife looked at Yang Xia's slender back and enchanting figure, and Su Yang couldn't help but be in a daze again. Ding dong. Suddenly, Su Yang's mobile phone, which was placed on the bedside table, rang. When she picked it up, she saw that it was a WeChat message from Zhang Ming. Chapter 38, Staying Up All Night with the Patient in Bed? Su Yang, you went to the hospital to stay up all night with the patient? I woke up and found that you didn't come back. Air. Su Yang looked at Zhang Ming's message and couldn't help but secretly pull the corners of her mouth. It's true that she stayed up all night with the patient, but she wasn't in the hospital. And it was indeed a veritable bedside companion, staying up all night with the patient in bed. She stayed up all night. The relative has already been discharged from the hospital, and I didn't have anything to do anyway, so I came over to take care of him. As for him and Yang Xia's affair, Su Yang didn't want to tell Zhang Ming yet. Let's wait a while and talk about it. And in the message he sent back, he also referred to her as him, otherwise Zhang Ming would definitely think too much again. Oh, when are you coming back? It's the weekend, don't you want to think of a way to go out on a date or something? Hold on. Why would I go on a date with you? Ha ha ha. No, I mean, we can't waste such a great weekend, can we? Li Feifei lives in Jiangcheng, she's your girlfriend, you can just ask her out. I can't go back just yet. Anyway, you haven't seen her for a long time, you can ask her to come over, it would be nice to spend some time together at home. Damn it. I'd love to, but as soon as I ask her out, she asks me how the house and the bride price preparations are going. If these preparations are not ready, it seems that she will not see me. Zhang Ming was very angry when he mentioned this. If a girl who didn't cost money appeared at this time, he might not hesitate to choose her. Well, this is a big problem, so I think I might as well go to bed and wash up. If it's 100,000 or 80,000, Su Yang can consider lending it to Zhang Ming for emergencies. But this is millions of dollars, and Su Yang doesn't have that much money. Even if the old lady Li really gave Su Yang the 2 million, he couldn't possibly lend it all to Zhang Ming, could he? Hey! Su Yang, you're not coming back this morning? If you're not coming back, I'll go to the office and work overtime. I can earn some overtime pay anyway. Well, I'm not coming back this morning, and I probably won't be going back this weekend either. My relatives aren't here, so I'll help take care of the patient. Su Yang thought about it for a moment, and then made up an excuse on the spot. When the time comes, I'll tell Zhang Ming about him and Yang Xia. Oh, that's fine. I'm going to work overtime at the company now. Okay. Snap. Yang Xia returned with a shy smile after just a few words with Zhang Ming. Honey. Seeing Yang Xia looking down slightly as she smiled at her, Su Yang couldn't help smiling back. Taking off her shoes and climbing into bed, she snuggled lightly into Su Yang's embrace. Lying in the arms of a man feels so wonderful. Yang Xia felt as if she had wasted the past few decades of her life. Why hadn't she realized before that a man's embrace could be so wonderful? Now, she had suddenly opened this magical Pandora's box with a young boy. My dear Xia. Listening to Su Yang's voice, which was both magnetic and gentle, Yang Xia felt herself becoming a little lost in thought. As she looked down, Su Yang couldn't help kissing her again. It was just a light kiss, and he knew that his wife's body had not yet recovered. He didn't want to excite her too much. Yang Xia couldn't help but embrace Su Yang's waist, and her body also became limp. Husband, if I had met you earlier, how good it would have been. Well, then it's all about fate. If your husband had seen you before, you might not have paid any attention to me. That's true. Yang Xia snuggled in Su Yang's arms, her voice soft and gentle, her face flushed. I don't know how long it was before the bedroom door was gently knocked on. Miss Yang, Mr. Su, I've made breakfast for you, so please get up and eat in a bit. It was Sister Wang's voice outside the door, and there was a hint of laughter in her voice. Okay, Sister Wang, Su Yang and I will get up and eat in a bit. Yang Xia turned her head towards the door and said something, her voice slightly shy. Okay, Miss Yang, then I'll go back first, and I'll come back at 11 noon to make lunch for you both. After Sister Wang finished speaking, she quickly left with unhurried steps. Click. With the sound of the door outside, the two knew she had left. Honey, Sister Wang is the part-time worker you hired, right? Why don't we cancel it? From now on, I'll cook for you, okay? I can cook all 3 meals, breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Su Yang gently stroked Yang Xia's long hair and couldn't help but start thinking. I don't know how much the part-time worker gets paid a month. It's just 3 meals a day, and it's actually pretty simple for Su Yang's level. It's okay, honey, I've already signed a contract with Sister Wang, so let her do it for a month first. Besides, my husband is now the secretary to the president of a big company, and once he gets busy, he'll be keeping his wife hungry. Well, upon hearing Yang Xia's words, Su Yang couldn't help but nod slightly. Okay, let's see how it goes for a month first. By then, it will naturally become clear how the work situation is. If I have time to cook, there's no need to renew the contract. I think if I take another month off, my health will be almost back to normal. Then your wife can cook for you. Yang Xia looked up slightly, quietly looking at Su Yang's face, and couldn't help reaching out to stroke it. This little boy looks more and more likable the more I look at him. And his body, it's really so strong and firm. Especially that youthful aura, it's really so seductive. Great, in the future I'll be responsible for making money to support the family, and my wife will be responsible for being as beautiful as a flower, okay? Seeing Yang Xia actually take the initiative to stroke his face, Su Yang's heart almost couldn't help but become excited again. Great! In fact, my wife has also worked in management before. If my husband encounters problems at work, would it be okay to discuss and study them with my wife? Yang Xia's eyes were filled with a smile, and her hand that was stroking his face seemed reluctant to let go. And it stroked all the way down to his neck and chest. The sight of his firm muscles made her heart flutter uncontrollably. This young boy is so attractive to an old aunt like me. Chapter 39 Husband, I just want to stay at home with you. Really? That's great. Su Yang couldn't help but light up at the news. He had just graduated from computer science and had never done any secretarial work. If Yang Xia, who had done management work, could give him some pointers, then he would probably be able to do a better job. Well, of course. Honey, let's get up and eat first, okay? Okay. Su Yang responded, somewhat reluctantly letting go of the soft and fragrant Yang Xia in his arms. If it weren't for his wife's poor health, he would have slept until noon. Soon. The two got up, washed up, and tidied up. In no time, the two were sitting face to face in the dining room, starting to eat breakfast. Honey, what are your plans for the weekend? Or has your CEO assigned you anything? Yang Xia looked at Su Yang tenderly, and her voice was also very gentle. She could clearly feel that. Her body seemed to have recovered much faster than before. Since waking up in the morning, she had felt that she seemed to have some strength in her body. The president hasn't given me any work to do for the time being. I have learned a lot of business knowledge from the directors of various departments, but I haven't had time to organize it yet. But there's no rush, I'll have time to organize it. And I don't have a laptop right now, so it's not convenient to organize it. I'll wait until Monday to go to the company and talk about it. Oh yes, Director Wang from the company's design department, she told me the most, I recorded half a notebook. Director Wang? Yang Xia couldn't help but suddenly raise her voice when she heard this, and a trace of imperceptible worry flashed in her eyes. Well, yes, dear, the director of the design department is called Wang Fu, a young lady in her early 30s. She's quite enthusiastic, and she talked to me from morning to afternoon, which was quite hard work. Su Yang didn't pay attention to the change in his wife's expression, and nodded with a smile. As for Director Wang taking the opportunity to squeeze his muscles, he still didn't want to tell Yang Xia about it. After all, Director Wang's actions were just very minor, and there was no big deal. But if he told his wife about it, she might think too much about it, which would affect her physical recovery. Oh. Husband, your company is a clothing company, and there are quite a lot of pretty girls there, right? Well, there are quite a lot of them. A clothing company, of course, has to have mostly girls. What's wrong, honey? Are you worried about me? Su Yang felt that Yang Xia was hinting at something, as if she was worried about something. Yes, my husband is so handsome, if he is tempted away by that pretty little girl. Ha ha ha. Don't worry, honey, you are the most beautiful sister I have ever seen in my life, without a doubt. Besides, we are husband and wife. Okay, honey, I believe you. But my intuition tells me that you need to pay some attention to this Director Wang, she seems a bit dishonest. Ha? Su Yang was shocked to hear this. This older sister's intuition is really accurate, isn't it? Yes. Director Wang is indeed a bit dishonest. Su Yang has communicated with the directors of all departments, and only this Director Wang is the most dishonest one. She either pats Su Yang on the shoulder or arm, or pinches him without saying a word. There is definitely something wrong with this young lady. What's wrong, honey? Did she bully you? No. She just told me to call her sister, and other than that, there's really nothing. Oh. Yang Xia couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief when she heard Su Yang's words. Su Yang was just a young guy who had just graduated from school, and in front of a mature and sophisticated woman like Wang Fu, who was already married, it was probably easy for her to bully him. If something like this happened, wouldn't Yang Xia have to cry herself to death? Honey, you just have to pay more attention. Boys have to protect themselves when they go out, you know? Some women like to bully little boys. Don't worry, honey, I'll definitely protect myself. Su Yang said, unable to help smiling. This was the first time he had heard that a boy had to protect himself. Ding dong. While the two were chatting, Yang Xia's phone suddenly rang, and it seemed to be a WeChat message. She picked up the phone and looked at it, quickly standing up. Honey, I'm going to the bedroom to call a girlfriend. Can you finish eating first? Okay. Su Yang was a little puzzled, but he nodded readily. It's just a phone call, where can't she take it? I'm your husband, she shouldn't be embarrassed in front of me. But these thoughts only flashed through his mind for a moment, and soon he stopped thinking about it. After all, the two of them had just started living together, and with time, everything would become clear. Yang Xia picked up her phone and quickly walked into the bedroom, closing the door behind her. Yang Xia spoke very quietly on the phone, so Su Yang couldn't hear a word she said. But he didn't try to listen anyway. After just 2 minutes, Yang Xia finished her call. Honey, a girlfriend of mine wanted to come over and visit, but I told her it wasn't a good time. Oh, that's okay. Honey, I want to be with you right now. Oh, and honey, I prepared some happy characters yesterday, and I was thinking of putting them up with you. That's a good idea, honey. Let's eat first, and I'll put them up after. Yang Xia is right. Newlyweds should not be bothered by their girlfriends. In this intimate world of two, they can hug and kiss whenever they want. It would definitely not be as fun if there were other people around. As for posting some auspicious words around the house, that is indeed necessary. Newlyweds really need to decorate their home with more festive decorations. Okay, honey, let's eat. Let's eat. Su Yang said, reaching out and using a small spoon to ladle a spoonful of eggs into Yang Xiao's mouth. Thank you, honey. This small action instantly made her blush. Oh, by the way, honey, our company even gives our secretaries cars. If you want to go out later, I can take you for a drive? Forget it, I just want to stay home with my husband. Yang Xia seemed completely uninterested in the car Su Yang had given her, and even her smile seemed slightly unnatural. Chapter 40, The Joy of a Young Couple Staying at Home. Okay, dear, I'll stay at home with you. Later, we'll decorate our new home. Since you don't want to go out, we won't go out. As newlyweds, we should stay at home and be intimate, shouldn't we? Although your health isn't very good, that shouldn't affect our deepening mutual understanding, should it? Well. After a while, the two of them finished breakfast. After Su Yang had cleared away the dishes, he and Yang Xia started decorating the new room with red couplets. Although these things should have been done in advance, they were just as happy doing them now. The two of them really did stay at home for the whole weekend, not leaving the house at all. When they got sleepy, they would cuddle up and fall asleep, and when they got hungry, they would have the delicious meals prepared by Sister Wang. When they weren't sleepy or hungry, they would snuggle up together and chat about everything under the sun. When their love reached a fever pitch, they would exchange passionate kisses. But Yang Xia was still weak, so Su Yang kept a firm grip on the situation. Otherwise, if she fainted from too much excitement, that would be bad. Before they knew it, the weekend had passed in a flash. Monday morning. After eating Wang's breakfast, Su Yang was ready to kiss Yang Xia goodbye. It was time to go to work. Honey, I feel like I'm getting better and stronger. I hope you get better soon, so I can take care of you. Boo! Su Yang put his arm around Yang Xia and gave her a soft kiss with a meaning behind his words. Then he waved goodbye to her and left the house reluctantly. Ooh! A morning breeze blew, and Su Yang couldn't help but stretch his arms. Crackling followed as his joints creaked. He hadn't exercised for 2 days, and he felt itchy all over. Boom! With a roar, Su Yang drove to the office. He drove fast and soon arrived at the company. There was a small gym on the top floor, but no one usually came to exercise there. After all, this was where the CEO used to exercise, so no one else usually came. When he arrived at the office, Su Yang put down his bag and went to the gym to exercise. Ding dong! After exercising for a while, he received a WeChat message on his phone. Su Yang first thought it was a message from Yang Xia, but when he opened it, it turned out to be from Zhang Ming. Su Yang, have you arrived at the office? Shall we go to the cafeteria for lunch? I've already eaten at a relative's place. I'm now exercising at the gym on the top floor. You can come over after you've finished eating. Forget it, I'm not going to exercise. I drank a bit too much yesterday and my stomach still feels a bit uncomfortable. Oh, that's fine. After putting down the phone, Su Yang exercised for a while. Then he went back to his office and started organizing on the computer the lecture notes of the various directors that he hadn't finished last week. Knock, knock, knock. I don't know how long it took, but the office door was knocked. Come in. Creak. With Su Yang's shout, the office door was pushed open. It turned out that the head of the network department came over, carrying a brand new laptop in his hands. Boss, why did you come over? Well, Brother Su Yang, Personnel Director Zhao Ming called me early in the morning and said that you were still missing a laptop here. So I contacted the computer company and they sent over a high-end one. When Su Yang continued to call him boss, Director Li couldn't help but smile sheepishly and then placed the laptop on his desk. Oh, thank you, boss. Seeing his colleague being so polite, Director Li didn't stay long, chatting for a while before heading back to his office. Su Yang opened the laptop and couldn't help but feel secretly delighted. The configuration was really good. It was just a bit strange. that the director of human resources had arranged for the network department to buy him a computer so early in the morning, and it seemed quite urgent. Did Director Zhao not know that he didn't have a laptop before? Or did the president Yang Xia arrange it? Su Yang thought about it and always felt that there was something strange about it. Knock, knock, knock. The computer software had not been installed yet, and the office door was knocked again. It turned out to be Director Zhao Min from the personnel department. Director Zhao, why are you here? Su Yang, there may be something wrong with the car you drive. I'll arrange for someone to take it to the 4S shop for a good check. Okay. Su Yang did not think much about it and directly handed Director Zhao the car keys. Su Yang, what kind of cars do you boys like? The kind of car I like? That would definitely be an off-road vehicle. Su Yang had always wanted to drive an off-road vehicle ever since he learned to drive. But in the 4 years at university, he never had the chance. So what is your favorite off-road vehicle brand? That would definitely be the Tank 300. I think it's pretty good. What's the use of me liking it? I can't afford it now. Su Yang sees this car on the road from time to time, and it really tickles his fancy. Oh, you really like this car? You don't like the DG? Su Yang couldn't help but sway a little at the sound of this. Big sister, I'm just a little working man, and I've never even dreamed of a car like DG. Su Yang laughed, feeling that Director Zhao was teasing him a little. If I say I like DG, do you think you could buy me one? Okay, Su Yang, I'll take the car back for now, and I'll arrange another one for you as soon as possible. Great, Director Zhao, thank you so much. As he watched Director Zhao leave, Su Yang couldn't help but frown slightly. Why did this older sister ask me what kind of car I like? Off-road vehicles are basically gas guzzlers, so does the company have this kind of car? Anyway, after the exchange with Director Zhao just now, he felt a bit strange about something. The laptop system and software were all set up, and it was almost noon. He and his wife had agreed that they would both be home for lunch. So he planned to leave a few minutes early. Tap, tap, tap. Just as Su Yang was about to leave, there was a sound of hurried footsteps outside the door. Knock, knock, knock. Before Su Yang could respond, the door was pushed open. Director Zhao was holding a set of car keys in his hand and hurriedly walked in. Su Yang, here you go, this car will be your car from now on. Ha? Su Yang could see clearly that the word tank was on the key. Director Zhao, what is this? Yes, that's right, this is the Tank 300. The president said since you like this car, he bought it for you. Chapter 41, could it be that the CEO was smitten with me? I would say no. Director Zhao, isn't this the original car of our company? Why did you buy me a new car? Su Yang looked at the car keys in his hands and couldn't help but feel a little confused. He had only casually mentioned it before, so why did the CEO buy him a car? Yes, Secretary Su, the CEO specifically said that if you like any car, he will buy it for you. You can just take the car. It's parked downstairs. I'll be going now. Director Zhao smiled mysteriously, didn't explain anymore, and left with a wave of his hand. Ha! I'll be damned. This is interesting. No wonder Director Zhao asked me what kind of car I like. It turns out he wants to match my car to my preferences. If I had said I like a Mercedes before, would the president agree to match me with a Mercedes too? Forget it. I'm just a little secretary, how dare I match such a good car? Even if I were to buy a Tank 300, I would be embarrassed to drive it around. Why does this feel a little strange? Does this big sister boss always treat her employees so generously? Or is she doing this to me? For a while, Su Yang thought of a lot. Damn. Forget it, don't think about it, just take it one step at a time. His wife Yang Xia is still at home waiting for him to come home for dinner, so hurry home. Thinking about this, Su Yang picked up the car key for the Tank 300 and quickly left the office. Once outside the company building, Su Yang immediately saw the black Tank 300 Darth Vader parked downstairs. The brand new car looked very imposing. Okay, since it's the company car, just drive it with peace of mind. In theory, this car should be quite a bit cheaper than the previous company car. However, as far as Su Yang is concerned, he prefers an off-road vehicle. Boom! With a roar from the engine, Su Yang drove off in his new car towards home. It had been half a day since he left home, and he really missed his big sister Yang Xia. Over the past 2 days at the weekend, The two had spent a lot of time together, and although they hadn't had in-depth conversations, they had nevertheless come to know and understand each other much better. It wasn't long before Su Yang arrived at Yang Xia's building. After locking his car, he excitedly walked to the entrance door. Knock, knock, knock. Su Yang looked at the time and then knocked gently on the door. Tap, tap, tap. A moment later, footsteps could be heard inside the house, seemingly quite fast. Judging by the sound, if he was right, his wife Yang Xia would be coming to open the door. Click. As the door opened, Yang Xia's handsome face appeared at the doorway. In an instant, Yang Xia's face revealed an indescribable surprise. Honey, I'm home from work. Su Yang stepped through the door and took her in his arms. Smelling her sweet scent, he said. Honey, you smell so good in my arms. Honey, you must be tired. Come wash your hands and eat. Okay, but first I want to eat you up. Su Yang held Yang Xia close, reluctant to let her go. He lowered his head and kissed her soft lips. Honey, close the door, she said. Su Yang then realized that the door was still open. So he reluctantly let go of Yang Xia and turned to close the door. Hubby, come and eat quickly, Sister Wang has been waiting for a while. Honey, why didn't you eat earlier? Your body hasn't recovered yet. Su Yang hurriedly put his bag on the sofa and quickly washed his hands. Honey, in the future, you don't have to wait for me to come back before eating, okay? You can just eat first. But I want to wait for my husband to eat together. Yang Xia smiled tenderly and waved at Su Yang. Soon, the two sat facing each other around the dining table. Xiaobao, hurry up and eat. After that, try to eat first, okay? It's fine, honey, it'll just be a little while. Yang Xia's face flushed as she heard Su Yang call her Xiaoxia baby again. It was really strange to hear such a young boy call her that, but at the same time she felt so happy and sweet. The two of them chatted and happily ate. By the way, honey, the company gave me a new car. Really? That's great. What kind of car did you get? They gave me an SUV, a Tank 300. Su Yang said, taking out the car key and placing it on the table. It really is. Yang Xia looked at the car key, and a trace of cunningness could not help but cross her gentle eyes. How about this car? Does my husband like it? The car is quite good, I do like it quite a lot. I have actually always wanted an off-road vehicle, but since getting my driver's license, I have never driven it. However, Su Yang said, unable to help but frown slightly. What's wrong, husband? Is there something wrong with the car? Well, no. The company replaced my car with this one, but it was bought especially for me. So I feel that there might be something wrong. Su Yang thought about it for a while, and decided to tell his wife about it, so that she could help him think about it too. Oh. Didn't your company give you an Audi before? Wasn't that car more expensive than this SUV? What's wrong with replacing it with a cheaper one? Yang Xia couldn't help but smile to herself as she looked at Su Yang's slightly furrowed brow. This little husband really thinks a lot. Not wife, before our HR director Zhao bought the car, he also asked me if I liked the big G. Wife, if I really said I liked the big G, do you think the CEO would really agree to buy me a big G? Puff. Yang Xia couldn't help but laugh when she heard this. My husband is so good. If you say you like the big G, maybe your CEO will really buy it for you. Cough cough. No, this is not nonsense. I dare not say anything. I am just a small secretary, how can I dare to ask the company for a Benz as a car? Su Yang couldn't help but feel a little bit of a cry and a laugh when he heard Yang Xia's words. This wife. You don't know how expensive a Benz is, do you? If I really ask for a Benz and the president really buys it, this is going to be a big deal. I can be sure that the president must be jealous of my body. Chapter 42, I just started living with my wife, and I really don't want to go to work. Seeing Su Yang shaking his head repeatedly, Yang Xia couldn't help but smile. Is a big car expensive? Of course it is. Su Yang knew as soon as he heard it that his wife definitely didn't know the price of a big car, or didn't know anything about the model. The cheapest one costs more than 1 million, and the more expensive ones are probably even more. I'm just a lowly secretary, how many years of work would it take to buy such a car? I'm just a secretary, how many years of work would it take to buy such a car? Oh, does my husband like this car? No, no. Su-young quickly waved his hands and shook his head like a rattle. He doesn't like it, he doesn't dare like it at all. Honey, after work, can you take me for a ride in your Tank 300? Sure, of course. On weekends, my wife doesn't even want to go for a drive, so why is she asking to go for a drive today? But since she wants to go, I'll take her out for a drive. She's always at home. And it must be boring for her. I really should take her out for a walk more often. Going for a drive and going to the park should be good for her recovery. Thanks, honey, I haven't gone out for a walk in a long time either. Why are you being polite to your husband? My dear husband can accompany you whenever you want in the future. Su-young reached out and touched Yang Xia's soft, tender face, squeezing it gently. Husband. Yang Xia also lifted her hand and gently grasped his large hand. Ding dong ding. While they were eating, Su-yang's phone rang. She picked it up and saw that it was a call from Director Wang. Hello? Hello, Director Wang. Su-young naturally did not avoid Yang Xia when answering the phone, and picked it up to connect the call. Su-yang's younger brother, why aren't you at the office? Your sister wants to ask you for a favor. Oh, I'll be back in a while, Director Wang. Su-yang said, looking up at Yang Xia, who was looking at her, as if she was also listening to the two of them on the phone. Su-yang smiled and reached out to press the speakerphone. After all, his wife had said before that she had done management work before and that they could discuss many things. So she should listen in on the phone too, as she might need to give him advice. Su-yang, I sent an expense claim to Manager Lee earlier, and she got back to me saying that the CEO had been discharged from hospital and was resting at home, and that she would forward the expense claim to him. But I've been waiting for days and the president hasn't gotten back to me yet. Brother Su-yang, you're the new secretary to the president, can you help me push for a response? I'm in a bit of a hurry. Oh, sure, Director Wang, just send the application form to my WeChat and I'll get in touch with the president as soon as possible. Okay, brother, thank you so much. Director Wang, you're welcome. It's the least I can do. Su-yang and Director Wang chatted away, while Yang Xia listened patiently. Brother, if you can make this happen, I'll buy you dinner, okay? We'll see. Director Wang is really too polite. Ha ha ha. Okay, brother, that's it. I'll take a photo of the expense claim form and send it to you right away. With that, Director Wang hung up. Wife. This woman is Director Wang of the company's design department. She talks like this, so don't think too much about it, wife. After finishing the phone call with Director Wang, Su-yang smiled sheepishly and hurriedly explained to Yang Xia. This Director Wang is really something, calling me brother all the time. I was talking to you on the phone, but in front of my wife, really. I don't know if my wife will be upset when she hears her calling me so ambiguously. Yang Xia couldn't help but smile when she heard Su-yang's explanation. It seemed that she didn't really care about the ambiguous way Su-yang was addressed on the phone. I can hear it, this Director Wang is mainly more flowery with his mouth. But, husband, if she asks you to dinner, you must not drink, okay? Yes, I understand. I still have to take good care of my wife in the future, I can't drink. Su-yang of course heard very clearly that she didn't want him to drink. If Director Wang invites him to drink and he gets drunk, the chances of something going wrong will increase greatly. When he doesn't drink, she dares to touch him. But if he drinks too much, she'll just rip his clothes off. No, no. I'm married, I must be faithful to my wife. What a good husband. Yang Xia couldn't help but secretly breathe a sigh of relief after hearing Su-yang's reply. Wang Fu still needs to make her husband pay attention to some things. After all, he is so young, so handsome, and so strong. How could any woman not like that? With that, she picked up her phone and looked for something on it. After a while, she put the phone down. Sister Wang really does a good job cooking lunch, and the two of them finished eating in no time. Wife, it's getting late, I need to hurry back to the office. I also need to call the CEO this afternoon to remind him about this matter with Director Wang. Su-yang looked at the time and quickly got up to prepare to clear the table. The morning had been a bit short, and there would be some delay on the way back, plus the time spent eating, so an hour was not very generous. The main thing was that while eating, he was thinking about chatting with his wife for a while longer. In that case, the time would be even longer. It's okay, honey, you're the secretary of the company president, you don't need to punch the clock to go to and from work on time. Honey, is that a good idea? After all, I've only just started as a secretary, I should still try to keep to the time. With that, Su-young picked up her chopsticks and rushed to the kitchen. Hurry up and finish cleaning up, and hurry back to the office. Honey, let me clean up. I'm getting more and more energetic. It's okay, honey, this is a small task that can be done in 2 minutes. Su-young said as she quickly started to wash the dishes. Her movements were very nimble. Sure enough. It only took 2 minutes for Su-young to finish washing everything. Honey, you need to rest at home, okay? I'll come back as soon as I can after work to keep you company. Kisses. With that, Su-young gave Yang Xia a kiss. Her little mouth is so soft and fragrant, so comfortable. Damn. I just started living with my wife, and I really don't want to go to work. If only I could be with her every day. Chapter 43, The President's New Task. After leaving the house, Su-young got in his car and quickly drove to the office. No matter how fast he drove, he was still a few minutes late when he arrived at the office. However, as the CEO's secretary, he didn't need to punch a time clock. It was just that as a new employee, he had just started working there and didn't want to be late. Ring ring ring. As soon as he arrived at the office, Director Wang's phone rang again. Hello? Director Wang. Thank you so much, little brother, for helping me out. The CEO has just approved my expense claim. Huh? So soon? Su-young could not help but be taken aback by the news. How could this be such a coincidence? I haven't even contacted the CEO yet, and she already approved it? Su-young, my dear brother, be honest with me. Does the CEO really like you? Well, I don't think so. Hearing Director Wang's ambiguous words, Su-young could not help but scratch his head. Up until now, I have only met the CEO once, and he doesn't know me well yet, so how could he possibly like me? Come on, you're not going to tell your sister the truth, are you? It's hard to say about a handsome guy like you. Even your sister admires you. By the way, I heard you got a new car. Ahem, yes. Director Wang, you know about that too? That's because your sister is very well informed. Well, little brother, I'm calling to say thank you, and I'll treat you to dinner when I get the chance. Okay, Director Wang, you're very kind. The two of them chatted for a while, and the call ended quickly. In the afternoon, Su-young continued to organize the lecture notes on the new laptop. As a secretary, she still needs to know a little about the company's business. Otherwise, she will not be able to do her job well. She was busy until 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and she finally finished organizing all the lecture notes. The process of organizing was also a process of reviewing. So far, Su-young has basically gained a general understanding of the company's business. Knock, knock, knock. Just as he had a moment to relax and take a sip of water, the office door was knocked on. Come in. With a loud knock, Zhang Ming pushed the door open. Ha ha ha. Come sit down, would you like some coffee? Seeing Zhang Ming come in, Su-young laughed and stood up, ready to help him grind some coffee. Forget it, this stuff is too bitter. I'm a hard worker, so I don't want to add more bitterness to my life. Zhang Ming sat down on the sofa and waved his hand with a bitter smile. Damn it! Is there a hidden meaning in what you're saying? How come you're the one with a hard life? How come I'm not the one with a hard life? My girlfriend is breaking up with me now. Do you think I'm not suffering? Breaking up? What's going on? Didn't she give you 2 years to get ready with a house and a dowry? Su-young couldn't help but frown when she heard this. Did Zhang Ming's girlfriend, Li Feifei, change her mind again? Yes, she messaged me at noon, saying that her family had introduced her to a rich second generation. She asked me if I wanted to go and have a look. Holy shit! Listen to this, what the fuck does this mean? If she wants to go on a blind date, then go on a blind date. Why tell me? Isn't this rubbing salt in my wounds? Here, drink some water and talk slowly. Gulong gulong. Zhang Ming took the glass and drank it in one go, just like a beer. Su-young, tell me, what does she mean by this? Isn't this just breaking up with me in a different way? And this way of breaking up is a bit too harsh, isn't it? How long has it been since we left school? I can still vividly remember how she used to fall for me when we slept together. In the blink of an eye, I'm almost like a stranger to her. Hey! When I think about it, I really feel a bit sick. Calm down. Su Yang couldn't help but feel helpless when he heard what Zhang Ming had said. There was nothing he could do about this kind of thing. There's nothing he can do about it. It's all because we're so poor, man. So poor that we can't even afford a relationship. Did you hear that? She means she wants to break up with you? Yeah, it's pretty obvious, and it's an insult to me. Asking me if I want to go on a blind date with someone else? I'm so fucking impressed. Forget it, man. Since you can't be together, you use someone else's wife to gain experience, so it's all even now, right? Li Feifei has already said it, so there really doesn't seem to be anything to salvage. Even if she is really rich. Like that, forget it. Zhang Ming doesn't have much money to begin with, and she still wanted him to prepare the house and materials. It was actually just an excuse to break up. Before, she said she would wait for him for 2 years. But now, after just a month, she is already setting him up with a rich second generation. What kind of woman is this, who cares about emotions? Hey. Zhang Ming's depression seemed to have eased a little after listening to Su Yang's words. Ring ring. Just as they were chatting, Su Yang's phone rang. He quickly sat up from the sofa and took 2 steps to the desk to pick up his phone. It turned out to be the CEO calling. Hello? CEO. Su Yang, tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock, I'm going to hold a conference call. Please notify everyone above the level of director in advance to come to conference room 1. When the time comes, have Director Zhao call my mobile directly. After a lapse of 2 or 3 days, the CEO finally gave Su Yang another task. Yes, President, I will immediately notify the relevant persons in charge. Su Yang said, picked up the pen on the table, and wrote down what the president had arranged. Time, place, participants, meeting method, etc. Yes, Su Yang, tomorrow at 9:30 a.m. You come to the entrance of the cafe where we met last time. I will still be waiting for you there. I have other things to arrange for you. Yes, President, I will definitely be there on time. Yes, Su Yang, then I will see you at 9:30 tomorrow. Goodbye. Goodbye. The CEO's voice still carried a hint of amusement, and there seemed to be a trace of appreciation in the smile. In just a few words, the CEO had arranged everything very efficiently. Su Yang, just now the CEO called you? Yes, that's right. Oh, right, I have to arrange the CEO's matters first, we'll talk later. Su Yang said, quickly sat back down in her seat, and prepared to quickly inform everyone of the CEO's arrangements. Chapter 44. What's wrong, honey? Are you staring? After a flurry of activity, Su Yang sent a message to everyone about the arrangements made by the CEO. Anyone who didn't reply within a short period of time was called directly by Su Yang, who gave them the verbal notice again. She then made a special call to Director Zhao, asking her to supervise everyone to make sure they arrived at the first meeting room early, and to call the CEO at 10 o'clock sharp. Holy cow! I'm impressed after 3 days. Zhang Ming couldn't help but secretly admire Su Yang as he watched him go about his busy schedule. After just a few days apart, it seemed like my buddy had matured a lot. Ha ha. What's there to admire? I've never won a scratch card. After Su Yang finished his busy schedule, he sat back down on the sofa. Zhang Ming, if there's really no way to make things right, then you just have to be more open-minded. After all, 5,000 yuan a month is really not enough to meet your girlfriend's demands in a short period of time. Hey. In fact, I know very well that there is definitely no future for us. I just feel that. It is a bit of a pity to suddenly lose the relationship after all these years of university. It will just take a while for my heart to get over it. Su Yang nodded slightly upon hearing this. There is nothing we can do about it. It will just be hard for a few days, and then it will probably be over. The two of them chatted, and before they knew it, it was almost time to go home. Zhang Ming, I have to go back to my relative's place as soon as possible. I have to go check on her. Damn it. Su Yang, your relative is a beauty, right? Why are you so concerned? Don't bullshit, it's a relative, do you understand? What if she's a beauty? Alright, buddy, let's go. Su Yang laughed and patted Zhang Ming on the shoulder, quickly got up, packed his bag, and put his new computer in it. I'll go. Not a bad laptop. The company gave you this, right? Yeah. Said Su Yang, already packed his backpack and ready to leave. Seeing this, Zhang Ming really didn't want to sit anymore, so he followed him out of the office. Honey, I miss you so much. As soon as he arrived home, Su Yang took Yang Xia in his arms again. My sweet wife, I don't want to let you go once I hold you. Honey, let's eat first. After we eat, can you take me out for a drive? Okay, honey. Boo. Before letting go of Yang Xia, Su Yang gave her a big kiss. After tidying up a bit, the couple sat facing each other at the table. Are you busy this afternoon, honey? Yang Xia asked casually while eating. Well, it's okay. I've organized everything the managers gave me this afternoon. As the CEO secretary of a clothing company, it's really not acceptable to know nothing about the business. In the future, I need to find time to ask them more questions. There's still so much I don't understand. Furthermore, the CEO wants to hold a conference call tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock, and I've already informed everyone. Also, the CEO wants me to go to that cafe tomorrow morning at 9:30, and she said she'll arrange other work for me. Soon, Su Yang gave Yang Xia a brief report on the situation. It was just like chatting anyway, so as long as his wife wanted to know, he would just casually mention it. Oh, what kind of work will your boss assign you? I don't know, I really can't guess. But don't worry, honey, it's definitely not going to be anything bad. Puff. Yang Xia couldn't help but laugh at Su Yang's words and the look that didn't want her to think too much. This little boy is really simple and cute. It's okay, honey, we'll just do whatever the boss assigns us, as long as we don't do anything wrong, it doesn't matter. Yes, you're right, dear. The two of them chatted and soon finished their dinner. Honey, why don't I do the dishes? You work so hard and then come home to do the housework. I feel bad about it. It's okay, honey. I'm full of energy right now. This little bit of housework is nothing. With that, Su Yang quickly cleaned up the dishes and table. Honey. Ha? I feel like I'm getting more and more energy. Why don't we? Really? Seeing Yang Xia's shy expression, Su Yang instantly understood. My wife feels like she can do it? I don't know if I can try it then. Okay, great. Su Yang's heart instantly fluttered at the news, and his heartbeat unconsciously accelerated. Honey, wait a minute while I change, I want to take a ride in your car today. Okay, honey. Yang Xia said, smiling tenderly at Su Yang, and then walked gently into the bedroom. In a moment, Yang Xia came out, wearing a light-colored long dress and her hair up in a bun. With this casual change of clothes, her whole demeanor changed instantly. Su Yang looked at Yang Xia blankly and was stunned for a moment. This temperament is really extraordinary. Can this be the temperament that an ordinary office worker can have? Even if he is the CEO, he doesn't have this temperament at all. What's wrong, honey, looking so dumbfounded? Seeing Su Yang's dumbfounded look, Yang Xia couldn't help but smile shyly. This little boy is really charmed by me? Yes, honey, I really look very handsome and elegant when I dress up like this. In a daze. I feel like you're some big boss or CEO, you really have an extraordinary aura. Su Yang said, unable to help but shake his head vigorously. Just a moment ago, that's exactly how he felt. However, when he came to his senses, he immediately denied himself. If my wife really was some big boss or CEO, she wouldn't be living in such a poor place, would she? And she would never have fallen for a poor guy like him. Wasn't my wife very beautiful? Yes, my wife is really very beautiful, and she has such a great sense of style. Such a beautiful and mature woman is simply fatal to Su Yang's attraction. Let's go for a drive, honey, shall we? Yang Xia said, gently taking Su Yang's arm. Chapter 45, It seems I've found a rare treasure. Great, let's go for a drive. Su Yang rubbed his eyes and withdrew his dazed gaze. Just a moment ago, he felt as if he were meeting Yang Xia for the first time. Back at the hospital, she had been wearing a hospital gown. Back home, she had been wearing pajamas. And she always had her long hair loose and didn't pay much attention to her appearance. Now she's dressed up a little, and her whole demeanor has changed. Sniffing. Su Yang quietly sniffed the faint fragrance emanating from Yang Xia, and his mind couldn't help but become a little lost in thought. Why does he always feel that his wife's aura is so extraordinary? It seems that I've picked up a rare treasure? Once outside, the two quickly took the elevator to the ground floor. Honey, is that the car? The two had just finished eating, and it was still not very dark. As soon as they walked out of the apartment building, Yang Xia saw the Tank 300 parked not far away. There was only one brand new SUV in the neighborhood, so it was that one. Yes, honey, what do you think? Isn't it awesome? Well, it looks pretty good. Soon, the two arrived in front of the car. He opened the passenger door and helped Yang Xia into the car. Then he turned around and got into the driver's seat. Here we go. With a roar from the engine, Su Yang slowly started the car. The window was cracked open a little, and the wind pushed its way in, blowing Yang Xia's long hair. She reached up to touch the hair on her forehead, and quietly looked at the scenery outside the window. Honey. Huh? What's wrong, honey? I haven't been out for a long time. Once you're better, I'll take you out every day. The air outside isn't great, but it's better than being cooped up at home all the time. Yes, thank you, dear. Don't be polite with me. When we have time, I'll take you back to my hometown. The air in the mountains is really good. Really, when you're in the mountains, you feel refreshed every day. Su Yang glanced at Yang Xia and even took a look at her long legs. Having such a mature and beautiful wife is even more refreshing than going to the mountains. As long as she is by my side, I feel like I can do anything. Great, when we have a holiday, why don't you go back to your hometown with your wife? Yes. My parents will definitely be very happy. Su Yang was very happy that Yang Xia had taken the initiative to suggest going back to his hometown. The poor mountain village of his hometown seemed quite inconvenient, apart from the good water and air. The food, the accommodation, the transport, basically, nothing is convenient. No girl from the city would want to marry someone from the mountains. The car drove onto the main road and headed straight ahead. The red light came on, and Su Yang stopped the car. Reaching over to the side, he took Yang Xia's hand. Wife, have you been a big company leader before? Oh? Why do you think so? Yang Xia's eyes flickered slightly at these words. She then turned her head and looked at Su Yang tenderly. It's not bad to have such a perceptive little husband. I felt it the moment you came out of the bedroom just now, after changing your clothes. Really, wife? I seem to feel an invisible aura. Even the president of our company doesn't have an aura as strong as yours. Yang Xia couldn't help but smile. This is really interesting. Didn't you tell me before that I used to work in management? Maybe that's why. Oh, right. You're right, Su Yang remembered very clearly that Yang Xia had indeed said that. In that case, it seems very likely that your wife has been a big leader. As for what position, it's hard to say. Your wife used to hold positions like general manager and president? Well, more or less. Yang Xia smiled tenderly, surveying the young boy in front of her. Being with him really felt so carefree. The youthful passion exuding from him is really charming. Hubby, the light is green. Oh oh. While the two were chatting, the green light came on, and the cars behind them started honking. Boom. Su Yang slammed the accelerator and rushed out. Really? Why does it feel a little dizzy when I'm with my wife? This mature older sister is really attractive. From head to toe, there is an attractive fragrance exuding from every part of her. The car drove all the way to an open park. Honey, let's drive in and take a stroll? Sure, this is a nice place. Su Yang replied, turned the steering wheel, and drove into the park. He found a parking space, parked the car, and turned off the engine. Wait a minute, honey, he said, and jumped out of the car first, quickly going to the passenger seat. He took Yang Xia's hand and gently helped her down. He closed the door and locked it. The two of them walked slowly hand in hand towards the inside of the park. This is a nice place. In the future, my husband can often bring you here to take a stroll, just as exercise. Well, in fact, when my wife was physically fine in the past, she also sometimes came here to take a stroll. Oh, by yourself? My wife is so beautiful, if you go out alone, it really makes people a little worried. Not really. I used to have a very good friend, the two of us would sometimes come here to take a stroll together. Oh. Su Yang nodded slightly upon hearing this. But in her heart, she was pondering. Could this very good friend of hers be her former boyfriend? But then again, how could a woman as beautiful as Yang Xia not have men chasing after her? However, the previous old lady Li said that she had never been in love with a man. Could it be that she didn't understand the actual situation? Pfft, it's a woman. It seemed that Su Yang sensed her silence, and Yang Xia couldn't help but laugh lightly. I haven't really dated many boys. If I really count, you're kind of the first one. Oh? So your husband was your first love, right? Yeah. Yang Xiao's expression became slightly unnatural upon hearing Su Yang's words. Chapter 46. What is your ideal? I seem to have really forgotten. The two walked hand in hand, chatting as they went. The street lamps in the park were not very bright, and people were constantly walking past in groups of 2 or 3. Husband, what is your dream? Can you tell me? Dream? Su Yang felt that he had not thought about this word for a long time. It seemed that this word had become a little distant from him. When he was a child, everyone seemed to have their own dream. Perhaps they wanted to be a doctor, a teacher, or a scientist. Now, Su Yang just wants a stable job with a salary that can support his family. Is this a dream? Maybe. Before I met you, I just wanted to have a decent job and earn a living wage to make life a little easier for my parents. After I met your wife, I just wanted to work harder and earn more money, so that my wife could live a little more comfortably, and so that my parents could live a little easier. Well, I don't really know what my ideal is, but I just want to make the people I love happy and comfortable, so I'll just work hard and earn more money. Su Yang thought for a moment and said the most realistic and reliable thing he felt. As for lofty ideals and ambitions, yes, they are too far away and seem to have nothing to do with the present. The universe is so big, I want to go to the moon and have a look. This kind of ideal is not worth getting up in the morning. Doesn't my husband want to make a career? A career? Su Yang couldn't help but be taken aback when he heard this. As a fresh graduate who has just found a job that he can do for a while, where would he dare to think about a career? Yes, honey, you're actually quite smart and down to earth. If there's a chance, you'll definitely be able to do something. Well, upon hearing Yang Xiao's words, Su Yang couldn't help but secretly twitch his mouth corners. Yes, honey. If there's a chance, but where's that chance? With the 3 melons and 2 dates in my pocket, can I seize the opportunity if it comes? Su Yang just nodded slightly at Yang Xiao's words and didn't say much more. Anyway, no matter how much you say, it's all empty words. Honey, do your current job well and learn about your company's business. I believe you will have a great opportunity. Huh? Really? Yang Xiao's words obviously weren't like a joke. Her voice was gentle, but it clearly showed her seriousness. Of course, do you trust your wife's judgment? Yes, I trust my wife. Su Yang couldn't help but turn his head and take a closer look at his wife in the dim light of the street lamp. It's not like his wife wasn't talking seriously to him. Don't worry, my dear. Since I've taken on this job, I'll definitely find a way to do it well. With that, he reached out and took Yang Xia in his arms, and then lowered his head and kissed her. Yang Xia cooperated by wrapping her arms around his waist and letting him kiss her. In a moment, she felt a little giddy. Honey, let's go home. It hadn't been long since they'd started strolling, but Yang Xia wanted to go home. Especially when she was in Su Yang's arms, being kissed deeply, she wanted to go home even more. She wanted to completely relax in that intimate environment and enjoy his embrace and kisses. Okay, my dear. Su Yang also knew that they had been strolling for quite some time. After all, his wife was weak and not suited to strolling for too long. With that, he let go of Yang Xia's arm, which was still wrapped around her, and took her hand, walking slowly back. After a short while, the two arrived at the parking lot. Su Yang gently helped Yang Xia into the passenger seat, then started the car and drove home. Honey, I walked for quite a long time today, and I'm not too tired. So it seems that my wife's health is getting better and better. Yes, honey, maybe after a while, I'll be able to go back to work. Go to work? Su Yang was taken aback by this. In his understanding, in the future, his wife would be responsible for looking beautiful, so she just needed to stay at home, and he, Su Yang, would work hard to earn money to support the family. Well, yes, honey, I did have a job before I got sick, and once I recover, I can naturally go back to work. Yang Xia smiled, gently extended her small hand, and directly stroked Su Yang's face. Oh. That's pretty good too. Since my wife is about to recover, it's really quite happy to think about it. Husband, are you quite puzzled by my illness? We've both been admitted to the ICU, so how can I recover so quickly? Yes, my dear, I am a little puzzled. But you did say you would tell me in the future, didn't you? Su Yang nodded with a smile. Although he was curious, he would patiently wait for his wife to tell him herself. The doctor had also said that she was extremely weak and had a weak will to live. Su Yang had actually listened to these words with a confused mind. At that time, he just took it as a business and did what was required, without wanting to understand too much. But now the situation is different. If Yang Xia is willing to talk about it, he would be happy to know. Well. Yang Xia nodded gently and responded softly. Actually, I don't have any illness, I just starved myself. Ah? Su Yang couldn't help but be shocked when he heard this. Starved myself? What do you mean? What reason was there for you to almost starve yourself to death? Well, let me think about it and then I'll tell you the exact reason, okay? Don't worry, honey. I'm really going to get better soon, and I'll be able to go back to work and earn money again. That's great. Whatever happened in the past, as long as you're back to normal, that's all that matters. You're my wife now, and I just want you to be happy and healthy every day. Su Yang temporarily quashed his curiosity after hearing Yang Xia's words. It was the past anyway, as long as his wife was fine now. With that, he reached out and grabbed Yang Xia's hand, gently rubbing it. It didn't take long for the two to drive back to the residential area. After parking the car, Su Yang took Yang Xia's hand and they returned home together. As soon as they entered the house, Su Yang embraced Yang Xia in his arms and kissed her directly. This wife is really charming today, I have to kiss her properly. Chapter 47. Is this flirtatious or flirtatious? Honey, go take a shower? It's hot and you're sweating. Oh, I see why my wife smells even better, it's because you're sweating. This little boy, he knows how to tease. Yang Xia reached out her little hand and gave Su Yang's waist a gentle twist. Okay then, since my wife is so weak, why don't you let your husband wash you? No. Hearing Su Yang's words, Yang Xia's face couldn't help but blush instantly. This little husband of mine is being funny or flirtatious? Although what he said sounded quite embarrassing, she had an indescribable expectation. Su Yang smiled and then let go of Yang Xia. Then just take a shower, and later. Yang Xia blushed and laughed, and quickly walked into the bedroom. Early the next morning, after Su Yang and Yang Xia had eaten the breakfast made by Wang Jia, he drove away from the residential area. It was still early, and he had an appointment with the CEO, so he planned to go to the office first and then come back when it was about time. After arriving at the office, he sent a short message to Director Zhao to remind him of the 10 o'clock conference call. Then he reviewed the notes from his previous lecture. When it was 9 o'clock in the morning, he left his office and prepared to meet the CEO. He drove quickly. When he arrived at the entrance of the coffee shop, he saw the CEO walking from the entrance of the residential area. Su Yang, wait for me a moment. Good morning, President. I just arrived too. It's not early anymore, it's already 9:30. Hearing Su Yang's words, the president couldn't help but smile. He couldn't help but look up and down at him again. This young boy is really quite good, no wonder Yang Jie plans to spend some time with him. If it were me, I would definitely want to spend some time with him too. It doesn't matter if you get married or not, just be happy for now. Su Yang, take this key. I'll send you an address. Will you go do something for me? Sure, Ms. Yang, no problem. Su Yang nodded, agreeing readily. There were two sets of keys, one was for the BMW, and the other was like a key for the door at home and an access card. And his wife had specifically said yesterday that he should do a good job as her secretary, and there would definitely be big opportunities in the future. In that case, he definitely had to do a good job. Well, I've forwarded the address to your phone. After you get to this place, take the car in the yard out for a spin. Also, help clean up the small courtyard. As for the rest, just go over there and figure it out. Oh. Su Yang immediately understood after listening to the president's words. It seems that this may be the place where the president once lived, and he is asking him to help clean it up. Okay, President, no problem, I'll rush over there. This kind of thing is really the job of a secretary. I wonder if I have to walk the dog or something. Or help pick up the kids from school? Who knows? Just do whatever the boss tells you to do. Well, go ahead. Su Yang, after you've cleaned up, you can keep the key. By the way, If you want to live in this house, you can feel free to do so, and you can even bring your girlfriend to live with you. And you can also feel free to drive the BMW. Got it, Mr. Yang. Su Yang couldn't help but smile sheepishly upon hearing this. Listening to what the president said, she felt a little strange. It seems that this is not her family's stuff. But no matter how good the house is, and no matter how handsome the car is, it's not hers, and she dares not use it casually. Well, that's fine, you go over there. Su Yang, I still have things to do. The president looked at the time and then prepared to leave. Okay, Mr. Yang, I'll be right there. Su Yang nodded, took the key the president gave her, got into his tank 300 and quickly left. The address the CEO gave him was not too far away. It was only a 20-minute drive. It didn't take long for Su Yang to arrive at the address the CEO had given him. Holy cow! This is a villa area. The villas are beautiful. He took the card key and swiped it, and with a click, the gear lever in front of him moved up. He put the car in gear and drove into the villa area. Number 1314. Su Yang drove along and quickly found Villa 1314. He parked the car in a random spot and walked over, taking the keys with him. This villa is really beautiful. If I become rich in the future, I want to buy a villa like this one. How enjoyable it would be to live here with my wife. Su Yang couldn't help feeling a surge of envy as he looked at the villa. Presumably, this should be President Yang's villa, right? Click. He opened the villa door and walked into the courtyard. A BMW X7 was parked under the carport, covered in dust. It looked like it hadn't been driven for at least 2 or 3 months. The courtyard was also covered in dust, and weeds had grown everywhere. It seemed like no one had lived here for a long time. Never mind, let's clean up the villa's small courtyard first, and once that's done, I'll take the car out and wash it. After looking around, he quickly found some tools in the corner of the carport. There were brooms, mops, buckets, shovels, and the like. He also found a water tap in the corner of the courtyard. Perfect. With these, it was easy to clean up the courtyard. For someone who is used to doing farm work in the mountains, this is a piece of cake. Weeding, cleaning, drying the floor, watering. Su Yang worked quickly and efficiently, and in just under 2 hours, the courtyard was tidied up. Then he took a photo. Ding dong. Su Yang was just about to drive the car out to find somewhere to wash it when Yang Xia sent a WeChat message. Is my husband busy at work? Yes, dear. The CEO asked me to help her tidy up the house, and I've just cleaned the courtyard for her. Oh, my husband has worked hard. It's okay, honey, it's just a little thing. You miss me, wife? Su Yang couldn't help but smile as he read Yang Xia's message. Last night. Although I still didn't make it with my wife, we were pretty close. Yes, honey, I miss you. Come on, wife, let's video chat, I'll show you our CEO's villa, it's really beautiful. After Su Yang sent the text message, he quickly initiated a video request. Chapter 48, Old Mrs. Lee's Bad Idea. A moment later, the video call was connected. Honey, are you tired? Seeing the sweat on Su Yang's face, Yang Xia couldn't help but feel a vague sense of pain. It's just a little work, and it's really incomparable to the farm work I used to do. By the way, honey, come, take a look at the president's villa, it's so beautiful. Su Yang said, switching the video camera to the rear view. Look, honey. Su Yang held the phone up to the courtyard, the villa, and the dusty BMW, so that Yang Xia could see more clearly. What do you think, honey? Look how beautiful the villa is. If I ever get rich, I'll make sure you live in a place like this. Su Yang looked at the villa and felt a pang of envy. As for when he would earn enough to buy a villa, he didn't know for sure. Well, it's quite pretty. Hubby, you've cleaned up the courtyard so nicely. It looks so clean. Of course it does. It doesn't matter who did the work, hubby can work so deftly. Su Yang smiled and switched the camera back to the front view. By the way, hubby, what else are you planning to clean up next? I'm going to take the BMW out for a wash, it's really a bit dirty. Honey, I might not be able to come home for lunch. Su Yang looked at the time and saw that it was almost 12 noon. Honey, why don't you come to dinner first? How about I go wash the car in the afternoon? Hearing his wife's words, Su Yang was momentarily tempted. After all, the CEO didn't say when he would be done, so he might as well help her today. Besides, she definitely wasn't in a hurry to use it. Otherwise, she wouldn't have said that he could use the car and the house as he pleased. Honey, I miss you. I'll be right back. I'll come over in the afternoon. My husband is so good. Yang Xia's words, I miss you, made Su Yang instantly lose any hesitation. After hanging up the video call, he immediately turned around and walked out of the villa's door. He locked the door and quickly drove off. When Su Yang arrived home, he found that Yang Xia was still waiting for him to have dinner together. Wife, why don't you eat first? Upon entering the house, Su Yang moved to embrace her in his arms. He lowered his head and kissed her soft lips again. Ha! After a while, Yang Xia's breathing became rapid. I missed my husband, so I wanted to eat with you. Okay then. Unexpectedly, this wife is quite stubborn. She said she would rather starve herself than eat first when he gets back. Come on, wife, let's eat. After tidying up a bit, the two sat down holding hands and prepared to eat. By the way, wife, when the CEO gave me the keys today, he said I could use the villa and car as I pleased. What do you think? The CEO meant when she said that? Are some rich people really that generous? Su Yang always feels that something is strange here, so he wants to ask his wife for advice. After all, his wife has been through a lot, and she might be able to figure out the essence of the matter at once. That it must be that your CEO is relatively wealthy, and the house and car will deteriorate more quickly if they are not used for a long time. Oh. That makes sense. You can't leave the car sitting there all the time, otherwise it will really deteriorate quickly. In fact, the same goes for houses. If they are left unoccupied for a long time, it's as if they lack vitality, and they age quickly. In that case, the CEO's argument with him still makes a lot of sense. Forget it, honey, let's not go and live there. Although I really want to live there with my wife, it's not ours after all, so let's forget it. Su Yang thought about it for a while, but shook his head. Even if the CEO let him live there for free, he still didn't want to. He always felt like he owed the other person something, and that feeling wasn't very good. In fact, my husband can go and live there. Yang Xia couldn't help but smile bitterly to herself when she heard Su Yang's words. It really is quite interesting to feel like you can't go home. It's all Sister Li's fault for coming up with such a bad idea. Looks like I'll have to find a chance to explain to my husband properly. No, my dear, when my husband gets rich, I'll definitely let you live in a big villa. Su Yang shook his head, his attitude quite firm. Deep down, he simply didn't want to take advantage of the situation. Well, let's eat, my dear. Seeing Su Yang's resolute attitude, Yang Xia gave up trying to persuade him. Husband, if your wife becomes rich one day and buys you a big villa, you will definitely live in it, right? Ahem. Needless to say. If your wife becomes a rich woman, you will take the plane I buy for you even if I have to. Su Yang couldn't help but laugh when he heard this. Wife, if you really become a rich woman, I will be your personal secretary and take care of you for the rest of your life. Su Yang laughed and reached out to stroke Yang Xia's exquisite face. Really? Really, truer than pearls. Just kidding, I've always wanted to find a rich wife. If my wife really becomes a rich woman, wouldn't that be even more awesome? Put. Yang Xia couldn't help but laugh at the look on Su Yang's face. Honey, I've made up my mind. I'll go to work in a while. I even attended a company meeting today. No, honey, your health is still not back to normal. You don't need to rush to earn money. I will love and take care of you for the rest of my life, no matter how much money we have. Hearing his wife's anxiety to go to work, Su Yang couldn't help but waved his hands quickly. Are you kidding me? Your health is the most important thing. It doesn't matter if you earn 2 months' salary less. Besides, Su Yang's salary is still good enough to support the family. Yes, don't worry, honey. Yang Xia looked at Su Yang tenderly, and her eyes became more and more determined. This young man is the one. Since Sister Li brought you to me and made us husband and wife, this is the will of heaven. It's decided. I will never regret being with him. Wife, why are you looking at me like that? You're not thinking of eating me, are you? I'm afraid. Of looking at Yang Xia's eyes that were slightly glowing, Su Yang couldn't help but smile sheepishly. He perfectly misunderstood her meaning. and thought that this older sister was in love again. Chapter 49. I'm afraid you don't know the power of a 40-year-old woman, do you? Yes, honey, I just want to eat you up. Yang Xia blushed with shame on hearing this, and then her eyes sparkled even more as she shot Su Yang a look. Great. Right now? In the restaurant. Su Yang had seen a lot of action movies with teachers in them, and he was still very familiar with various business models. Although he had never practiced, it didn't stop him from being knowledgeable in theory. Yang Xia suddenly understood, and her face instantly turned red. This little boy seems to know quite a lot. When you get off work. It's fine. We agreed that you won't let me down this time. Well, I shouldn't let you down again, right? Yang Xia blushed, and she didn't even dare to look at Su Yang's eyes. You little boy, you even made your sister feel embarrassed. Okay, then, honey, get off work early tonight. Go in the afternoon and wash the car, then see if there is anything else to tidy up. If not, then go home. Okay, I'll be waiting for you, honey. Yang Xia nodded shyly, her heart already pounding. The two of them ate and chatted, and soon finished lunch. After tidying up a bit. Honey, you don't need to go to the office this afternoon, do you? Well, I'll just go wash the car and take it out for a spin this afternoon. By the way, honey, how about I come pick you up after I'm done washing the car? Sure. Yang Xia couldn't help but light up when she heard Su Yang's words. Okay, I'll go wash the car now, honey, you rest for a while. Su Yang said, excitedly putting his wife in his arms again. Once again, Yang Xia was left breathless from the kiss. My husband hates it when I come to pick you up early. Yes, I know. Looking at his wife's blushing face, Su Yang resisted the urge to kiss her again. He quickly left the house. Damn it! Will this car still start? Su Yang arrived at the CEO's villa, opened the gate, and prepared to drive the car out. Oh no! After pressing the unlock button on the car key, the car did not respond at all. It seems that the car's battery is dead. What should I do? Su Yang glanced at the parked tank 300 outside and quickly thought of a way to borrow power. After a lot of trouble, the BMW X7 finally started. Let's go wash the car first, and then pick up my wife. He drove the BMW out and parked the tank 300 under the carport. After a while, Su Yang left in the BMW. He found a car wash and had the car cleaned, then drove home. Honey, I've finished washing the car and will be home in 20 minutes. On the way back, Su Yang called Yang Xia. It had been nearly 2 hours since he left home, and Su Yang was worried that his wife was waiting anxiously, so he quickly called. Okay, dear. I'll wait for you downstairs. I've kept you waiting, so you can punish me tonight, okay? Okay. Su Yang's words made Yang Xia blush again. Humph. When my wife feels better, I'll show you what I'm capable of. I'm afraid you don't know what a 40-year-old woman is capable of. Okay, my dear, I'll see you soon. Su Yang laughed, stepped on the accelerator, and the car quickly picked up speed. In less than 20 minutes, Su Yang arrived at the building entrance. My dear. The car hadn't even come to a stop when Yang Xia walked out of the unit door. She saw the familiar car at a glance. Su Yang got out of the car and carefully helped his wife into the passenger seat. Wife, why are you wearing professional attire today? Does it look good? It looks great. It's almost like a uniform. Looking at his wife's outfit, Su Yang's head began to spin. White blouse, skirt that hugs the hips, and black stockings. This classic combination, when worn by Yang Xia, was so seductive. As a young man new to the workplace, he couldn't help but feel his heart flutter. Honey, call her sister. Yang Xia couldn't help smiling shyly as she watched Su Yang's dumbfounded expression and pursed her lips. It seems that her husband has fallen for her again. Sister. Be good. Seeing that Su Yang was so obedient, Yang Xia couldn't help reaching out to stroke his face and give it a gentle squeeze. Let's go, honey. Oh, yes, my dear wife. Su Yang scratched his head a little embarrassed and quickly drove the car out. Honey, where do you want to go for a spin? Well, then take me to see your CEO's villa. It's so beautiful, I want to see it too. Okay. No problem. If you want to go, let's go. No one's going to be there, so you can look around as much as you like. Having been there twice already, Su Yang was familiar with the route. Driving quickly, they soon arrived at Villa 1314. Opening the villa's gate, the two of them walked in hand. Yang Xia looked at the place that looked so familiar and couldn't help but wonder to herself. Wife, what do you think of this villa? Do you like it? I like it, this villa is really beautiful. Yang Xia came back to her senses after hearing Su Yang's words. It's been more than 3 months since we left here. And now we're finally back, and we even brought a husband from heaven. Wife, do you want to go inside the villa and take a look? Since we're here, it doesn't hurt to go in and take a look, does it? He really has no idea what it's like inside a villa like this. No, let's not go in, shall we? Maybe there are personal items of your CEO in there. Is it not appropriate for us to go in? It's fine, honey, the CEO said we can stay here as long as we like. Let's not go in today. Yang Xia knew very well that no one had touched anything in the villa since she had been taken there from the hospital. There were all kinds of her belongings in there, as well as the photos she had hung on the wall. And if Su Yang went in, she would definitely find all of that. So, it's better to hold off for now, and wait until she sneaks in and tidies things up. Oh, that's fine, I'll do whatever you say. If you don't want to go in, then I won't go in. Although Su Yang had some doubts as to why Yang Xia didn't want to go in, she didn't plan to ask. Chapter 50. Come on, Su Yang, call me sister. HM. Yang Xia nodded, slightly relieved. Luckily, her husband hadn't gone in the morning, or it would have been a bit of a problem. Damn it! I've been bedridden for more than 3 months, and I've even lost my mind. If I hadn't come back here, I would have almost forgotten such an important thing. Honey, do you want to take the BMW back? If you leave the car sitting there, it will break down easily. This. Su Yang couldn't help but secretly nod. It's really not good to leave the car sitting there all the time. I should probably ask the CEO what she thinks about this. Such a nice car, if you leave it sitting there all the time, it will really break down easily, and that would be a waste. My wife is right. I'll ask the president for instructions. Su Yang nodded and quickly pulled out his phone from his pocket and dialed the president's number. A moment later. Hello? Su Yang said. The president's voice still carried a faint smile. President Yang, I've cleaned up the small courtyard of this villa, washed the BMW, and driven it for more than an hour. Good, Su Yang, you've done a great job. Oh yes, Mr. Yang, the battery has been left unused for so long that it's completely drained. I think the car needs to be driven for a few days to recharge, otherwise it will run out of power again in a couple of days. Su Yang is being honest, and he's not trying to take advantage of the situation just because he likes the car. Besides, the car can be used by other people in the company. That's fine, Su Yang, you can use the car as a temporary company car, as long as you drive it. President Yang, what I mean is that the car can be driven by other people in the company. I already have a Tank 300. It's a bit unreasonable for me to take 2 cars. This president is really quite generous. He casually says, you can drive it if you watch. It's fine, I don't really want anyone else to drive this car. You can just drive it for me, and we'll talk about it when I start working. You're my secretary, what's wrong with driving 2 cars? It's fine, don't think about it so much. Okay, Mr. Yang. Su Yang couldn't help but scratch his head after hearing the president's words. Okay, since the president said so, just drive it. It would be a pity to let it sit for too long and let it go bad. It's okay, Su Yang, I told you before, you can use the car and the house as you see fit, you don't need to be polite with me. As he spoke, the president's voice felt a little strange, as if he was about to laugh. It was the feeling of wanting to laugh but forcing yourself not to. Well, I understand, President Yang. Then I'll keep the car. Okay, keep it. Su Yang. By the way, Su Yang, you're 22 years old, right? Yes, President Yang. Su Yang turned her head and looked at Yang Xia, who was smiling at her. Then don't keep calling me President Yang all day, just call me Yang Jia, okay? Of course, you can just call me Jia. Okay, Yang Jia. Since the CEO asked to be called sister, then just call me that. Anyway. Su Yang really felt that the CEO was quite generous. He could use the car and the house freely, and he was even allowed to call her sister. And after meeting twice, she had not shown any feelings towards this little boy. Well, okay Su Yang, is there anything else? No, Sister Yang. Okay, then, I'll hang up first. Goodbye. The CEO was as decisive as usual and quickly hung up the phone. After the phone call, Su Yang turned to Yang Xia and smiled sheepishly. Wife, what the CEO meant was that this car would also be my temporary car, and I would just be allowed to drive it. Your CEO is so nice to you? Yang Xia looked at Su Yang with a smile, and a trace of cunning flashed in her eyes. This little boy is actually embarrassed in front of his wife. Cough cough. Well, wife, Mr. Yang is quite generous. Shit. He's a bit embarrassed to be talking to the CEO on the phone in front of his wife. Since your CEO is so generous, let's take the car. It'll break down if we don't use it. Yang Xia suppressed a smile and gave Su Yang a gentle pat on the shoulder. It's true that this young man is quite pure. Ding dong ding. As soon as the two of them had finished talking, Yang Xia's phone rang. But she looked at it and hung up. She then opened WeChat, briefly replied with a few words, and put the phone away. Honey, shall we drive the car back? Sure, let's go back. Can you drive now? Since Su Yang couldn't possibly drive two cars at the same time, Yang Xia naturally needed to drive one as well. I'm almost fully recovered now, so of course I can drive. Give me the keys. That's fine. Su Yang nodded with a smile and handed Yang Xia the key to the BMW. Yang Xia reached out to take the key and stroked it gently. She couldn't help feeling a little emotion. Let's go, honey. I'll move the car outside, and you drive the Tank 300 out. Then we'll drive home together. Okay, honey. Seeing Yang Xia's easygoing manner, Su Yang couldn't help but feel happier and happier. Especially when she was wearing her professional attire and swaying in front of his eyes, it really tickled his heart. Su Yang took out the key and quickly drove the Tank 300 out of the villa's small courtyard. Then, he locked the villa's gate. Wife, let's go. Yang Xia waved at Su Yang with a smile through the car window. With one foot on the accelerator, the BMW quickly sped off. Oh my! Su Yang was startled as he watched the car speed off. Is my wife such a good driver? This is the CEO's car, I hope it doesn't get damaged. As Yang Xia drove the car quickly forward, Su Yang hurriedly got into the car and quickly caught up. Oh my! Looking at the BMW in front of him, Su Yang couldn't help but admire it. This wife is a very skilled driver. And it seems she is familiar with the roads in this neighborhood. Soon, the two drove away from the villa area and onto the main road. The two cars drove one behind the other, one driving fast in front, the other following closely behind. In fact, Su Yang's driving skills were only so-so. After all, as a poor boy, his family could not afford to buy him a car. He was able to obtain his driver's license while in college, but only after earning the money himself.